Now that I am finished with my daily recording of prices for Ethereum during the months of July and August of 2022, I am going to go over my weekly prices that I did apart from the daily recordings. On this spreadsheet, I did the same with Ethereum as what I did with Bitcoin and the rest. I started my first weekly price record on July 30th, 2022, at or around midnight, Central Standard Time. On July 30th, 2022, the recorded price for Ethereum was 1,708.65. On August 6, 2022, the price recorded was 1,712.14, up 3.49 from the recorded price on July 30th, 2022. On August 13, 2022, the recorded price for Ethereum was 2,007.28, up 298.63 from 1,708.65, the price recorded on 07/30/202. Ethereum's price was also up 295.14 from 1,712.14, the record price on August 6, 2022, a week before. On August 20, 2022, the price recorded was 1,641.22, up 63.43 from 1,708.65, the recorded price on July 30, 2022, but down 366.06 from 2,007.28, the price recorded on August 13, 2022, a week before. Like I said, I never invested any of my money into Bitcoin, but I did convert Bitcoin into Ethereum on July 26, 2022. It wasn't much, just 0.47. Until July 21, 2022, I had only invested 1.00 in Cardano and USDC each, and 10.00 of USD.
Abydos, author of the Assyrian History, the Civil, and others on the Deluge and Tower of Babel. The remaining 26 chapters of the book are chiefly occupied by several important extracts from the work of Alexander Polyhistor concerning the Jews, which include long passages from the lambic poems of Theodotus and Ezekiel on events in Jewish history, the spurious letters of Solomon to Vaphrys, king of Egypt, and Saran, which is Hiram of Tyre, with descriptions of Jerusalem and other matters by various authors. In the next group, books X to XII, Eusebius gives examples from Clement, Porphyry, and Diodorus of the plasms of Greek authors, both from each other and, as they argue, from the much older scriptures of the Hebrews. The testimony to their antiquity is drawn from chronography of Africanus and from Tatian, Clement, and Josephus. In book XI, Eusephus proposes to show the argument of Plato as the representative of Greek philosophy with the Hebrew scriptures, adopting a threefold division of ethics, dialectic, and physics. He notices the moral teachings of the sacred writers, their literacy methods, accurate reasoning, and correct use of significant names, their knowledge of the natural world, and their contemplations of the true being of things unseen, with chapter 1 through 9. He then quotes the comments of Numenius in his sayings, "What else is Plato than Moses, speaking Attic Greek?" and Plutarch's treatises on the EIO of Delphi 10 and 11. Other points of comparison are the ineffable nature of God, his unity, the second cause as contemplated by Philo, Plotinus, Numenius, and Amelius, the third divine power of the Psi-Platonic Eponymus, chapters 12 through 30. The nature of the good and of the ideas as stated by Plato in the Republic and Timaeus is illustrated by quotations from Numenius, Philo, and Clement of Alexandria, 21 through 25. The existence of evil power, the immortality of the soul, and the divine image as taught in the Alcibiades of Phaedo and illustrated by Porphyry's answer to Boethus on the soul. The creation of the world and the heavenly bodies and goodness of God's work, their changes and dissolution, the resurrection of the dead, and the final judgment are all brought into comparison and illustrated from Timaeus, Republic Politicus, and Phaedo, and from fragments of Plutarch on the soul. In the book XII, the comparison of Plato with the Hebrew Scriptures is continued on the simple instructions of children, the need of faith, the qualification of rules are described in the laws in Gorgias and the Republic, chapters 1 through 9. The picture of the just man and his fate in the Republic, paradise in the garden of Zeus, and the origin of mankind, male and female, in the Symposium, the deluge, the right foundation of law, religious training, the use of poetry, music, and wine, and the control of the passions, all illustrated from the Laws, chapter 10 through 28. Other subjects brought into the comparison are the contrast of true philosophy and spurious wisdom, Theaetus, Theaetetus, the education of women, which is Republic, the passage of the Laws and Republic corresponding to the Hebrew Proverbs and laws of Moses on the memory of the just, riches, and poverty, and the honor due to parents on slaves, landmarks, and thieves, chapter 29 to 42. Other coincidences are found in the use of certain examples and figures of speech, in the division of a nation into 12 tribes, in the situation of the chief city, and in Plato's thoughts on faults in education, Republic, on atheism, on God and divine providence, Laws. In book XII, Eusebius quotes with approval Plato's opinion on the absurdities of Greek mythology in the Timaeus, Republic, and Euthyphron, Eutiyphron, chapter 1 through 5. On steadfast adherence to truth even unto death, in the Crito and the Apology of Socrates, chapters 6 through 11, adding the testimonies of Aristobulus and Clement to the agreement of Plato and other Greek philosophers with the Hebrew Scriptures, chapter 12 and 13. The remainder of the book treats of matters in which Plato's teachings is condemned concerning the belief of the common people, Timaeus and Repub, a multitude of inferior gods and demons, the nature of the soul, Timaeus, criticized by the Platonist Severus, the worship of heavenly bodies, laws, and Timaeus, the treatment of women, laws and republic, unnatural vice, and laws of murder. In Book XIV, the consistent truth of Hebrew doctrines adopted by Christians is contrasted with the contradictions and conflicts of Greek philosophers, showing how Plato criticizes his predecessors in the Theaetetus and Sophista, and was himself criticized by his followers in the successive academies, who in their turn are subject to the keen satire of Numenius, chapter 1 through 9. The subject continued in quotations from Porphyry, Xenophon, Plato, Plutarch, and especially from Aristotle's of philosophy against the schools of Parmenides, Parmenides, who rejected the evidence of the senses of Aristippus, Metrodorus, and Protagoras, who believed them alone, and of Pyrrhonists, who believed nothing at all. The doctrines of Epicurus are refuted from the writings of Aristotle's, Plato, and Dionysius of Alexandria, chapter 21 through 47. In Book XV, the moral character of Aristotle is defended against the slanders of Epicurus and others by Aristotle. But where he differed from Plato and the Hebrews in regard to virtue and happiness, the ideas of God and his providence, the creation of the world, the fifth corporeal essence, the nature of heavenly bodies, and the immortality of the soul, his doctrines are severely criticized by Atticus and Platonists, chapters 2 through 9. His description of the soul as an intellitia is further criticized by Plotinus, Porphyry, and Atticus, 10 through 13. The Stoic philosophy is discussed by Aristotle's, Arius, Didymus, Porphyry, Longinus, and Plotinus, 14 through 22. The remainder of the book is occupied with the long extract from Plutarch de Placitis Philosophorum on the various physical theories of the world, followed by the judgment of Socrates on such questions from the memorabilia of Xenophon. After this survey of the contents of the preparation as described chiefly by Eusebius himself, I think we are in fairness bound to acquaint him of the charge of confusion in the divisions of the work and arrangement of its topics. His occasional repetitions are for the most part confined to quotations, and especially to certain well-known and striking passages of Plato, which are used more than once in different branches of the subject and with different applications. Okay, so now the literary value of the preparation of the gospel will be most fully appreciated by considering a separate list of chief fragments of the ancient authors of the preservation, of which we are indebted to Eusebius in that work, A. Fragments of Poetry. 1. An interesting epigram by Calamachu on the simplicity of the primitive statues. 99b. This is contained in a fragment of Plutarch, De Daedalus Plutinsibus.
Happening for each creature. They manifest a core Aristotelian principle that nature always, or for the most part, reaches for the better, invokes the principle specifically in consideration of lowly creatures, but perhaps even in inferior creatures there is some natural good stronger than themselves which aims at their proper good. The lucky and those who get warnings in their dreams are operating according to these impulses, and achieve their good outcomes via this lowly information processing center. Just as it steers even rudimentary forms of life towards what is good for them, so it is humming away inside humans as well. The empty-headed are especially attuned to it, because their internal dialogue, which in intellectually sound people is busy working towards more complex good things, is so faint. While they cannot achieve the magnificent insights of which fully realized humans are uniquely capable, they can achieve uncanny good results via their attunement to the incremental benefits achieved by the rudimentary systems. Aristotle thereby aligns divinatory insight with animal instinct. For both Plato and Aristotle, divination is a fringe phenomenon, and is explicable as an alternative form of cognition, which shows affiliations with how animals think. In the case of the Stoics, the basic premises are quite different. Divination is a core piece of their basic theological positions, is embedded in their principles of physics and cosmology, and is affiliated not with a lower form of cognition, but is an expression of what they understood to be the one, single form of it. Their distinctive views on theology, cosmology, and physics, and their monistic psychology, yield a cosmos with quite a different shape from that of either Plato or Aristotle. Given the degree of this difference, it is all the more noteworthy that the category of the animal again emerges as a central one. They straightforwardly claim that the signs percolating through the cosmos, including those that emerge in dreams or oracles, operate based on the physiological structures of a living organism. In their case, the relevant animal is the cosmos itself. The Platonic idea that the cosmos is a single creature takes on an entirely new pertinence for the Stoics. For them, it is not a metaphor, but a statement of fact, and their larger philosophical system has unique resources for thinking it through. Stoic understanding: all things that exist in the universe are material. They are a composite of two kinds of matter, the inert kind, or hull, and an active divine vapor, evanescent but still material, called pneuma. This is the case for every discrete entity in the cosmos, from planets, to people, to grains of sand. The hull gives a thing bulk, and the rarefied fiery internal pneuma provides it with its qualities, characteristics, and energy. Different degrees of pneuma result in different orders of these characteristics. Inanimate things are held together by a degree of pneuma called hexis, tension. Plants and non-mobile living things like a fetus are held together by physis. Animals are held together by soul, which they understand to be the particular form of pneuma that provides for perception and self-propulsion. And rational self-propelled living things, that is humans, have a logic psych. Further, the pneuma that permeates each individual thing is entirely contiguous with the pneuma in each adjacent thing, including the pneuma that courses through the atmosphere around us and beyond into the fiery regions of the heavens. So, the pneuma as a whole is a synthesizing breath that suffuses every nook and cranny of the cosmos and links each part of it to every other part in a non-mysterious, entirely materialist mode. They claim the pneuma as a whole is coextensive with the divine, and finally that it is the soul of the cosmos, which they understand to be a single animal. The flow of energy that vivifies the cosmic creature, via the pneuma, they label with the technical name sympathia. Sympathy, literally co-feeling in Greek, is a centerpiece of their explanations for divinatory signs. It is anchored in a notion of the cosmos as an organism. The term pre-exists in the Hippocratic medical tradition and in physiology. It articulates the interconnection of body parts that, while distant from each other, may well be interconnected. A flush in the face might be linked with a fever produced by an infection in the toe. The concept sets the operation of divinatory signs within a powerfully physiological context. That unseen conditions in the cosmos will be made manifest by visible parts of it is for them as sure as the idea that organisms manifest signs of their conditions in visible symptoms. Such divine signs are an integral part of their physics and theology. The Stoics tie the very existence of the divine to the existence of divine signs, an argument all the more powerful since atheism is a near absurdity in antiquity. Significance of categories related to animals, even in this abstract arena, further underscores the broad relevance of such themes to divination in general. Each of these thinkers, in their different ways, configures the study of divination as an investigation into a more or less distinctive way of knowing. They attempt to discern how certain people are able to know things in ways that stretch our customary cognitive abilities. To do this, they begin with an understanding of divination as an emergent insight, which bubbles up from knowledge directly embedded in organisms. The salience of animal themes suggests a larger habit of thought around animal nature, beyond merely the kinds of signs observers look to, whether birds, beasts, or entrails. More than placing humans in conversation with their gods, the practices of divination place humans in conversation, the creaturely dimensions of their experience. Within the classical context, human intellects and corporeal bodies, animals and humans alike, sit in sometimes strident opposition. Via divination they find a medium in which they can collaborate. The best source for ancient ideas and practices of divination is to be found in Cicero's De Divination, which passes on important Stoic and peripatetic ideas, and aims to aggregate many earlier schools of thought. Animals figure commonly in his considerations. Multiple commentaries illuminate the text. In English, those of Arthur Stanley Peace, 1969, and David Wardle, 2006, are the best guides. Auguste Bouch-Leclerc's, 1879-82, four-volume overview of the history de la divination dans l'Antiquité has not been surpassed for its thorough documentary coverage of the topic. populations, we used binomial logistic regression. As with CP analysis, we selected a balanced number of choices for each stimulus condition, z-scored the spike counts for each stimulus orientation separately, and then fit the data together. We fit the model using CVGLMet, provided by the GUMNet package, split our dataset into training and test datasets, and assessed performance on a pair of left-out trials, consisting of one of each choice from the same orientation. Each trial was used at most once for assessing performance. To reduce overfitting, we used lasso regularization, choosing the strength of the penalty term using 10-fold cross-validation on the training set. Specifically, the weight of the penalty term was set to minimize model deviance. Even with regularization, we found that the model frequently overfit when we used the full measured population. We therefore applied an alternative strategy. We rank-ordered the neurons based on their predict-hive performance, measured using binomial logistic regression models and the same leave one pair out cross-validation procedure described above. We then fit a regularized binomial logistic regression model using the neuron with best predictive performance, and then fit a new model to the two best neurons, and so on. When prediction accuracy did not increase for 2 consecutive increments of population size, we defined the relevant population for that session as that which had provided the maximal prediction accuracy. Performance was again measured by leave one pair out cross-validation. We used the same cross-validation folds for all increments. We assessed the statistical significance of model performance by first randomly permuting the choices across trials, within each stimulus condition of each session. We then calculated the prediction accuracy for each neuron, and fit the population model as described above. Cross-validation folds were not shared between the ranking procedure and fitting the population responses, because these were also not shared in the original data. Note that because performance was defined as the maximum observed for populations of increasing size, chance performance for the randomly permuted data was 50%. We repeated this procedure 1,000 times for each session, and defined performance of a model based on the measured responses to be significant if its performance exceeded the 950th best model applied to permuted data. To be sure our results did not depend strictly on the use of logistic regression, we also predicted behavioral choices from neuronal popular tie-on responses using a support vector machine with a linear kernel, using libsvm, and found similar results. Choice history analysis. We estimated the influence of choice history on behavior using a probabilistic choice model. The model contained a matrix of 10 independent variables for each trial, and a constant, bias term. There were 8 sensory parameters, 1 for each stimulus orientation, excluding the 45 degrees orientation. On each trial, the relevant stimulus variable was either set to 1 for stimuli 45 degrees, or 1 for stimuli 45 degrees, or to 0 if that stimulus was not presented on that trial. There were 2 choice history variables, capturing the choice on the previous trial. The first choice history variable was set to 1 if the animal received a reward and made a vertical choice in the previous trial, 1 if the animal received a reward and made a horizontal choice in the previous trial, and 0 if the animal was not rewarded in the previous trial. The second choice history variable was set to 1 if the animal was not rewarded and made a vertical choice in the previous trial, 1 if the animal was not rewarded and made a horizontal choice in the previous trial, and 0 if the animal was rewarded in the previous trial. We used a binomial logistic regression model with lasso regularizer tie-on to relate these variables to the animal's choices. We fit the model, for training dataset, 80% of trials, to estimate the weights and the regularization parameter, chosen through 10-fold cross-validation on the training set. We used the remaining 20% of trials to estimate performance. This procedure was repeat 100 times, creating 100 folds per session. The reported values are the average of these 100 folds. To test whether the choice history model performed better than a model that does not have the 2 choice history variables, we also computed the likelihood for a no history model. For each fold we computed twice the log likelihood ratio of the 2 models and compared the value to a 2 statistic with 2 degrees of freedom, chosen level of 0.05 to reject the null hypothesis that the choice history model is no better than the no history model. To predict choices using a model with both choice history and neuronal responses, we used the same ranking of neurons as in the population analysis described above. However, This time we fit the regression model to the most informative neuron, including the two choice history variables. We then added the next most informative neuron and fit a new model to these two neurons and the two choice history variables, and so on. We stopped when prediction accuracy did not increase for the two consecutive increments of population size. Performance was measured using a leave one pair out cross-validation procedure. We used the same cross-validation folds for each population size considered. We tested whether choice signals in neuronal responses were because of choice history effects by repeating our choice analyses, but consider separately trials in which the animal had previously made a vertical or horizontal choice. For these analyses, we required at least 10 trials of each choice for each stimulus, 45 degrees stimulus and 1 or 2 adjacent oriented tie-ins, and at least 40 trials in total. We could not perform this analysis conditioning on reward outcome, the second aspect of choice history used in our choice model, because the animal's success rate, 80%, produced too few error trials.
You're talking about ARM holdings and ARM software and stuff like that, right? For CPUs, semiconductors and stuff like that. No, they first started out in Acorn, right? Acorn Archimedes. Now see, this goes into what we were talking about last week too. Like you guys are talking, like these people are reverse engineering and stuff, and a lot of that technology for gaming comes straight out of DARPA. You know, Magnavox was notorious for it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They are British. Well, what was it? What was the name of that company that we were talking about that was associated with Magnavox back then? And they were actually subsidiaries for Canada here in the United States. Do you remember that? Don't get me started on Pong. Remember, we were just talking about that last week. Pong was developed by the military and installed into these universities so that they could get the response times of students. And then you start talking about ARPANET. Yeah, I was picking on you the other night. That's probably what it was, and you got curious because remember I was telling you how you had all this stuff freaking like sitting around, and Dave's probably. Oh, okay. Well, Dave's probably the same way. He's probably got shit from way back in 1985 sitting somewhere. I could almost guarantee it. Okay, so you guys were talking about that. Now, one thing we were talking about, Dave, last week was CompuServe. Now, what's your thoughts about CompuServe back in the 1980s and stuff? That's right. That's the way it should have been. Good for you. Good for you. I could imagine Mark. Mark was probably like on his Commodore and shit. He's only like maybe 2 or 3 years older than you. I watched He-Man. The day He-Man came out, I'm gonna tell you a story about He-Man. This is good too because I was living in Florida and He-Man just came out, and our television went black, dude. So I had to sit and I had to listen to freaking He-Man without a screen for the first month that it was out. Okay, and I'll tell you one thing. This is the weird part about it is my imagination was better than the actual show. Like I was disappointed when I actually saw the freaking cartoon. You know, but I can still remember that to this day, man. That's He-Man. I was into He-Man and Voltron. I mean, the first series. After they went on to Voltron, the second and I think it was just the second ones where they were on that ship. The Lions. Well, they don't let you guys over in England watch good stuff. That's what the problem is. Like, you guys probably banned cartoons like back in the 1970s or something. Do you guys even watch cartoons? Thundercats, yeah. Oh, the Smurfs was the big one. Yeah, probably because it was like a blonde little female Smurf that was being chased around by a bunch of horny other Smurfs. That's definitely English. That like English or Canadian, one of the two. Canadians do. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've seen freaking shows, man. Like you guys have those BDSM parlors where you can go in and get whipped by women in leather and shit. Go to London, dude. I'm gonna go back and cover some of the stuffs that I did in previous episodes and kind of go back through it because I know I've been having some serious audio problems. The last one I did, the people who were on with me, nobody could hear them, so I do have Skype open if anybody wants to come in and have a conversation about video games. Right now, I'm going to start out with Sega versus Nintendo and talk about the console wars that happened in the 1990s. And then it'll go on from there. So I'm going to kind of go through some of the stuff that was covered before and catch up and get it all on stream so that I can be done with it. To be honest with you, this is not turning into that well of a stream to be fair. I mean, I've been having some serious issues. I was going to stream last Monday, but we ended up having some heavy snow, which caused problems with the internet, so I wasn't able to do that. So, with all of that being said, let me go ahead and get started, and I hope you guys enjoy. Now, in the 1990s, it marked the height of the console wars, with Sega and Nintendo battling for market dominance. Sega's Genesis targeted older audiences, while edgier games like Mortal Kombat, while Nintendo maintained a family-friendly image with franchises like Super Mario Bros. And The Legacy of Zelda. Now, despite their rivalry, both companies operated in a silhouette environment. The idea of connecting consoles to the internet remained unexplored, as hardware limitations and lack of infrastructure posed significant challenges. Now, with me, I do have to admit that is true. And I wouldn't say adult oriented. It wasn't more older, maybe older audiences. You know, I do remember being older. I was more into Mortal Kombat and things like that. But to be fair, I never really did like the whole family-friendly games. It's like I was previously doing games with Nostalgia Gaming, and Rapid wanted me to always do Nintendo games, and it's like all the games that he wanted me to do, I just really, really did not like, and every single one of them had to do with Nintendo. I was never one who was into Super Mario or Mario Kart or, Zelda. I did them, but I really didn't enjoy doing them. I was always more of the Sega player, and even on Sega there were some games that I didn't enjoy at all. Like I did not like playing freaking Sonic the Hedgehog. That game drove me nuts. And Donkey Kong was another game that just completely annoyed the hell out of me. I believe that was Nintendo too, but that's something that I do have to agree with. Now, the console, connecting consoles and stuff like that, I don't know. Yeah, actually, I have to say that is true, because I remember whenever they came out with PS1, I believe it was PS1 or PS2. They had started attempting to do that, and they had this little device that you had to stick up on top of it so that you could actually play on the internet and stuff, and it was real clunky and hard to handle. I remember a friend of mine, I went over to his house, and one of his sister's boyfriends had one, and he put it on there, and he was playing one of the Lord of the Ring games on the internet, and it just seemed so much of a hassle the way he had to do all of it. But it was the beginning, that's how it all happened. So well, I mean, let's be serious. Everybody's being a little bit too hard on Gargamel these days. It's like everybody thinks he's like, right. I mean, come on now. I mean, if you can love frickin' ogres, then you can love frickin' Gargamel, right? Okay, now earlier when you guys were talking about Atari, okay, we had this conversation last week, and I think even before that, but like I was talking about now for me, my personal opinion is like, how we were mentioning CompuServe and stuff, and you were talking about the prices. Now for me personally, I feel like that was intentional, because like I believe that there was a movement back then that was trying to throttle internet gaming. You know what I mean? They wanted to make it to where it was harder to set up internet gaming as to going out and buying consoles. You know what I mean? Well, see, we were even talking before, and I mentioned Pong, which was Magnavox. Okay, that was the ringleaders behind that, and they were just saturated with government freaking organizations. And what happened was Atari came out with their consoles in the 1980s. The 2600 is what we were talking about, and that kind of put a squash on the whole internet gaming. You know what I mean? That when Atari came out, that was pretty much not really. Then when Pac-Man and all that came out, that was the game changer. Computers would have hit off a lot better back then if it was promoted more, because you got to also remember how many of those women freaking were going to strip malls to learn how to freaking work on MS-DOS. You know what I'm saying? It was a big deal back then. It was more popular back in the 80s than what it is today. Today it's a luxury. Yeah. Well, my whole point though is the fact that like if they would have had a chance to expand more than what they did, it would have been a big hit, because like if you look at like how many people were interested in wanting to make careers out of working on computers, or being involved with the program. Well, honestly, you're wrong there about the Commodores. Now, Commodores were very popular. Yeah, yeah, right. We didn't know about them. Now, price manipulation. Okay, that's something that's interesting. I find it ironic too that the one thing they were trying to suppress is actually something that was a game changer, and now it's almost impossible for them to freaking do that like they did back in the 80s. Like, I remember a VCR, going out and getting a VCR would cost you like $400 or $500 back in the 80s, late 80s. It was so expensive. Well, we got ours that used when we got it, and the first one we had was actually when I moved to Arizona. I was already like 13 years old, so that was like in '86. And what I remember before the regular ones was the betas. You guys even remember the betas with the big old discs? And see, that's kind of what we're talking about right there. You know, with a lot of this was it's actually like I find it ironic that now with the internet as open as what it is, I don't see that kind of stuff being able to take place because like things are a lot cheaper for a reason. You know what I mean? Now, since you guys got into this whole thing about marketing and everything, there was something that I always found suspicious that I wanted to bring up, which is actually something, it kind of gets into what we're supposed to talk about in this episode, okay? And it was the console wars that started back in the 1990s, okay? Do you guys, now, I've noticed, like with me, like last week when we were talking, he's just on here for, getting to meet stuff and everything. And I was like, well, I was just the opposite. I first came to Mines because they said I could make money off of this stuff. I got an email in my email address saying that I could earn money by making making posts and stuff like that. I came in here and it just like, that was the whole purpose for me coming to Mines, and as time went by, it just seemed to freaking be one thing right after the other. I remember when I first got in here, they had Stripe, and then I didn't know what Stripe was. I knew what PayPal was, and I was kind of hesitant because I didn't know what Stripe was. Well, I learned about it, so I finally got it. But then they go and they freaking say, well, we're going to switch over to cryptocurrency, and you can make money off of cryptocurrency. Well, come to find out, it's a token. You know what I mean? It's not a coin. So I'm like, what the hell, dude? And finally, the only reason why I got Mines Plus was because I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I've been on this thing long enough. I'm going to give it a try. So I gave it a try, and I started actually making money. And basically I had to give up that idea where freaking I can get something for nothing, you know what I mean? Because that just doesn't exist on the internet.
Yeah. All it does if you're a scammer.
Yeah. I'm really surprised though about all the stuff that I've had to actually learn by doing all this stuff. Like, I didn't want to learn about cryptocurrency. I didn't want to hear nothing about that shit. Now I know what Dogecoin is and like what the cryptocurrency is that you need to avoid and things like that. I remember in school they showed me how to do stock markets and economics. They'd sit you down with a newspaper and they'd say keep records of the stocks that you wanted, and don't only do it by the month, but like do it from the previous day to the next day, and you compare them. So I did that with cryptocurrency, and I mean, it's pretty messed up. I mean, people that fall for that shit, like you always hear the jokes on TV about people trying to make $1 million off of freaking cryptocurrency. Well, it's true. You know, if you're not big into cryptocurrency, you're going to make exactly the amount of money that you put into it. It's never about you making more money and actually getting more, because the prices are always fluctuating.
They always do. They always fluctuate. But I can tell you that when the Mines token went all the way up to 11, that was when I think I made like 1,500.
Yeah, that's also when you need to pull it out. Just don't.
I know I did. I pulled out.
I
pulled out a big chunk of it. But that's the thing, is like it could have went up to $3 again, and then I would have missed out on that. You never know when it's right to take it out.
That's the whole thing, though. Like that's what makes cryptocurrency different than the freaking stock market, because the stock market's more reliable. It's been around for a really long time, so there's people who can really guess stocks, and they're really good at it. But like cryptocurrency is a whole new level. It's brand new. There's way more volatility, and like you're literally gambling on a day-to-day basis. You know, I can have $15 in a crypto coin one day, and it can drop down to $10, then shoot back up to $12, and then up to $20. You know, and this is within maybe 4 days.
I got real good at playing the stock market. I figured out a trick that kind of worked, 80% of the time. In my last several times, I just bombed out and I stopped putting money in it for a while. I kind of got the dejected feeling from making too many bad choices.
Yeah.
But I've made more on stocks than I've lost. Just my last few attempts at using my method failed, so threw up my hands for a while. I'll get back into it.
With cryptocurrency, all I did was the percentages. If it doesn't draw interest, I don't want nothing to do with it. That's the first thing. Like, it has to actually draw interest, because if it doesn't, then I don't want nothing to do with it. And then the second one, I have to keep an eye on it for at least a month, maybe 2 months before I even buy it, because I want to see what the volatility is in that coin. If I'm okay with it, then I'll go for it, and I won't. In computers, they call it data dumping, and you can do the same thing with cryptocurrency. They say, you can dump a crap loads of cryptocurrency in, or you can just feed it, and that's what I do. I'll put a certain amount each month into it so that the interest keeps going up. And that's how I do it. But I don't ever put a lump sum of cryptocurrency in at one time and be done with it, because you don't gain as much over a period of time. Now, if you do it in increments, you'll gain more interest. That makes sense.
Yeah, but Roger, definitely take Moose up on his advice about using MetaMask wallet connected to mine.
Yeah,
get some on-chain tokens going so you can earn liquidity while your token is sitting on the on-chain wallet.
I'm thinking about it.
Doing nothing.
Well, see, I was thinking about that, and then I was thinking about that stuff that Mark was talking about buying into mines. But then I thought about that. I'm like, isn't that isn't that a fund me? Where you put the money in?
Buying into mines. Oh yeah, like invest. Actually, it's like buying a share.
Yeah.
Of mines, right? And then you get like annual profit sharing kind of a thing, right?
Yeah.
You have that option too. I don't have that option living in Canada. I can't do it. But
well, I don't know what the payback is on that. I mean, do you have to wait until the GoFundMe is done before you can find out if they can actually buy mines? Because that's
No, I thought there was something offered a while ago that you can be a owner of mine, be a mine owner or something
right.
like
That's what I was thinking too.
that.
I haven't heard much about it after it stopped being posted on the profiles.
Mhm.
They were saying like, be the first. You have this rare opportunity
And
to be the
they're
first.
also working in it. Oh, so you just reply that you're interested, and they will notify you when it's open for
Yeah.
sale, kind of thing, right?
Tell them I want money. Like, and like the liquidity thing, the only reason why I backed away from it because it was so confusing on how to transfer freaking the cryptocurrency over. That's all it was. And
Yeah, I think you got hung up with the transferring of the off-chain your off-chain token onto the on-chain,
yeah,
and I think Moose just sorted it out for you there.
yeah,
Yeah, I think you should though, because if the faster you do it, the more tokens you'll have to promote your page. The faster you'll get paid.
yeah.
I mean, that's my strategy.
I can put a little bit of change on my Uniswap. There's nothing wrong with that for me because like it's a good tool anyhow. You know what I mean? Like you should have at least petty cash on there to where you can use it if you need it.
Mhm.
So I have no problem with all that because I've noticed that even on the wallet for Coinbase, it's completely separate from the actual page. You know what I mean? Like they're not connected, so you have to literally transfer cryptocurrency off the page onto your wallet. And
You mean the one Coinbase wallet or the Mines wallet?
Coinbase.
Coinbase.
Yeah. Like they have a wallet that can go on your browser. Where
Yes. And similar to MetaMask, right?
Right.
But you don't have any of those wallets connected to Mines right now?
Oh yeah. I've got. I'm thinking it's the Coinbase right now. And Uniswap, I was gonna hold off on it and maybe do something with it, but Uniswap just pisses me off. I gotta actually read and shit. I mean, there's Do Better.
Oh wow, I got Do Better.
Man, what the hell?
We got Chris.
We got a party going on.
All right, we got a party. I was thinking of getting up, and then you got more people joining.
Hi, hey, Do Better. What's up?
Hey,
Sorry,
now.
I'm passing out the link to everybody.
Yeah,
That's
I got
good.
the link from Moose.
That's
What's
cool.
going on?
Not
How doing?
much. Glad you're here.
Sweet.
We got
We were just talking about how to make money off of Mines.
Uh-huh.
get rich.
Well, I just posted about the live streaming. Like, when are they going to put monetization? They haven't really gave an answer. They're kind of PR about it. PR response people.
Wait, would you say that?
They
the
haven't
live
figured
stream?
it out yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I said they asked a question if would you live stream on Mines, and I was like, yeah, if y'all make it more noticeable, make it where there's live chat within the stream, so you don't have to scroll down to type a message and you're not able to see the screen, and then add monetization with some kind of analytics. So
I think they're definitely heading toward that. It's just something. This is something that it's just so fresh out, right? It's just a new feature that they're even developing.
yeah, that was their responses. Yeah, those are definitely great suggestions. Just kind of not
Oh, I'm Johnson.
not very easy to implement.
All right, we got some.
What up,
some
John
big,
G?
we got some big guns joining
doing,
us.
guys?
I'm just gonna bow out, guys.
No, you're good, man. You're
Stay
good.
right here,
Stay here,
man.
bro.
I'm scared now.
Actually, I'm really looking forward to the conversation to come, but I got to get out of here. My shift ended an hour ago, and I got over an hour to drive to get home.
Well, dang, I just got the notification. Sorry, bud.
We're glad you're
And
here,
John, I
Picos,
just got
Dave.
through telling them you're one of my best followers. You're awesome.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, John's the man. All right, Dave. Thank you for the talk, brother, and drive safe out there.
You be safe.
It's Houston. There's nothing safe about it.
That's the truth.
We're
All
glad
right,
you're here.
Rogers, I'm going to
See you
let you
later.
take over as well because I have some errands to run myself.
Okay.
Well, good talking
Uh,
to you briefly as it was.
Oh, it's fine.
Thank you, Chris. Likewise.
Yes.
See you guys next week. if you
Good
can
night,
make it.
guys. Be safe.
Glad you're here. And thank you very much, Tan. I still say that I should start calling you Fan again because I like that. Okay, so
All right, man.
I'll
See you
see you
next week.
later.
Bye.
But yeah, we were basically talking about a lot of that when it comes to like the cryptocurrency, and it took. I was explaining how it took me a long time to figure out that the cryptocurrency was basically a coin, and what the difference, not a coin, but a token, and what the difference between a token and a coin was, and Do Better was talking about what he wanted to do with live videos. So, I mean, if you want to continue with that, Do Better, go for it.
Yeah, well, I'm just bringing up whatever I was talking about. I don't know how
Yes.
that got brought up, but anyway.
But yeah, on the live stream, I have my issues too on it, like that live here. Okay, everything is set up. I am getting ready to go into my live stream. This is my first episode of Untethered. This is for Live with Roger Hanson. We're through Live with Roger Hanson on Rumble, as well as Beam and X, D Live, and Twitch. We will not be doing these. We will not be doing these streams on YouTube because of their really extreme censorship policies that they have in place. A lot of the stuff that we'll be discussing will be adult discussions that pertain to real things that are taking place, and discussions that YouTube doesn't approve of. So that's not going to stop us from going ahead and doing it, though. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get my sound tests and everything set up, make sure everything's running good. Yeah, it sounds good on Beam. So now I'm going to put that back on Studio. Got to hit refresh on Rumble, make sure it's going. There we go. Sounds good on Rumble. I don't know if it's really working on X yet. I have to hit refresh on there too. And I have to talk so that I can hear myself when I do the sound checks. Okay, sounds good on X. And now I have to hit play on DLive to find out. Sounds good on DLive. Now I am running through Twitch, but I don't have to worry about any issues when it comes to Twitch because the recordings that are being done on Twitch, or I don't have any recordings on Twitch being done. So after this stream, it's it's gone. It's the only platform that I know that still allows that. So once I'm done with the stream, it's over. I don't have to worry about copyright, anything of that nature, because it's an actual live stream without a recorded copy. So it's good, is all I'm basically saying. So with that being said, I do have everything set up. Now tonight, I'm going to tell you, it's going to be pretty controversial. Tonight's first topic, since this is named Untethered, and that's what the stream's going to be about. Basically, if you don't know what untethered means, you can go in and check the definition for it out. We're going to be discussing topics that aren't really discussed. And tonight's topic for me is going to be the topic of Moloch. Now, I've been hearing a lot of people discussing Moloch and the Luciferian plot to take over the world. And tonight I am going to get into that conversation. I'm going to share an invite to the chats for anybody who wishes to come in and have a conversation about it. They're more than welcome. And we're gonna talk about all of it. We're gonna talk about Moloch, where it originated, what it actually means in today's world. If I have enough time in the stream, I'm going to discuss how the Nazi regime was inspired by Moloch and the use of blood libel, and how that is what influenced a lot of that, and that is why we hear this thing about Jews and Moloch Ball and the Luciferian plot to rule the world through Satan, and all that crap. So with that, I'm going to make sure that I have all my notes ready. And I do have the links there. I've got to make sure that they are in the chats. I think I've already got one on Beam. I've got one on Rumble, as well as I'll put one on X with if you wish to join the stream, click the link, which I don't see anybody joining from there. I don't get very much activity on X, so, but I will post it. And also, I am going to do that or I already did it on D Live. If you guys want to join on D Live, you are more than welcome. And apparently, I've already done it on Twitch, so I've got all the links posted. If you guys want to join, I'm going to go into Element and post a link on that. I post as well as Skype. So, yeah, I'll do that on my Skype. Now, Skype is coming to an end at the end of the month, you guys know. So that's one thing I do want everybody to know. That's an announcement I think we all should be handing out, so that anybody who has a Skype account should be thinking of relocating to another platform. They have ended it. So if you guys want to use their platform, which is Teams, I believe you can, but they have excuse me, they have decided that they're going to end their services at the end of this month. It'll be at the beginning of April, January, February, no, May. It'll be at the beginning of May, actually. So
that's something I guess I should have mentioned before. So yeah, and I'll move forward from Live with Roger Hanson to my Roger's Real Time Talk Show, my Minds Roundtable, and I'll go ahead and send some stuff to Jaffe's stuff and Naroki Five's chat rooms if they want to come in, and maybe PSEC. But like I said, I doubt if anybody shows up. This is something nobody really likes to talk about. So everybody likes to bring it up in their streams, but they really don't want to talk about what it's really about. That's how bad it is, you know. You got a lot of people out there who know what it actually means and what it supports, but they don't care. You know what I mean? They just throw these words around so that they can get views and become popular among other people who have absolutely no idea what they're talking about when they mention Moloch Ball and they mention Luciferian plots and they mention, you know, those horrible, evil Jews that are trying to take over the world, you know, things of that nature. They know what it's all about. So, but the only reason why they do it is because they want to gain viewers. They want to become popular. Either that, or they're trying to push an agenda. You know what I mean? And I'll just go ahead and say it. They're white supremacists. There's people who are white supremacists that pretend like they're not, and the only reason why they're doing it is because they want to spread their message. They want to let everybody think that they aren't racist, but in reality they are racist, and they're trying to push these old anti-Semitic propaganda. It's anti-Semitic propaganda. And, you know, I was always against using that word anti-Semitic until just recently, actually, you know. It's like these people have turned around and used that as a weapon. They've weaponized that too, you know what I mean? Oh, it's not anti-Semitic. There's a whole bunch of anti-Semitics. Well, yeah, you're right. Okay, but still, that's what you're doing. You're spreading a hateful message that has killed millions of people throughout history, and you have no problem with it. You're okay with that, you know. That's what the issue's about. It's not about what's Semitic and what's not Semitic. It's about what you're doing by spreading your information. So let me pull up my notes, and we will get started with some of the stuff that I wanted to discuss tonight. So, all right. So now, this is also going to be the last time I bring this up, because to be honest with you, this discussion actually disgusts me. Okay, it's a disgusting, hateful topic that I really do not like. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because it's being mentioned a lot by a lot of people, and I have a history where I had to research this stuff. Okay, back when I first started getting into streaming, I wanted to actually get into this alt media, the supposed alt media, and try to be a part of that. And I started watching streams from people who were supposedly religious, and they would get on and they would start talking about this Luciferian plan to take over the world and spread evil and all of this stuff. And then they would start talking about Moloch, and they would start talking about hateful, racist things, okay, that it was actually turning my stomach. Now, this isn't in today's world, like within the last 5 or 6 years, which this during this time period, it's really gone up really high, but it was around even before then. This was like back during the time when Alex Jones was first getting a lot of shit, where people were kicking him off of his platforms and stuff like that, or off their platforms. He got kicked off of X and Facebook, and I actually had this channel, the Praetorian, going on Facebook as a page and a group, and I was doing streams with my brother where I wanted to do that with him together for the Praetorian. And it got so out of hand with these videos and these posts that it started disgusting me, because I would listen to them and then I would go and do the research on it, and I started finding out what this stuff was really all about, and it started disgusting me to the point where I finally walked away from it. I was doing research with another channel that I have called this. Now it's called Strange Stories, but at the time it was called The Strange, the Bizarre, the Unusual. I like it, and I had a page and a group set up on Facebook for that too. And I was doing research with that as well as with the Praetorian, and digging into some of this stuff and finding out what it was really about. And the more I started finding out, the more disgusted I got with it, until I finally walked away from the strange and the bizarre. And eventually, because of all the crap with Alex Jones and a lot of these supposed alt-right news outlets, as they called themselves during the time, I ended up getting a lot of shit on Facebook because of them. And what they would do is they would literally come on the internet and they would start spreading just straight outright lies, okay? And these were impossibly insane lies that had absolutely no truth to them whatsoever. It's like freaking they don't like all that warmness and freaking going out on the beach and getting a tan and shit.
What's today's temperatures? I know it's late now, so what's 9 degrees centigrade now, according to this?
9 degrees.
But yeah, it was about
a cold day here is like 25.
13 to 14 degrees centigrade.
Yeah, that's fucking cold, brass.
Yeah, it's warmish. It's not cold. It's
pump it up. More global warming, I say.
It's freaking cold.
Here it's like, a hot day would be like 35 and a cold day would be like 25.
According to this, next Tuesday will be 20 degrees centigrade.
How much?
20 degrees.
Oh, well, that's nice. I like 20. Yeah. 20 is all right.
21, 20.
That's not justification for blocking out the fucking sun.
I know.
That's what I'm trying to say. You guys aren't listening. I'm like, freaking English people are like that. They love that freaking gloomy.
Nah, man.
That's their comfort zone.
This isn't the English people. This is Bill Gates and his crazy fucking globalist agenda. Like, this is like they've been whispering about that for years now. I remember seeing articles about that like 2-3 years ago, and now they're finally fucking doing it. Dude, I bet they won't stop there either. If they get away with it,
you can blame Gates for a lot of things, okay? But like in this situation, you got to understand what English people are. They are freaking weirdos, dude. Okay.
I just saw a picture of King Charles, and he looked like a blood-drinking vampire, man. Straight up.
Exactly. That's my whole point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guarantee
you monarch as well.
Well,
what?
I mean,
yeah. Well, not by choice.
How many?
We're an occupied nation.
How many English people are pissed off because the sun's out and it's shining? It's warm.
I
Well,
can't.
the thing with English people is they love to complain, and if they don't have anything to complain about, they get miserable. You know.
And whether is talking about whether it's sort of opening sort of sentences.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
You go out, you say, hello to your next door neighbour. Nice weather we're having today. It always starts like that.
so that's crazy. No, they always.
Did you say lovely weather?
Yeah, nice, but lovely, bad, crap weather.
Yeah, that's right. Don't you think, especially Londoners, they love complaining more than they like saying things are good? Well, to be fair, things are bad, but yeah.
That's why
Londoners don't talk to each other.
when you said that they feel miserable if they're not complaining, I'm like, no, it's if they stop complaining, they would actually be positive and happy and in a good mood. But
I'm always in a good mood.
They've never tried it, so they don't even know.
Right? Aren't I usually positive? Generally speaking, occasionally.
Well, sometimes, as long as we're not having like a serious conversation, yeah.
I can be positive when we have serious conversations.
Oh,
well,
do it then. Challenge accepted. Do it.
I did.
Well, I don't really want to get involved in this bet.
Nah, to be fair, I tend to talk about negative shit a lot too, but I do it because I want to bring awareness about it mainly.
No, you are negative because you're Australian.
I'm not negative. I'm actually an optimist in general, but I do delve into a lot of seemingly negative topics. So
Well, you gotta go there. Like, I mean, look, dude, freaking, I was the one that came up, like you said, with the topic of Moloch. You know what I mean? And then my last episode of this one was freaking the internet is a scam, or that was the freaking, you know, I mean,
I'd be happy to make some more images for your thumbnails if you need in the future.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool. And I took I think it was 4 of the songs that you made to make a 4-minute music thing instead of it looping over and over again. So, so that whenever freaking we step away to do something, freaking it'll have like a variety of music.
Again.
Does it need to be royalty-free music that you play?
Of course.
Well, you know what's the best thing to do is just leave royalty free on. Just do your AI stuff, and if you want to do that, you know,
making sure that you do on the device.
You know, Rumble doesn't care.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be good to be able to share it on all the platforms too. You know, I don't even know for sure what Kick's, how Kick will respond to any of that even, but I don't really give a shit.
Well, I would think they would go down the same route as mines, unless there's a DMCA complaints made. They're going to ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a grey area. 'Cause I made a cover of a song and I changed the lyrics, but the melody is pretty much the same. Maybe with a bit more dubsteppy bass, but that's a new song, right?
That's a grey area because chords.
This is the negativity we're talking about here, Mark. This is the negativity we're talking about.
The English pessimistic. He's pessimistic.
I'm just trying to stay on the white side of the law.
See, I'm an optimist. I don't think they're going to catch me.
What do they call that?
Until they do.
I saw that freaking Catch Me If You Can. Remember that one?
Yeah.
What's his name? He was a freaking con man, and he was running from place to place, and they could never catch up to him.
What's the old saying? If you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Wow. All I've got is time, so.
Okay. Fair enough.
If I had to go to jail, I think I'd have a great time. I would just relax and read and chill and meditate.
Well, I could say something, but yeah. I won't even go down that way.
Just don't go to jail.
I'm just thinking soap in the shower.
No, I'm not going to jail. They'll never catch me.
Now, now we have we have some issues that I got to clear up real quick before I start, because my blender, okay, I'm doing renders and stuff, and like I'm really low on gigabytes, so everything wants to slow down. So I'm in the process.
RAM or
memory.
storage?
Memory.
Right.
I got 2 terabytes of memory, and I'm down to like.
Are you rendering right now?
Oh, you mean storage, not memory, storage.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, because memory could mean either or.
Memory is RAM, yeah.
Oh no, memory could be storage, couldn't it? Because
I suppose, yeah.
Always memory, yeah. So yeah, he's confusing us.
You guys are. I'm trying to get freaking the blender to stop, but it's because right now I was just in the middle of editing.
You only stuck on one. You've only got one machine to play around with, huh? So,
yeah, well, it's all right. I can multitask on this one, which is.
How much RAM have you got?
2 tera. 16 terabytes or 16 gigabytes.
Jeez, that's rough, man. You should get a bit more RAM. Get like
not necessarily for what you do. I think 16 would be more than suitable.
Dude, if you got 64 gigabytes of RAM, you'll never look back. It's the best thing.
Not for that purpose. It's a bit of a race.
For rendering
I have a machine here that I've got 64 megs in, but I'm used out as a virtual machine, so I host. So I split up machines, split up the RAM for the use of the machine.
I got a Proxmox server with 64, and that's handy. But I also have it on my laptop, and it's just so much faster. My other laptop's got 39, and I multitask with a lot of apps, and it still runs out of RAM sometimes.
Again, Ria asked me about this the other day, and I just went down and said, well, I point out all the machines I've got in this place, and just went through a list of and I just reminded her that it's all about use case scenarios. Depending on your use case. I mean, if you're just looking at a browser and using Microsoft Word and looking at Facebook, you don't need 64 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, the more the merrier. I would have 120.
No. Back in my retail technical days, when I was doing technical support for retail, I used to get lots of kids coming, oh, I want the biggest and fastest machine. And then when you ask them about what they are using it for, you realise that they're only going to use the machine for half the abilities.
Yeah, but we're not kids, Mark. We're power users.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's talking about gamers and stuff in particular. Yeah. They like to.
Yeah. Well, you need a good graphics card for that, for sure.
But it depends on what games you play. I play a lot of point-and-click adventures. I don't need a good graphics card.
Well, now you're getting into a touchy subject, because like you're old, dude. Okay, I'm old. Now we're talking about 16-year-old kids. Okay, these kids freaking play games that aren't like just, you know what I mean? Like the games they play are pretty sophisticated.
Yeah, and the graphics are pretty power hungry. But
I've just started modifying.
I don't even play games, and I need like a shit ton of RAM just to run, my chat apps, a couple of browsers with a bunch of tabs, my coding stuff.
No. That suggests to me that you've got a very unoptimized configuration?
Well, right now I'm using 29 gigabytes of RAM, just idling. Yeah.
Oh, that definitely tells me you got very unoptimized machine.
Well, I am on Kali Linux. It's probably
Well,
not as
irrelevant. We move out for the services that you're using. System in it.
It's the browsers, man. My browsers take a freak ton of RAM for some reason. Normally I'm around 9 gig, of RAM usage. If I shut all most of my apps down.
Going to Firefox and Chromium browsers
especially Rumble. I find if I'm on a 24-hour stream on Rumble, it goes up to like 1 to 2, sometimes 3 gigabytes, depending how long I've been running it for.
And as far as I could see, a lot of the browsers issues not really RAM related, it's more CPU issues. I mean, take Minds as an example. I've had this GitLab ticket open for 4 years now in relation, when you, especially if you use Firefox and you scrolling through a load of news feeds on Minds and you have this pop-up saying your browser slowed down. I did a little experiment using many different configurations, using 3-4 different machines a couple of years ago, and looking at the sort of performance to stability sort of thing when using Minds. And I've got an entire report on the GitLab ticket.
There's times where it tells me that the internet was disconnected on Minds, and freaking I'm like, dude, are you serious? It's like, because it's not disconnected, but that's what it reads on the platform. It'll give me a notification saying check your internet.
I noticed that on Abyss Cafe. There's quite often a weird little pop coming up saying something on the similar sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. It's really weird. No. Yeah. Okay, I finally got in there. I'm going to post on Skype to on Roger's Real-Time Talk Show for the link if anybody wants to come in there. And then I guess I could share it.
Share what?
The link if anybody wants to come in with us.
Can you give me the actual Rumble link in the chat? I'll share that so people can tune in.
Okay,
the same. The actual viewing.
Yeah,
if you go to your Rumble account and you go in there, you can repost it and you can get the share link too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that you can actually repost our stream on your freaking wall and choose which channel you want to go on.
I don't know how to spell Pretoria.
just click on my avatar, on my avatar, and then go to go to my main page, and it'll show you all the channels.
Nah, the avatar thing doesn't work from here.
That's just for purpose of spelling, it's PIAETORIAN.
Oh, AE.
IAN.
Okay, I got it.
Now, V said he might want to come in today, so I'm sending him a message.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that.
How do you,
if V comes,
how do you repost?
Mr. Robot will fall in love with him.
Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday as well.
Repost.
Now, Dave, I'm trying to bait Dave into coming into one of these episodes too. So, hopefully.
Yeah, he said
What's the topic today?
Huh?
What's the topic today we're going to talk about?
Today is going to be.
We had a lip in the Matrix, and we'll do the telescope, so-called distant live.
I've got
the Webb telescope.
What telescope?
The Webb, James Webb.
Okay.
Oh, James Webb.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that other than it's pretty cool.
And
Well, there's a
Johnson,
planet, dude.
Which one?
There's a planet they just discovered.
I thought they're discovering like.
just discovered it. They discovered it in 2009.
Is it a new one? Like, is it nearby or something, or what?
It's an exoplanet, so it's outside of our solar system. I can't remember. It's something like 7,000 light years away or something.
I'm going in there now. I had to freaking post the topic to B so he could do it. I'll put it in the chat area so that everybody has it in here. I hope it's not too long. Did it come up there?
Where?
On the side chat, did it show up?
Not on this side.
It's alright, I got the link now, so.
Oh yeah, okay.
No, it's not showing up.
God, it's warm in here, actually.
I am able to see the freaking link, the chat. No live chats yet. Okay. Oh. Maybe that'll do it. Nope. Wait a minute. I'm streaming, so that should actually be happening, man.
Are we live?
Yeah, it's actually streaming. All this since we were talking about the weather in England is being there.
Hello, folks. Welcome. There's always like a little bit of dead time at the beginning, but maybe you should introduce the topics. Again.
Why don't you go ahead and just keep on having a conversation, and then when I get things straight, we can do that. Yeah, what up?
I thought you said we were already live.
Well, we are live, but like
this is our dead time.
This is our dead time, like you said. I'm trying to like actually get the topic and share the stream and everything. I'll do the countdown. Okay. I'll do the countdown and I'll let you do the introduction. Sound good?
I shared the stream on Hacker Radio and on Tinfoil Hat Club on Element.
Freaking I need to be careful too because I got the riot act yesterday for acting all rebellious and shit. I don't want that stuff.
Hardly.
I got laid into like you wouldn't believe, dude.
You are being melodramatic.
That's how you know you're being effective. You know, that's how you know you're being effective.
Oh yeah, I was very effective yesterday. That right there was. Thank goodness it wasn't on stream because I mean people would have gotten a bad.
Oh, did you edit that video? You going to edit it, or are you still in the process?
Yeah, I'm getting it edited. It was only like maybe a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It felt like freaking an eternity because like right then and there, all of a sudden I was thinking, oh shit. And then it was like an auto response. I went to YouTube and bam, the freaking video I deleted it. So I'm getting good.
YouTube deleted it?
No, I did it.
Like
I'm getting right up on it, and I keep forgetting, that I need to be careful when I go into live stream with people because this time it was like an automatic response. Bam! I went in there and I deleted the freaking live stream as it was going on. So
even though YouTube seems to have taken a bit of a backseat on that subject recently.
Well, until I get freaking verification, I don't believe nothing.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
So, are we going to talk about the Pope today as well? Is that what?
Yeah.
Is that one of the other?
I was wanting to freaking. I was wanting to freaking post the subject into the chat, but it wouldn't let me do it. So.
By the way, your Wall Street Journal reference. I couldn't view it because it was behind the paper wall.
The Wall Street Journal one.
Yeah.
They're probably trying to milk all you.
Well, I found better material anyway.
I
found the entire cool docket.
Yeah, I've seen that. I mean that, dude.
Did he even browse through document 1033?
No, those dude. If I was to download all those PDFs, it would freaking bog my.
Most of those PDFs are very short. They're just memorandums and little comments. Really, it's really the orders that are more important.
Okay. Well, so far we have everything set up and ready to go. It looks like I put out the notifications on Skype. I'm going to post them on X. I guess I could do it on Minds. Do you guys want me to? Because
I don't mind.
You're not going to get any traction on that. Not on a.
I reckon post it later. Post it on Minds afterwards.
You know? I mean, if you wanted to do that, I would have suggested that you published a link, the reference about a week ago.
I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah. You don't expect last minute sort of things. I criticise the staff for doing such things in the past.
I mean, I don't even like posting it a week ahead of time, dude. Like here for a little while, if you guys want to mute out, you can. Mark Edward, he's definitely going to do it, but I'm going to do my 15-minute music thing so I can smoke a cigarette, we can get coffee started, and then we can start the stream.
Okay, I'm not sure making enough coffee.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Now, Mr. Robot is the one who's going to do the introduction, I believe.
I don't know if that's a good idea because I don't have a great grasp on the discussing.
Just do the introduction. You
All
do
right.
good.
All right.
You do good.
Don't forget about the music, Roger.
Oh, Mark, you're the guy in the pictures. Okay.
Yeah.
The thumbnails that Roger puts up. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the bloke with the actual pictures that he uses all the time, which scares the shit out of me.
You know, you look rather, I wouldn't say intimidating, but you look very concerning. The picture. Sure.
Indeed.
Like you're definitely on a government watch list.
Yeah, I've been telling him that.
Yeah.
He's our token rule follower.
Okay.
Only rule follower. I just know the law. I just know various elements of law and
he knows how to walk the line.
No, I get confused. How many shows is there that he has? I mean, there's the Gaming with Infamous, and then this is Untethered.
This Untethered Tech Talk that we do on Thursdays. Is Wonderful World of Weirdness thing.
And
okay.
4 or 5.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I forgot to upload the break music, so yeah. But yeah, he's right. Mark's telling you the facts. We're on all the time if you ever want to come on too, by the way.
Well, you know, I've officially retired my show, so I don't know. I might start up again one of these days, but for right now, I'm definitely. I like being a guest more than like being a host, I would say. So I'm always jumping from show to show.
Well, I mean, like I said, if you want to come on, you can.
because I enjoy talking to you. I don't get very much time to do it. So if you ever want to come on the show, just come on.
Well, I gotta get the schedule down.
Well, 5 p.m. usually is all my time. It's just Central Time is usually when I do mine.
5 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
Okay. Like on Wednesdays and Thursdays?
The only days I don't really stream is Monday and Tuesday, and those are my gamer days. Those are when I become infamous OG 1973.
Okay.
Right. So, but even on those days, you can probably get in touch with me too. So
yeah, I gotta hop in there. Me and my better half, we're gonna start up a channel. Basically, it's gonna be me explaining Warhammer 40K to her while I play modded games that cover the subject of the show. So I've got like Space Marine mods for Doom. Yeah, so you put the different monster mods in there, that might look like different factions, and so
you better be careful. You're gonna get Mark Edworthy excited. He's really into that.
Oh yeah. Actually, weirdly enough, I did a couple of months ago buy the entire complete set of first Dawn of War. Dawn of War series.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I have very little time to play anything at the moment. To be fair.
Yeah, I love Warhammer 40K. I've been a fan since I was in junior high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interested in the lore rather than the tabletop then. Tabletop bores me, but that goes back to my dad. My dad's was a professional figure modeler, so he used to create 1-2 inch figures for and paint them for military old military sort of war games. So reenacting things like Waterloo and stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Some people think I'm just obsessed with warfare. It's like, yeah, well, I grew up in a military household. I joined the military myself. I know martial arts, trained and self-taught. Football. It's like my entire life has just been a battlefield. Of course, my media is filled with nothing but warfare. Are you guys not on the Skype /Teams?
No.
I am. Me and Roger is, but
I tried to stay away from monitored chats because of the things that happen to you.
Well, see, these people want to monitor me. I do my best to put on a show for them. That's my attitude about it. You want to watch me? I'm going to give you something to see.
I want to just be able to burn my identity and start again if I have to,
I became the vaudeville, okay? I actor upon a stage.
But yeah, I got chats dedicated to like fringe conspiracy, topics, and I got ones that are dedicated to like proper in-depth research topics from science to history to all sorts. And then I got various tech channels that are like reverse engineering dedicated, malware.
Oh, my friend, you and I are going to get along just fine.
Yeah. So I'd love to be in contact.
Yeah. Has Roger told you about my show? I was the host of the Red Pill Hardcore Radio Show. I've actually been at several different radio stations, different radio networks.
I think I've tuned into that one time. Yeah.
Yeah. So, uh, uh, you know, I might start up the show again if I could find a suitable co-host. I've trained many co-hosts over the years, hoping I can find someone to take over my show. It's just, I've never found the one that could do it. So,
well, what do you think the role of a co-host should be?
Well, I mean, the way I treat my co-host is it's basically who can drive the show. The show's got to keep going. It doesn't matter who's leading, who's supporting. I've had entire shows where my co-hosts are just going off. I'm like, speak it, sisters, go ahead.
I like to be the one that's sort of like in the background doing the fact checking and like pulling up research and pictures and videos and that kind of stuff.
So. I do my own research. I basically it's like what you probably do here. It's just like paneling, No, I don't have co-host research this, do that. Whatever. I actually pull everything up fresh. Like, what do you think?
As you go,
not knowing anything. What do you think?
Yeah, but I find sometimes it's hard to like do the visuals while you do the talking. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
But yeah, some people are good at it.
I was going to say,
I usually have a producer.
I was just going to say, co-host, and it's also related to banter and keeping the conversation flowing, even if you in between guests and stuff.
Roger's
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even have to agree with me. I like. It's rare that I get controversy. Typically, people agree with me or have something to compliment what I say. Usually. But I like the shows where people disagree, and then we can sit and talk about the difference and what we know and try to find a middle ground.
That's why we keep Mark around. He disagrees with everything I say.
Well,
so.
yeah, I like to stay on the rational sort of viewpoint, more of a rationalist.
I think you mean misinformed.
The voice of reason and all the craziness.
Indeed. Indeed.
All right. I like that.
I am back. It took a while for that song to come out, but later on we can probably do it if we want to take a break and everything. And I was thinking about it too. Now, it would be really nice to get an interview in with V. And if you wanted to, Mr. Robot, you want to do an interview?
Hell yeah. I want to know more about this stuff that's been happening to him.
Okay, so let me do a countdown. We'll start it out, and then after that, we'll go into the topics, because this is kind of like set up on how Minds Roundtable was, but it's untethered, and we have topics and everything. With this one,
are you cool to talk about that stuff, V, or?
We were talking about
you should set something up with me separate. I don't want to step on what you guys already got going.
No, man, hey, this is good. Actually, because you were talking about wanting to do an interview with me too, anyhow. So,
well, yeah. I mean, you told me these guys like to talk tech, and it's like, well, when I did my shows, it was so hard to get anybody even close to the intellectual level of anything I was talking about. So I had to bring everything down to like a third grade level, and that just was time consuming and frustrating.
Yeah. So you guys cool with that?
Yeah.
I'd be happy to do it. That sounds like fun.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then after that we can, because this is the last one we did went like 5-6 hours. So it's these are long streams, so we can.
We're going to need a break in between because last night was a killer.
Well, that was horrible.
6 hours, 5 hours.
I got reamed out.
And I got to talk to probably Mark. Mark would be my guy there. Maybe help me procure a English accent because I have a movie role I got to do where I'm an Englishman here in a year.
English accent. I have had this discussion with Roger, and there is no such thing as an English accent. In the UK, we've got many accents. Like in the US, there's many different accents.
Yes.
Are you talking about Liverpudlian? Are you talking about...
Mark's got a middle class English accent, you know. If you want to go the pompous English, you probably need more like a Prince Charles more.
He's got a country boy accent. Like, you know how I got my country boy accent?
Well, the only two accents I'm aware of, or three, is the proper Queen's English, and then there's the Cockney, and then the Liverpool.
You need to learn to stop rolling your R's, I think, you know, if you
Liverpool,
want
to. I love Liverpool accents, especially on chicks.
Oh yeah.
You about me?
Newcastle. No. I hate Liverpool and Newcastle.
I'll put a link to our private chat in the chat there if you can see it, B. So just save it there for later.
But yeah, man, you're always welcome on here, man. And see, this is the reason why I was so glad freaking V came on, because I knew you and V would just hit it off.
Hey guys, I got to step away for like 5 minutes, and I'll join you in the next segment.
All right. Now, this would be a good time. Let me go ahead and throw that 15-minute music on. You guys jump up and go get yourself a drink of coffee, use the bathroom, smoke a cigarette, whatever. Okay, robot?
Okay, thanks, mate.
And then we'll be back, and we'll get down to the nitty-gritty, the dirty stuff. Start talking about hot chicks and stuff like that. Sound good? You already bailed on me. It's like, shut up, Roger.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let me put that music on. I made a video out of it instead of doing just regular music. That way I'll at least have a background.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man. A new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing into unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled around. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot round and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot round around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying out to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his starborn accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waits at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no grain could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From these the Tetragonical echoes, ancient heart as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma.
after falls, all vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Skies split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survived. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Green Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, the core attention, all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma. Their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up to pitch them, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods weren't myths, they're mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's crates can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in symbol living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Mummies stolen, nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis, truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with the allegorical crypts. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in symbol living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens have, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths of metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math, and law, then dip beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. Reset Tepe dawn when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The Emerald Taylor's truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
Stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hold a hand, rising cold and divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, truth's a spiral eternity. In the language of symbolism, gods we've been missing.
Okay, I'm back. It took a second. I was actually just a few minutes short or late on that one. Sorry about that. Okay. So.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
Guys.
Yeah. Still there?
So my phone is dying, and I don't know where my charger is. So I'm gonna have to skip out the rest of the episode.
Hey man, it was great having you for that interview.
All right.
Hey, do you see the link in the chat there, V?
Yes.
Are you on Rumble Studio?
Yes.
Yeah, copy that down. Come say hello, and then I'll invite you to all the other chats and stuff. And we can share notes and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to copy it.
You
tap
don't
and hold, maybe?
Yeah, he's on.
Roger, can you send it to me later?
Yeah, I can copy and paste it and send it on Skype for you because I'm on Skype. So
yeah, my phone's about to die.
I'm gonna put it in the PSEC chat.
Okay.
That way on.
All right, thanks guys. It was good meeting you, and talk to you soon.
Hey man,
all the best. Take care.
Thanks for coming in. That was a great interview.
Yeah. How long did we go for?
You guys,
I wasn't keeping track of time.
You guys,
an hour, 2 hours, something like that.
2.5 hours. I just realised that I was muted, but yeah, 2.5 hours.
Wow, felt like no time. So, what's our next topic, Roger?
Roger's just disappeared.
Oh, well, what do you want to talk about next? I had a look on his agenda, and we have a few options. Where is it? The Webb telescope detects a possible signature of life on a distant world. The judge on tech monopoly. Just before Zuckerberg bought Instagram, he identified a now defunct social startup known as Facebook. I feel like we've talked about that a fair bit.
Well,
or
we haven't talked about it on the show yet, so that's the cool part about it. See, we've done the conversation in chat, but we've never done it on stream. This is
Didn't
where
we just have a whole thing on DARPA and Facebook and all that?
Well, that was Tech Talk, and we actually got more in depth. This one is just about the monopoly.
Okay.
So
yeah,
and
that's why I gave you that that link to all those that court records earlier.
And we're talking about current events that are taking place too. Which
well, I'm interested in this Webb telescope thing. I don't know much about. I haven't come across that news yet. I'm about to look at it now.
Okay.
Now, Mark actually has his opinions on it. He actually said he wanted to make some comments on that. So I think we should start it out with him talking about it, because get his take on it first.
Okay. As far as I can see, all the mainstream media, all the medias are saying possible signatures of life, which I totally fundamentally disagree with. There is a exoplanet that's found that's been discovered, or that was discovered in 2009. And it's only just been now talked about. I think it's about 7,000 light years. So I don't know what's that in actual miles. I did have numbers earlier, but I've lost them. But yeah, as I said, various.
You got to start over. Your voice just died out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your mic went out. Various what?
Yeah. Sorry, might as well there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The James Webb Telescope detected a planet that potentially contains water and possibly methane on it. So that does suggest there is a possibility of not a signature of life, but a possibility for the conditions to allow for life. I know there's a very slight, small difference, but there is a distinction there.
Yeah. Well, what did they say? Sulfur-based molecules called dimethyl sulfide, which on Earth are only produced by life, primarily maritime phytoplankton. So it is a signature for life, to be honest.
It's a signature for condition, as you said, on Earth.
Yeah.
Who knows what it? Yeah.
What they're saying is, we have noticed that life produces it here, so possibly it can do it elsewhere.
Right.
So it
Yeah,
is
but you're
one of
making
the
a very,
signatures of life.
I think you're
Specifically
making a
photoplankton.
very large leap there between the possibility of
Oh, see, he's getting excited. His mic's starting.
Can you put my screen back up, Roger? I'll
I
show
can-
him the article.
Yeah,
I've read various articles anyway, so.
Well, I want to add to that too, because you actually hit on some good points, and the article that I read on was off of freaking Science and Nature, and they actually did a pretty good article on it. They said that they mentioned some of the stuff that you mentioned, but they also added that there's a chance that these signs that they're getting, because what they have to do is they don't actually like visualize the planet, and I think a lot of people get a misconception of that, because when they see these photos from NASA, they think that they're the actual things, and they're not. Those are actually artists who draw those photos, and they use them, but what they actually do is they take the telescope and they aim it at a sun, and they wait for shadows to go through it, and the way they determined what chemicals were found on that planet is they looked at the difference in the coloring coming off of that shadow with the backdrop of the sun behind it when it's in between the telescope, Earth, and the sun. So that's how they do it. And what they said was this could indicate water. It could indicate, but it could also indicate a planet that has liquid lava all over it, for example. So the one thing that does tie it in is what Mr. Robot was saying when he was talking about the compounds there. But they said that the best thing to understand is just because that's the way it is on Earth doesn't mean that human or life is the only thing that actually creates those compounds. You know what I mean? We don't know that far ahead in technology to really determine that life is the only way that those compounds are created.
Wow, I can't imagine that it would be. They said it's a 0.3% chance that the findings are a fluke, but they also say that not only is the planet 124 light years away, it's got a star called a red dwarf, right? So that means it's older than our solar system. The sun has already exploded into a red dwarf. So the fact that it's older to me says that there has been more time for life to develop potentially, It is a little bit cooler as well, so it's possible that it's more stable conditions for that kind of life, So yeah,
I was watching
I think it's a potential.
Potential. But I was watching a Lotus Eaters video a couple of days ago, and I think I linked it to you. I mean, or referenced it in Matrix. After I saw it, where the commentator was looking at this same issue, bloke by the name of Bayou Dada, was Dad, and he pointed out that as far as we know, a red dwarf sun cannot, even though the planet is within the so-called Goldilocks zone. So,
well, they say this one is in the Goldilocks zone. Liquid water can exist at that distance.
But he mentioned that as far as we know, there is red dwarfs cannot, because of radiation, cannot allow for life on planets within that area.
Now, it also goes on here to say, too, that the Earth, the planet actually, first of all, is named K218b. And the planet itself is 8 to 9 times more massive than what the planet Earth is. Now, what I've learned about it is yeah, in context of a planet that is our size, that would apply. But when it comes to bigger planets, that necessarily doesn't apply either. And they were also talking about the moon. What is it? The ice moon. This could also have a frozen top or something of that nature, which I believe.
Not necessarily a filter.
So, fact check false, Mark. Red dwarfs emit less radiation than our sun, not more. So, it could potentially create conditions where, bacterial life would exist, like phytoplanktons and stuff.
Oh, he just fact checked you. Isn't that so?
Again,
I can't have Mark spreading misinformation around here.
Okay, again, it goes back to my point though. Conditions,
England too.
Conditions rather than potential conditions.
Well, yeah. I mean, and like I said too, when it comes to this stuff, you can't really give a hard point fact that there's life that's been discovered on another planet, because there are other factors.
No, you can't. But when it quacks like a duck, flies like a duck, and tastes like a duck, it probably is a duck, isn't it, Mark?
You've got to prove out that it definitely tastes and flies and quacks like a duck.
Yeah, they were actually talking about that. Like when they do their experiments, like that. They have to be more precise than the percentages when it comes to gambling, okay? And they were talking about that. So it's like before that, what they have to do is they have to be 99.999999% sure, that this is true, before they can freaking come up with an agreement that there is actually signs of life on that planet. It's actually 99.999999, or just 5 nines.
Didn't they figure out that mushroom spores can actually exist in space for really long periods of time?
I don't know about that. I've heard of bacteria being found on the inside of the satellite that was retrieved from the outer orbit, I believe.
That's right. And didn't they find some Mars rocks here that had things that looked like bacteria, ancient bacteria on it, something like that?
But that could come from got shot out into space, meteorites or something. But again, you were talking about in the
now you're dabbling in conspiracy theories, Mark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We are talking about in the solar system here. We are talking about our own solar system here. We're not talking about.
Did he go blank again?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, I found out that right now they're at 97 or 99.7% sure, and that's not good enough for convincing scientists that this stuff is even there to be.
99.7. I'd take a bet on that any day. I like those odds.
And then they said, let's say they get to 99.99999% sure that it is there. That doesn't tell you what's making those materials either.
Mark will still come out and say, yeah, but there's still a 0.00001% chance that there isn't life.
and yes, Earth does produce those materials, okay, for a certain kind of life, but that doesn't preclude that they're the only that there aren't other processes that exist that on these other planets, that are
For that specific signature, they said it could also mean that there's a magma ocean over the planet, which means no life would exist there for sure.
Right. But it would be cool because then you'd be visiting a freaking planet like the one off of freaking Star Wars, and I think that's cool. So any way you look at it, I think that's going to be a pretty cool thing that they're going to be looking at. You know. So go ahead.
Do you know about Francis Crick?
No. Tell me about Francis.
He is one of the guys that found out what the DNA double helix looks like. I can't remember the other scientist's name, but they basically they looked at an X-ray of DNA and it looked like an X. And then they took LSD and they actually realized it was a double helix. They were the first ones to discover it. And they also realized that the conformation of DNA is actually so complex. There isn't enough in our historical record. There hasn't been enough time for it to naturally have formed here. Mm-hmm. All right, let that sink in. Like, they were the first ones to come up with this idea of panspermia, directed panspermia, which says that DNA had to have come from somewhere else for life to exist here. Now, if you follow that logic, it means that either DNA is accidentally being transported around the universe, or it is intentionally being transported around the universe. Mm-hmm. And if the latter is true, we have sort of like scientist aliens going around using planets as petri dishes for genetic experiments, long-term, million-year-long, genetic experiments, which makes a lot of sense to me, considering that it's the perfect environment to do such a thing. You can monitor how DNA evolves over time and develops in different conditions. That would create the perfect place to come back to and harvest DNA for potential uses on other planets that have those conditions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Again, it just makes sense.
You make an assumption that life didn't begin on Earth. And if you say
this is not my assumption, Mark. This is the people who discovered DNA that came up with this theory. So that's a little bit of credence behind it.
If life didn't exist on this planet, you could say life didn't exist on any other planet, which, in probability, they only exist on one planet. Therefore, how did that sound?
Look at the facts. Look at the facts, Mark. What have we learned in the last few years? All right, we've learned that there are spaceships going around our planet that we don't know where they come from. We don't know who's flying them, but we know we can't shoot them down, and they're going faster than anything we've ever seen before. At the same time, we've got government whistleblowers coming out in Congress saying, "Oh yeah, we have alien bodies, we have alien technology." All right, now, if that is true, that means there is life out there. There's life here. So if aliens are here, there's aliens everywhere. All right, just by the sheer fact that we've discovered, like, we used to think the Earth was rare and as a planet in the Goldilocks zone that can support life. But now that we can detect planets, we've found out that they're actually mega abundant throughout the universe, meaning there's a lot of surface area out there for life to exist. So just statistically, I mean, the chances are very, very high that there's a lot of life out there,
Again, potential. And also, if there is life out there, how you making another assumption that these planets are billions of miles away, and that these beings, let's call them, have got the ability to actually travel billions of miles.
Hold up. I'm gonna give you guys some feedback on what Real Angel Espero said on Roger on Skype. his insight is this is all bullshit. I don't believe shit that NASA says. Here
Well,
is
this is
when,
not NASA that we're talking about. We're talking about, eminent scientists in the field. We're not. This is before NASA, even in the 1960s,
no, I'm
Carl Sagan, Richard
I'm
Dawkins.
I'm talking about the Webb telescope detecting possible.
Okay.
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 Now he goes on to say, here's when you know NASA is full of shit. They keep looking into other galaxies and tell us they found this shit. But forget other galaxies. How about focusing on some solar system in our galaxy? If you can tell me there is life on a planet in a galaxy light years from our galaxy, why can't you fucking tell? Why can't you fucking point these telescopes and show us what's going on in our solar system or the ones in our galaxies?
Yeah.
And when saying goes, and when, as the saying goes, what a tangled web we weave when we first conspire to deceive. NASA equals never a straight answer.
Fair enough.
Okay. I haven't actually looked into this, but I suspect NASA isn't the only ones that have said this. I'm sure if this is true, there must be other space agencies out there or other, satellite detection agencies.
Something you are forgetting, Mr. Robot. The telescopes are not just looking into a distance; they're looking back in time.
Yeah. Depends how far away, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So by the time we get there, there's going to be hot chicks in bikinis. See? So it doesn't matter if it's lava. It doesn't matter if it's lava or water, because at this time, as we're speaking, we're looking at that planet and it could have lava on it. But by the time we get there, there's going to be water everywhere. There's going to be hot chicks.
This planet is only 124 light years away. That means we're only looking 124 years back in time. That's not that long ago. Yeah, a lot can happen in 124 years, but in terms of life existing, it's probably still there if it was there,
Yeah.
If we're talking about thousands of light years, that's a different thing, maybe, or hundreds of thousands. But,
Actually, yeah, you're right, because the 7,000 could be 7,000 miles, I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to point out, too, that freaking where I got my information came from. The people saying that stuff came from Cambridge, so don't take all that literally. You know how people in Cambridge are. They just... You know what I mean? If it was like a cool university or a college like Oxford.
Cambridge has got its own university?
Well, of course it does. I'm just saying don't take it at face value, because it is Cambridge. Now, if it was Oxford or Harvard or something, you know what I mean? That would be Notre Dame back in the day before they freaking actually had universities and they had to teach kids there. That's education, buddy.
I think Cambridge is the second most popular or most well-known, or most according to league tables, the second best university in the UK.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Okay, so
followed by Exeter.
I think I better be careful, because now, if you did a fact check on me, I would probably not really be accurate about the statements I just made. So, just now, I know don't. Now, I do want to talk about my favorite planet too. This is like extra juicy stuff. This is the cool one. This is the one that our grandkids and great grandkids, whichever ones make it there, is going to freaking have a ball with. Okay,
And I've mentioned it a couple times, but I'm going to mention it again because this is cool shit. And if I could go there, I would have a blast, okay? And it's WASP 193B, otherwise known as Cotton Candy Planet, dude.
Can you say it again? WASB.
WASP WASP 193 B.
This sounds like some Rick and Morty shit.
Dude, this is the coolest freaking planet that has ever been discovered by anybody. Okay, if you could ever imagine a planet that you would want to exist, this would be it. Okay, now it's referred to as Cotton Candy Planet because it is exceptionally large and about 50% bigger than Jupiter. Okay, but it's also very light with a density comparable to that of cotton candy, dude. It is located 1,200 light years from Earth, too. So
we got an image of it. Yeah.
what do you think about that, man? Now, I was telling people that what I'm going to do if I had the chance to go there, I would freaking like get just like a whole outfit made of Velcro, and I would just start bouncing off shit, dude, like a freaking trampoline, and the Velcro would make me stick to stuff, and then whenever I stick, all I'd have to do is push away, fall back, bounce again, and then stick to something else, dude. I'd be like a freaking superhero, man.
There could be a problem there.
Well, it's a long distance away. It's 1,232 light years away. We'd all be dead by the time you get there.
And there's another problem there. Even if it is full of cotton, candy floss, as we call it in the UK, who's to say that it's breathable?
Well, he'd have a suit on, Mark, of course.
The
real problem is the surface temperature is 981 degrees Celsius or 1,798 degrees Fahrenheit.
Surely if it's made out of candy floss sugar, it will all be liquid.
Well, the planet
would be liquid by the time he gets there.
They said that the planet is so light that it has been described as super fluffy.
Get this, 1 year on that planet is only 6.2 days. Can you imagine that?
Oh my God. So that means you would age faster too.
Yeah.
Well, you'll be older. I don't know if you age faster.
Well, eventually as time goes by, your biology would adjust to the planet.
Yeah.
Wow. It's 1,000 degrees Celsius, mate. I don't know. I thought here was hot, but
you're not going to be. Well, maybe if we get to the point where like we could actually live at least above Venus in the atmosphere, and like floating islands, and handle that temperature, maybe we could come up with metals to where we could make it there, and then stuff like that. But I don't see that happening very soon.
I've got bad news. It's on NASA's website, so can't really trust it's even there.
Yeah, that's true. Now, it's primarily composed of hydrogen and helium, dude. Now, you have to understand that is like a theme park just waiting to happen, okay?
Well, I would give it a try if I could survive the heat.
Okay, so you guys don't think that going to this planet on vacation is a good idea?
Until we can develop suits that can hack that kind of temperature, I think I'll probably pass. Although, if we could somehow create that here, that would be dope.
That is actually pretty cool. I like those graphics.
Cotton Candy World. It's like somewhere when Rick and Morty would go on a holiday.
Yeah, it would. I think that was probably the best way. That was the best topic to open
with the freaking topics on, because that's just cool when you talk about these planets. And and after I learned about the cotton candy planet, I was like, I have to add that in. That's without saying. So that was the thing that I did want to bring up.
Well, you know my stance on the whole extraterrestrial life thing. I'm way past that. Like, I already know life exists out there. I don't need proof. But you know, if we get it, that'd be nice for everyone else's sake. But I think what's more interesting is what are they doing and why are they here, in my opinion.
Well, another thing too, while you guys were talking,
I like
it made me think about something, because like I know you guys aren't real big on television and movies and stuff, but you know how I feel about that. I'm all right with it. I have no problems with it whatsoever. Okay, but it reminds me of Halo, the storyline behind Halo, and when Mr. Robot was talking about scientists going around creating life with DNA, it doesn't necessarily mean that had to have been a human or a being that did it. It could have been a drone that just came and literally freaking seeded the entire freaking region with DNA. You know, it
could be easy to do.
Yeah.
But where did that drone come from?
It came from freaking the world where these ancient beings would have originally been from. They could have still been there, or they could have
China of space, you know.
Prometheus really hits home on that one. If you ever watch the Predator Alien series, Prometheus freaking really hits home on that, because that's one thing Ridley Scott was really, really keen on. He really picked up on that storyline, and that's why he came out with Prometheus, because they skipped the whole thing. Because in the first episode of Aliens, they showed him going down to the planet, and that guy got that freaking alien stuck to his face, but nobody really paid attention to that big alien sitting up in that freaking that gunnery on the top part. He was a big freaking albino freaking alien.
This is the one where he's like a big white alien, right? Like,
right. And Ridley Scott, when he started getting into it, he wanted to focus in on that and kind of bring everybody back to that part of the story. Because
the funny part of that story to me was that the humans approached it thinking, it'll be grateful if we wake it up, and like it'll be friendly to us. And then it turns out, nah, we're just bugs. Like, fuck it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I really thought that was interesting. Now, with that being done, we could go to the judge rules on Google if you want to get to that one. It's up to you guys, but we can stay on this if you want to.
Well, no, I think let's move on. We've got a lot to talk about, so.
Okay. This is actually two parts connected. This has to do with the federal judges that have found Google had violated antitrust laws by unwillingly or willfully acquiring and maintaining monopoly power in the advertising technology market, rounding out a 2-year saga after the U.S. and 8 states filed its initial complaints against the Alphabet-owned company. The court will set a briefing schedule and hearing date to determine appropriate remedies for the antitrust violations per a Thursday filing. Now, the remedies could include forcing Google to break up its advertising business, like selling its Google Ad Manager, which includes the Ad Exchange, and DFP, which is DoubleClick for publishers. The ad server used for publishers, is what it says. Now, they actually were talking more into it. I'm not going to read like in all of it, you know what I mean? But if it gets brought up in the conversation, I can pull it out. But these ad companies or these advertisement tools, this is what really got them was the ADX ad exchange and the DFP, which is DoubleClick for publishers.
Can you explain to me what that is? I don't even know.
Well, I know a little bit about DoubleClick for publishers. That's the one I was talking to Mark Edworthy about the other day, where like when you go into your email on Gmail, these advertisers actually have the ability to freaking determine if you've clicked on an email and opened it, or if you just let it go by. And they've been.
I guess Google sells them that data.
That is based upon inline images or inline data being linked to the email. So if your email has got a image that's been retrieved from an external source, but not depends on the email clients you use, and most web-based clients, so
right.
Gmail.
So you're saying if the image renders, they can detect?
Yeah, it will just display the image itself. But other emails clients, such as I use KD's Kmail on my workstation. It's by default, it doesn't display the images, therefore, or it doesn't load the images, therefore, this is a bit of null and void in that respect.
It says here, Google possessed monopoly power in the general search and general search text advertising markets and violated Section 2 of the Sherman Act by entering exclusive dealing agreements with certain equipment manufacturers like Apple, Samsung, Verizon, and others, which made Google's search engine the exclusive default on smartphones and web browsers. The court found that Google illegally maintained its monopoly in the relevant markets through these agreements.
Yes.
It's about time.
Yeah. But there's a caveat there. Two caveats, because this is still technically an ongoing case, and it's potentially the Google, Alphabet, Google LLC will appeal this. This goes back to the sort of Microsoft ruling back in 2002, 2003, 2004. The US ruling in relation to shipping what was at the time Internet Explorer with Windows 98 and XP, and which sort of set a precedent for this, even though Microsoft is, as soon as you install or have a copy of Windows, Internet Explorer is there by default, or Edge now is there by default.
Yeah.
So it's not really worked as far as Microsoft's concerned. So that's set a legal precedent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was you going to say, Rob?
The judge said that it was anti-competitive because they, one, foreclosed a substantial share of the markets, and two, deprived rivals from sufficient user data scale to compete with Google, and three, reduced the incentives of rivals and nascent competitors from investing and innovating in the markets.
Right.
And they paid tens of billions of dollars to maintain exclusive default status, which they deemed to be, antitrust.
Just going back to the Microsoft case, the US ruling on the Microsoft case didn't have any teeth at all in reality.
It's coming back up there, Mark. Do you see this? See on the screen?
yeah, but
This is just yesterday it came out.
the EU at the time also, or a couple of years later, actually did a similar case, and they did actually force Microsoft up to a point to change the practices, but only within the EEA.
Now, also, I want to point out as well, this is not the only case. Like, there's a separate antitrust case that another judge last year found that Google illegal monopolized the general internet search market. The judge has yet issued remedies on that case, but is expected to do so in the mid 2025, which this article might actually be a lot older. Let me see the date. No, it's April 17th. So sometime within the mid 2025 is when they have it, but they haven't made any remedies to that yet, and that's kind of where I'm going with it too. I don't see them actually making any remedies to the problem here in the United States. They're just
Granted, I agree.
Because first of all, these guys are crooks. Any way you want to paint them, they make it out like they're social activists and social justice this and social justice that, and all they are freaking they're basically freaking they're feeding off of the advertisers. They don't even care about the people on their platforms. They care about the advertisers.
Who are you referring to when you say they?
Google, YouTube.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Alphabet Sync. Something you've got to consider is
you gotta sit still, dude. You're getting excited again. he did it again. Hold on. Okay, so that was another case too, separate, that I wanted to point out with it. You know what I mean? Now, let me go ahead and get this going. Now, after that, in the AdTech case, the judge was Leonie M. Brinkema. And she wrote in her memorandum opinion that the plaintiffs failed to prove that the open web display advertiser ad networks are a relevant market where Google has monopoly power. These networks help advertisers buy display ads across the open web, so they're outside of closed ecosystems like Facebook, Instagram, and Google search.
I apologize. I just had a mitigation. But as I was saying,
he did it again. I'm going to get back to reading. Now, the judge did agree that Google violated the Sherman Act by monopolizing and unlawfully tying two parts of the ad tech stack together, specifically DFP and ADX, and that Google is guilty of abuse of monopoly power in the publisher's side ad tech. And then it goes on to say, we won half of this case, and we will appeal the other half. And that's from Leanne Mulholland, Google's Vice President of Regulatory Affairs. And she said that in an email statement. And then she went on further to say the court found that our advertisers tool and our acquisitions, such as DoubleClick, don't harm competition, and we disagree with the court's decision regarding our publishers' tools. Publishers have many options, and they choose Google because our ad tech tools are simple, affordable, and effective. You back, Mark?
Yeah, I just realised my dock that this machine's plugged into, which has got an Ethernet connection on it, was getting hot, so I've just switched over to Wi-Fi.
Now, before you get started, since Robot was here and heard me read that, what's your take on that? I don't even know if it's too good.
Well, I'm a bit jaded with the whole simple and effective, safe and effective rhetoric. It makes me immediately not trust it. I just think if it was so good, why do you have to push it on everyone? Wouldn't you have like organic adoption? I think they should definitely open up the space to some competition, because the more centralized these things get, the more corrupt they get. The more reliant people become on tech and not having alternatives, the more they'll jack up the prices, or the more they'll, introduce more advertising than you want. And, then it doesn't become about the people, it becomes about the platform. So.
Yeah. What's your take on that, Mr. Edworthy?
Google is the major player in the search engine world, and obviously all the AdSense and all the advertising is interlinked to that. Even though there are competition out there, Amazon being one of them, there are major players, and there's but any large company system. Apple's a very good example of this. Apple's provides their own devices, provides their own services, provides their own payment mechanisms, provides their own advertising mechanisms.
Well, this kind of goes back to what I was talking about too, when it says when it comes to the question of what makes cell towers competitive. And I've mentioned this too, and I've never really gotten into it, but that's where a lot of monopolies come from too. And you can see this happening with these big freaking corporations like Google and freaking Facebook and all of them. When it comes to monopoly, like the internet, in the last episode we had, internet's a scam as the freaking theme, and this is kind of where it goes even further with me, because like with these cell towers, they're supposed to be freaking competition among providers so that they can have use of these towers, and it's actually being turned into a monopoly, so that freaking if you freaking don't have a contract to use that tower, then you're not allowed to use it. And
well, in the US is a major issue, because you've always had full infrastructure providers. In the UK, when it comes to land tele.
You keep bouncing in and out.
Just
one infrastructure provider, but when it comes to cell towers, there's only two major providers.
AT&T is one of them, is it?
In the US, AT&T, Verizon, and I can't remember the other two, top of my head.
And Verizon.
Well, there's been a lot of Google is a massive political actor. People forget that. Like they donated the most amount of money out of anyone to the Democratic Party. They've been heavily involved in censoring journalists and deplatforming people that speak out against their ideology. Removing people's advertising, ruining people's businesses. They've done all this kind of stuff to people in the past. So just by that alone, I think they should be almost like, banned off the internet. You know, it's
Well, I mean,
criminal, racketeering style behavior.
yeah, for here in the United States, especially, it goes even deeper than that, though. Like what I was talking about with the towers. Okay, there was a report that was put out. It was called the Morgan Stanley report, and it made a claim that on a national basis, in a half-mile radius, 65% of towers have no competitor, and just 15% have more than one competitor. And within a 1 mile radius, 45% of sites nationally have no competitor, and just 35 have more than one competitor. So you're looking at it where freaking they're not really pushing their tower development projects too much. You know what I'm saying? They're not really focusing on it. They're building these towers for specific. For specific people, and they're not saying, look, if you want to come use this tower, then you're more than welcome. You know what I mean? So that's that, and what I'm getting at is that's where it all begins. Okay, it starts there, and then you get all of these ad companies that are doing the same shit with Google Plus. Remember, they shut Google Plus down.
It goes even like more insidious than that. Like I've got up on the screen. You know how V was talking about fingerprintless crime. Google has been caught manipulating elections around the world because they found out that they can individually push certain types of feeds to different people to mentally manipulate them into voting a certain way or another, right? And people will pay for this service, and they found they can swing elections by something like 20% of the vote just by feeding them certain types of information. And these guys called America's Digital Shield have started capturing what they're showing to people. And through that, they've been able to use machine learning to figure out like where the manipulation's going, what they're trying to do. You know, they're showing like messed up shit to kids these days to try and mentally manipulate them into all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, there's a lot of room still for legislative action.
But for the majority of people, TV is still a big consumption, and obviously we know the issues around news broadcasters on TV and radio in relation to manipulation.
And see, that's just Mark taking a pot shot at me. He always does.
So here you can see on the graphs the political manipulation that goes on over time. And you can see as soon as Trump got elected, the Democratic bias went straight down. And Google capitulated to Trump. But before the election, they were pushing it hard.
Yeah, you know? I don't believe that they capitulated. I just think they're really, really smart, and they know how to play the system. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. They want to get in their good books to make money.
Well, they didn't show up for the presidential inauguration. You got to remember that. All the other magnates did, but frickin' Google did not show up. And the only reason why Zuckerberg showed up there was because he was kissing ass. He knew that he was going to be on the chopping block if he didn't go up there and he didn't suck a little dick. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But this is
I think he gave like $1 million to Trump after the election, and Trump came up to him and he's like, oh, okay, so that's just like $191 million less than what you spent on fighting me in the election or something like that.
Yeah.
But it's interesting here you can see YouTube has not even changed. It sort of like jumps all over the place with political bias.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not a new phenomenon. Again, I go back to the point of TV and radio, but newspapers have been doing this for decades, if not over a century now.
Longer. Yeah,
for sure.
Much longer. What's his name? What was his name? Started with an R. He's the one down there in your country, Mr. Robot, that used to own freaking like 90% of the
Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah.
Rupert Murdoch, yeah. You know, I remember. See, those were the good old days of conspiracy theory, because if you heard people talking crap, dude, it was always about Rupert Murdoch, man. He was a dirty, down rotten pig. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why people started these news agencies and stuff, right? It's because they knew the manipulation value of that, which is way higher than advertising costs and stuff you can get out of it. If you can sell, public interest, public manipulation to a government, that's a cash cow right there. And that's what Google's doing. You know,
now
it's just easier now and more fine-tuned.
The lawsuits were made against Google by the Department of Justice alongside of California, Colorado, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and Virginia. They all filed suit against Google's alleged use of monopolies over the digital ad markets, and that was in January of 2023. The DOJ, Department of Justice, argued that Google achieved its monopoly through anti-competitive conduct when it purchased DoubleClick in 2008, which then became the backbone of its ad business. Google then bought AdMeld in 2011 to gain more control over the ad market's supply side. The government says this allowed Google to hike up the prices and harm publishers by taking larger cuts of each sale. The trial for this case began in September 2024 and lasted for 3 weeks, with closing arguments presented in late November. Now, that was my reading, but I do want to add to something that Mr. Robot said too earlier. When it comes to what was it? Now I have a brain fart. I forgot completely what you said, man. I
forgot what I said.
Yeah, I know.
Related to it.
While I was reading, it popped up in my head where it when
Can you read it again? I sort of lost track. I was doing something.
Now, the Department of Justice, alongside of California, Colorado, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and Virginia, filed suit against Google's alleged use of a monopoly power over the digital ad market in January of 2023. Now, the Department of Justice argued that Google achieved its monopoly through anti-competitive conduct when it purchased DoubleClick in 2008, which then became the backbone of its ad business. Now, after that, Google then bought AdMeld in 2011 to gain more control over the ad market supply. The government says this allowed Google to hike up ad prices and harm publishers by taking larger cuts of each sale. So they're talking about the actual advertisers, the ones that are the asshole freaking censored the bad guys. These are the advertisers. These aren't about people who are actually like content creators or anything of that nature. These are the ones that are going into freaking Google and YouTube, and they're influencing the way that freaking they allow stuff on the internet. Google was freaking literally taken off the top, is what they're saying. They're hiking up the prices on those guys, and basically monopolizing the industry. So at least that's what it sounds like to me. And
you were
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you were saying advertisers are the bad guy. So, as a mom and pop SME business, is now a bad business because they're advertising.
Have you seen a mom and pop shop on YouTube ever?
Okay. But
I mean,
just okay. I was going to say NordVPN. That's sort of killing my sort of argument a bit.
Yeah, that doesn't really doesn't back it up what you're saying there. Like, not a mom and pop organization or anything, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't see when I'm saying advertising, I'm not talking about like it's bad to go on and advertise on the internet. But the thing of it is people who are small mom and pop shops, like you said, aren't getting freaking the ad, the ability to freaking for their stuff to be seen. You know, like we were talking about the other day.
Any person could buy advertising space,
but they're not going to get priority in search engine results. When I go in and I freaking, like Sonia, for example, she has her own freaking shirt shop. Okay, if I go in there and I want to do a search for t-shirts, she's not going to pop up on there. I guarantee you there'll be
how much you want to spend on advertising, but
I guarantee
and you can pay to get like more clicks, but I wonder how organic those clicks are, or if they're like bot generated. I'm not sure. It's hard to prove that kind of thing.
And organic is something that I think is very important, because that's first off, whenever I started streaming, that I learned that was really important, because it's organic reach that really matters. You can turn around and you can go in there and you can freaking hit the monetization button or the promote button or whatever they call it on the platform all you want, but that's not real views, and people don't understand that. You know.
Also, irrelevant of the sort of automated advertising on YouTube, you've seen a lot more content creators actually promoting companies within the videos, so inline adverts.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
As an example, you just promoted Sonia,
right? And I even put her commercials up in between the videos on a few of mine on the wonderful.
Yeah, I've noticed. Yeah,
you know. So, and that's what I was telling Mr. Robot, because he wants to do a kind of shop set up to where he can do it for the doofs. Because he's got a bunch of doofs. He's got a bunch of doofs over there in Australia that he wants to hook up on getting stuff sold. And I told him, I was like, you set that up and make a short clip where you advertise the products, and I'll put that stuff in the video for you. And
yeah. As soon as I got some free time, I'll work on that.
Because you need to help the doofs, man.
Well, yeah, I'd like to run my own eventually,
Oh, you have your own what? Your own?
Just like my own lifestyle festivals where we meet up, camp out for a month on a farm, plant some food, learn some skills, share skills, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, commune.
Well, it'd be nice if it turns into that. That's the long-term dream. But you got to get people interested in that kind of thing, and the way to do it is to have fun, have a dance, hang out, plant some food. That's what I want to do. Plant food.
Really plant food. I'm just gonna sit there and eat freaking food all the time and grow it, man.
Well, I just think it's our food supply has been so toxic the last couple of generations. Someone's got to actually take action and start growing good, healthy, organic food. And
haven't you got local farm shops where you are? Can't you?
We do, but they don't necessarily have organic growing standards, and none of this stuff is really transparent. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. Yeah, and organic food, if you get like certified organic food, it's super expensive. Most people can't afford it. And the only way to like make it more affordable is to make it more available. You know? Like,
we bring back the old butchers, bakers, greengrocers, and candlestick maker shops.
No, I will let both of you know ahead of time next week when we do the politics part, because this is current events. But next week, I am going to be bringing that kind of stuff up when we start talking about these tariffs too, because that's one area where I think tariffs will actually start helping. You know what I mean? Because
I've made this argument. I've got a friend who sees the US tariffs has been a danger to society and danger to everything, and I totally disagree with Ramon and talk about local companies' employment and
stuff of that nature.
It
encouraged them to start buying locally and give up on this nonsense of global trade. You know. So, now, you guys want me to read the article for Mark Zuckerberg and his?
Yeah, go on. I haven't actually looked at this one yet. Carry on.
His wretched behavior. Now, just before Mark Zuckerberg bought Instagram, he identified a now defunct social startup as Facebook's biggest threat. Now, as Facebook considered acquiring Instagram, Mark Zuckerberg also had his eyes on Path, a social media platform he saw as potentially disruptive to Facebook. Old emails revealed during Meta's landmark antitrust case have shed light on how Zuckerberg accessed Facebook's old rival. All right. Now, before Mark Zuckerberg acquired Instagram, he was also deeply worried about a now defunct social media platform, Path. Founded in 2010, Path was seen as a direct challenger to Facebook throughout its 8-year run. The platform, created by Dave Morin, a former product manager at Facebook, and Napster alumni Sean Fanning and Dustin Meru, aimed to create a more intimate alternative to Facebook. Unlike with its more established rival, Path users could only have 50 friends, and this cap was later raised to 150, then 500. At its peak, the app boasted around 50 million users and was valued at $500 million. Google also made a $100 million bid for the app when it was just months old. According to recent emails revealed in Meta's landmark antitrust case, Zuckerberg was preoccupied with both Path and Instagram before he acquired the image-sharing platform in April 2012. In a February 2012 message, Zuckerberg wrote to Facebook's former chief financial officer that Instagram and Path already had created meaningful networks that could be very disruptive to us. I'm getting a bit worried about Path, Zuckerberg wrote at the time. Out of all the new social startups, they're the only ones that goes right to the core of what we're trying to do around identifying and friend sharing. Theoretically, we could survive Foursquare, Quora, Dropbox, Instagram, etc., growing quite a bit. But if Path grows and isn't deeply wired into Facebook, then that would be a big problem for us. he wrote, adding that Instagram was probably next on the list. Later that year, Facebook ultimately ended up acquiring Instagram for $1 billion. Representatives of Meta did not immediately respond to Fortune's request for comments, which was made outside normal working hours. Meta is facing a historic antitrust case. Zuckerberg has been trying to argue in court that Meta did not consider Instagram a rival, but rather more adjacent to what Facebook was already doing. He said on Wednesday that he viewed Path and Google Plus, another new defunct social network, as Facebook's direct competitors. However, the Federal Trade Commission is arguing that Zuckerberg acquired Instagram and later WhatsApp to squash competition and establish an illegal monopoly in the social market. The attorney leading the antitrust case from the FTC, Daniel Matheson, pointed out on Tuesday that Zuckerberg had referred to trying tried to naturalize a competitor by buying Instagram, which he also previously called a rapidly growing, threatening network. Other emails released as part of the trial revealed that the Meta CEO once considered separating Instagram from Facebook over concerns about antitrust litigations. So I'm going to end the reading there and let you guys talk, because I heard Mark making weird sounds in the background.
Maybe back then, the sort of lack of competition might be true, but within the last 15 years, we've seen a massive growth in social media platforms. Of the time. To argue that there is a monopoly as far as what is now Meta Platforms Inc. is not a valid argument as far as I can see. It might have been true at the time. And funnily enough, you were talking about 2012 when they were getting Instagram. 2012 is when Minds became a live service, interestingly. It's also, I found it's also interesting that you talked about Dave Mohan?
Yeah.
Mohan? We almost called him Mohan, but Dave Mohan. He was a former product manager at Facebook. He had previous, actually, no, he didn't have previous influence in Napster. There was Shane and Dustin, the other two. But so I'm just wondering, was that Path, which is a social media platform I've never heard of until now?
See, that's why you go to the website AOL.com. They got a lot of good information.
Sorry, I'm just finding it funny. We talking about social media platforms, and we actually get a source from AOL. Once upon a time, a big social media platform sort of Facebook.
AOL.com is really good. Like especially if you go into the finance areas and stuff like that, and the banking and everything.
Yes. Yeah.
I want to know how Mark
very
Zuckerberg
cool.
became the second richest person in the world just through social media. That makes no sense
Overinflation
whatsoever.
on IPO. Overinflating on IPO. When Facebook Inc. At the time became an IPO, and when it was floated on the stock market, it was argued at the time that the stock price was really overly inflated.
Mm-hmm.
But why would that be?
Well,
just market manipulation.
No, this is where
it doesn't really make sense. Because, like, think about Amazon, right? He's richer than Jeff Bezos, right? And Amazon owns basically the whole internet. Like, it builds the infrastructure for the whole internet. So how is this guy who's made a freaking social media app become richer than the dude that basically runs the internet? And mind you, he runs the internet for the military as well. So the only thing that makes sense to me is if he's selling our information on the black market, you know, to governments and so on.
What was Amazon's web service popularity back in 2010, 2012? Wasn't that big?
No, I mean, it wasn't that big.
Yeah, it was only within the last 15, 20 odd years, or 15 odd years, that AWS has become a major player in the hosting.
It got more popular about 10 years ago. I know that.
Yeah.
About 10
Doesn't Amazon also own eBay?
Well, Amazon's a different story.
eBay is a separate company.
Don't compare Amazon to freaking eBay, though, because that's a whole different beast. That's a beast of burden, dude. They're pretty much close to being the Antichrist. You know, when you're talking about stuff, I remember they used to call Sony the Antichrist, but now I think freaking Amazon's taken their place. It's
to elaborate.
Well, when it comes to Amazon, and you want to talk about monopolies, that company has freaking monopolies. Like, not only are they selling products on their platform, but they're actually buying up the products before they're being sold, and they're sending them to warehouses so that if somebody wants to buy them, they can freaking buy them, and they already have it in possession. Then they have people who are working for freaking Amazon who are going on competitors' websites like YouTube, or not YouTube, but eBay and all of these other sites, and they're buying up cheap products so that freaking they can prevent freaking people from buying it at that price, so they can buy it, put it in these warehouses, and make their own prices.
But on the other side of the coin, you get eBay also has allowed for warehouses and new old stock merchants to be able to sell products at a much more cheaper price.
Right. And it is more convenient to them now. You know, like people know that whenever they buy it from, which I'm not trying to advertise for them in any way or form, but it is true. Like, when you go to buy merchandise from there, you don't have to deal with that other person. Usually, it's usually already owned by, or it's in their possession already. So.
Well, not all the time. After all, we get a lot of drop shippers on eBay and Amazon. You know, don't actually have any stock themselves. They would just they just act as middlemen.
You see, the tricky thing and the most devious thing about Amazon is their websites. It's not really they're buying and selling products. They have websites too that are set up separately on their freaking on their network, and like people can go in there and sell shit, and you would honestly think that it was coming from Amazon, but in reality, it isn't.
Yeah, the drop shipping sort of thing.
Yeah.
Also, Amazon has done this trick with using their Prime mechanism, and by forcing people to pay for, or either pay an overinflated price or pay for shipping directly. Usually shipping directly when they make the order, or if they have a Prime account, that payment is where it gets sort of merged into the Prime sort of payment, doesn't it? So Prime is subsidizing.
Right. Now,
what do you guys think about the whole Zuckerberg Peter Thiel connection? You guys, you know who Peter Thiel is?
Peter Phil and Peter.
No. So here we go. When Zuckerberg dropped out of Harvard, he and other co-founders moved to Palo Alto. Right, yeah. Palo Alto is well known for its military industrial complex connections. That's where he met Peter Thiel, who is actually the startup or the investor of Facebook, PayPal, Palantir, and basically Palantir. Do you know about that company? They're the ones that are like heavily invested in the United States intelligence community, AI, military platforms, and they've got what, like $2.8 billion revenue per year as of last year. Huge military company. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, what are they doing on investing in social media? You know what I mean?
This goes back to what I was saying, that Mark has such an issue with me against about DARPA and ARPA. This goes all the way back. They've always had a connection between freaking deep state, the internet, and video games. Okay, and it's never changed. It's always been that way. So whenever I mention this to people, they should have no problem with accepting that, because it is the truth. It's historically recorded. There's no secret files hidden away from anybody. They can look it up and find out for themselves.
It says here, a document leaked to TechCrunch revealed that Palantir's clients as of 2013 included at least 12 groups within the US government, including the CIA, DHS, NSA, FBI, CDC, Marine Corps, Air Force, Special Military Operations Command, United States Military Academy, etc., etc. So, you know, they're definitely getting back end. Like, this is how Mark Zuckerberg got rich, is what I'm saying. You know,
Well,
not cat memes on Facebook.
You'll have to provide evidence for that. So I question that one.
He questions my stuff too.
All right. Well, let's see.
He questions my stuff too. Now, with your question on who you think, how you think Zuckerberg got powerful, I believe that happened whenever he sold out his original crew to freaking go with what's his face, a dude that started Napster. I think that landed him a whole shitloads of money before they closed Napster down, and that's where he ended up. Things started taking a change for him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But to me, I think that's where everything actually started changing for him. Because before that, all he was a dope fiend college student that was like getting drunk with his buddy.
Yeah, but we're also talking about the very early days of the social media industry, and he was also the right person at the right time, sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, Jobs was there still. He was still taking care of business and on top of stuff.
Yeah, but he was Steve Jobs didn't do anything within social or what.
Well, they didn't really. I mean, they
they had MySpace, but I mean, you know what I mean? Freaking MySpace actually.
Okay, yeah, MySpace was a big.
MySpace is a good example of what I think is weird about today. Okay, like when you talk about monopolies. Okay, if today was the same way it was back when freaking MySpace fell, then we wouldn't have all this censorship going on. Okay. Because that's why ended up freaking making MySpace go out of business. He tried to pull the same shit Facebook and YouTube are doing right now, and they closed him down, if you remember correctly.
Okay.
He wanted to be internet police.
Yeah.
And the moment he started doing that, that's when people started backing away and said, "Look, we don't want nothing to do with you."
The other argument on this is these companies are only, well, one of the major reasons that they.
Oh man, that thing's messed up.
If the consumers.
Your mic is messing up on
you. You're getting too excited, Mark. You need to take a step back. Take a breath, relax. All right. Here it says the public availability of Facebook's targeting tools means intelligence agencies need no court orders to leverage them. Foreign intelligence services can use them to track and surveil on foreign soil, and even local law enforcement agencies can use them with few restrictions. I actually have some personal experience in that, where some of our parties got shut down by local police before they even happened. Just because people advertised on Facebook, they knew exactly where it was going to be, and they squashed it before it even happened.
That's not the issue of Facebook. That's not the issue of Meta or Mark Zuckerberg. That's an issue with you advertising, with the consumer putting on information on to social media.
Mark. No. It is also because, in the back end, he's giving access to these agencies for profit into people's private data.
Again, this isn't private data. If you are publishing stuff on a social media platform, then it's a public. Then you're providing.
Well, it's not necessarily public. For example, if you have a private group on Facebook, not everyone's meant to be able to view that.
A lot of the responsibility is down to the user, down to the consumer. These days, we're seeing people willing to share whatever information they want on social media platforms.
Julian Assange disagrees with you. He says Facebook is a spy machine for U.S. intelligence.
Because people will go and create an account and will publish whatever they want, and all their personal information on. How many times have you been on Facebook and seen family talk about their personal problems and pictures of the kids and?
Well, see, I bought into going on the Facebook too and saying that you needed Facebook to be in touch with your family and shit. I bought into that for a while, and then finally, I can't remember how long, maybe 2-3 years ago, I finally said, I'm sick of it, freaking, because you start becoming aware of all this stuff, and you have to make a decision. You can either condone this shit and keep on playing the game, or you can walk away from it, And it's like I said too with YouTube. Okay, I mean, yeah, it is suicide for anybody who's a content creator to just bail out on YouTube if they've built some followers and stuff up on there, but eventually, whenever freaking Rumble and all the other platforms I'm on, like Kick and all that, whenever they start kicking off and they're on their own, I'm walking away from YouTube with a smile on my face, dude. It's not happening because I'm not.
Well, this is where I actually agree with you guys. I think people do need to take personal responsibility for what content they get, what platforms they support, for sure. But on the other hand, when we have malicious actors on the internet, there needs to be, first of all, public understanding about it. Second of all, we need to demand some kind of regulation of it, because if it just continues the way it's going, these companies are all investing in, military grade AI, and
there are regulations for that.
I don't know if you guys remember this.
It's called contractual law. People create accounts. They've got to agree to terms of service agreements. Quite a few of these terms of service agreements, contractual agreements.
No one reads that shit, all right? You sit down, relax.
That's their caveat emptor. That's
He's going to.
My point is, people didn't sign up for this kind of stuff. Look on the screen. Facebook conducts emotion studies, and it breached ethical guidelines. All right, so they hook you in with these certain things, then they keep changing the terms over time, and all of a sudden you're getting censored for things that you weren't getting censored for before. All right. So what I'm saying is, there's insidious actors out there, and I do agree with you. We need to collectively say no to it, but at the same time, they've breached people's trust. They've acted on their own accord, as an international unregulated agent, and he's swung elections to all sorts of stuff like that. And
that's why
I don't know what needs to be done about it, but it needs to be called out for one.
That's what I wanted. You said it, and I finally was able to remember it. Do you remember the Egyptian Revolution?
Yeah, the Arab Spring.
The Arab Spring. That 100% was given credit to freaking Google for 100%. They were the ones who went in there and was able to send in information so that all these people could get internet.
And it was coordinated with some kind of black intelligence group that had snipers up on the building, randomly shooting people in the crowd and all sorts of, just to rile them up, So it's totally manufactured crisis.
Yeah. I had that brain part, and when you finally said that popped into my head. And I also want to add in on what you guys were talking about there. When it comes to freaking being terms of service and everything, I mentioned this with something John even talks about, where they keep changing the goalposts. After freaking, and they know it's true. You might be willing to freaking read the first terms of agreement when you first go on and get your account started up, but after a while of them changing the freaking terms of services over time, one right after the other, you get tired of that shit.
It does happen every single week, as far as most platforms are concerned, and every time it does, the consumer is informed.
Well,
generally speaking, through emails.
Here's my question to you. I want to change the terms of services. Do I have the right to freaking send a notification to freaking Google and says, here's the terms of services, and they have to comply to my freaking...
Under EU law, if it's a substantial change in terms of services, then if it's a substantial change in contracts, then the use of the consumer needs to be notified.
No, I'm saying if I want to change
legal requirement.
If I want to change the goalposts like they do, freaking, I send my copy, my new revised terms of service and say, look, this is the new terms of services that I agree to. And if they do, I mean, am I allowed to do that?
Well, demand that let's say Google in this case, change their terms of services to suit you.
Right.
No. So
how is it legal for them to do it, but it's not legal for me to do it? It's a two-party agreement here.
But you've got to agree to it. and you can leave the platform at any point. Sorry, the robots are images. Yeah, you distract me.
You're getting attacked, Mark. Terms and services are coming for you.
But you, the consumer, have the choice to continue using that service.
Right.
If you disagree with the terms of service in any way, you can leave. This is an hotel.
Personally, I've never read any terms of services in my life.
You should.
Don't know if I ever will.
Would you get a bank account or a mortgage if you without reading the contractual agreement?
Well, I just wouldn't get a bank account or a mortgage. That's my solution to it.
Or some other live needed. I can't think of anything. Life insurance.
I don't get life insurance. I think it's a scam.
Insurance of any description.
If I die, I die. Big deal.
Now here's my here's my question. Okay, here's my question to you.
I'm off the grid, Mark.
This is the only thing else I want to ask about this. Okay, now the Facebook has been talking about how the competition has actually shifted. Okay, in social media with their rivals. Okay, now they're trying to make they're trying to make the claim that freaking Facebook and WhatsApp has to compete with Chinese-owned TikTok, YouTube, X, and iMessage, and many others. More than 10 years after the FTC review, and clear.
I agree with them.
You know what I mean? Now, my whole question is this: Do you really think that they're having very much competition with any of these platforms other than TikTok or YouTube or X?
I've not looked at the number, but like I said, the social media ecosystem, well,
start over here.
Really, skyrocketed in the last 10, 15 years, 20 years. So there's a lot more competition out there now. Well, there's a lot more alternatives to Facebook.
Yeah. But not really. I mean, like, I would have said that if freaking.
Well, specifically Facebook sort of things. But yeah, Minds is a good example.
Oh, that's not a good example. No.
Okay. That provides very similar services to Facebook. Again, I'm not. You asking one person here because I'm.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that in my mean and hateful way towards Bill Altman, the freaking evilest man on the face of the planet. Okay.
More evil than Zuckerberg.
Well, they're both Jews, aren't they?
Well, I didn't want to go there, but you know,
I believe. Technically, I think Bill is Catholic.
He's a Catholic Jew.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
I figured I'd just say. And sorry, Bill, I didn't. I personally would not call you a Catholic Jew without having some kind of motive behind it. Sorry.
Without having hard evidence.
Well, yeah. I mean, no, that
doesn't
even work either, because at one time I thought freaking he was mind scamming. So now
he's all right. I like him. Have you guys used Nostr before?
Now hold up. What's your take on that? Do you think that they really have any competition, Mr. Robot, before we get on to Nostr?
What do you mean by competition?
Do you think
sort of alternative social media platform?
Do you think any of the other ones other than X and
X is not really a like for like?
The only thing that I think Facebook has over other social media platforms is the marketplace aspect. which I haven't
Yeah.
seen in other social media platforms yet. I think it will eventually come up, but that is a great idea that I just haven't seen anywhere else yet. Other than that, I if you're just sharing, text and photos and stuff, there's plenty of alternatives out there for that.
Yeah.
There's
Precisely.
others that respect your privacy more as well, which I think is more important. And so like Nostr, for example, it's a very secure Web3 future-facing open source platform for that kind of stuff. There's lots of different ones out there now. Hunt around, guys.
Again, within the last 15 years, we've seen a massive boom in alternative.
Yeah, I reckon we should move towards decentralized open source platforms.
No, I would do it, but the only problem is it's so fragmented. You know what I mean? And like, as a person who's freaking into like being a creative content creator, I have to freaking be able to reach different people. You know what I mean? And when you go into these decentralized platforms like Nostr, it's a one-on-one relationship. You know what I mean? And I'm cool with that.
Well, you still get a feed. You can follow people. It's the same as like Facebook or Twitter, really.
People can't find you in search.
There is another issue that you've got to consider.
Look you up to find you. That's true.
Yeah, there is another issue that you've got to consider. People have created a image for
getting too excited again.
As an example, I've got content online. That dates back to 2019, 2018. And what am I meant to do? Move to another social platform and start up all over again?
Right.
Didn't Bill say there's a way to export all your stuff from Minds and take it somewhere else if you want? I've never looked for it, but apparently it's there.
No. Yes and no. They are becoming GDPR compliant, but it's being slow. But also, you can. I think you can export majority of your content, but But again, finding a method of importing the content, and a lot of content, my content is my Mind's content. A lot of it's time related. So I've got posts that are related to news stories. Do
you monetize your content?
If I export,
no.
Yeah, but if I export that, then it becomes not relevant because that time's got past.
No, he doesn't monetize.
Probably not relevant anymore anyway, right?
And monetization on mine isn't worth shit. Just so you know, like you don't get actual money from that. It's just
there is certain elements in mine so you can get money from.
That's all conjecture.
The tier, the channel-based tier system.
Well, that's conjecture. You don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I do.
How do you know that for sure? Have you made money off those tier systems?
No, I remember I have been aiding in the community support area of mine since 2017, let's say, and I have spoken to many users.
Let me kind of fill you in on how things really work, okay? When they go to a system where you have to freaking get money from them by freaking suggesting the platform, you're not getting money, okay? Because freaking people don't really freaking give a shit freaking about you freaking recommending them to a website, for one thing. And then sitting back and waiting for freaking people to give you donations from a freaking platform where they don't want to freaking give money out is just not going to happen either. Okay, like people don't say, you know what, he made a really good stream today, or he did a really good article. I'm going to give him $1. People don't think like that, dude. That is the
I don't know.
dumbest
Is that
shit
true
I've
for organizations? Oh, no. I was going to say
Twitch
YouTube.
people
But
do it a
YouTube.
lot more than others.
Yeah.
It depends on the platform, I'd say.
And that's
the
for
community.
Also, there's the issue of money laundering and
You always bring that up.
That's the iffy thing anyway. So you can sort of understand why platform.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking more Ponzi scam than I am freaking Ponzi scheme is something that really sticks into my head more than laundering. You know what I mean? Because well, I guess they could kind of fit in the same category, couldn't they?
Different context. Really.
You send me an envelope with $1, and I'll freaking send $1 to 3 other people, kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like that. It was like, you remember those old chain letters where they said you need to send $1 to 3 people, or you're going to have bad luck for the next year.
Were they really effective?
I remember that.
Really effective. Oh, what was that American TV Christian evangelist, Peter Popoff? I know, Roger, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Who was convicted, and I still believe that he's still in. I would say Genesis created a song based upon him or based upon another TV evangelist that did very similar sort of tricks. You remember Genesis, Jesus Who Loves Me?
Yeah. You're talking
about that's based upon that case. That's based on a similar case. But yeah, Peter Popoff, especially, is a well-known actor in this, and he has been convicted a few times.
Well, with me, I mean, it just the whole atmosphere when it comes to these social networks that's being created, in my opinion, seems to be more of a freaking bad freaking environment that encourages, a toxic environment for one thing, which is where freaking people go on these networks and they freaking cannibalize one another. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you can't blame that on the platform. That's just people.
Yes, that's the consumer. Yeah, you can blame the platform.
That's just a side effect of free
they create the environment by the freaking kind of things they do on that platform, especially when it comes to monetization. You know, and now they have a lot of pay-to-play services, and that's the one thing that people are starting to notice about Minds, about how they really aren't a free speech platform. They're really a pay-to-play platform.
I disagree, because you can still publish content on Minds without, as long as you stay within their terms of services agreement, which is fairly
views when you have to pay for freaking the reach, though. You know what I mean, and all that stuff. And now they don't freaking give you any of those cool freaking tokens whenever you share content.
They promote the boost mechanism, because that's a money spinner for them. But there's other ways. I've always said this. You could publish your content on your channel and in various related groups. There's many ways of creating reach. You don't have to actually use their predetermined or the platform's preferred mechanisms to create reach. I mean, it's just down to good marketing. I mean, my old our old joke about sticking a poster in your local grocery store.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know. I'm trying to pull up the freaking British Army radio waves drone. Did you guys ever freaking get any information on that? Or
No, I'd look through that Telegraph report that you
We should bring up the video of it. Is there a video?
No,
well,
the only ones that have the video of. Actually, they do have a few videos. British
British
soldiers
take down drones for them.
Yeah. UK successfully tests radio wave weapon to neutralize drone. Yeah, go ahead.
Sounds like a bit of propaganda, but I'm sure it happened.
Well, I mean, it's actually pretty cool, and I could picture the UK being the ones to do it.
Yeah, because we've got a long history in
this kind of technology.
What is the company? The Telegraph reports talks about UK government, even though it's not going to be the UK government because it's going to be done over several years now, and our current government has only been in for 8 months now.
Now, before you want to play that video, you want me to read the article?
Sure.
Okay. Now
I don't even know if this is
one
video.
One thing that the article doesn't state is who actually manufactures this.
Let me see. This one is the one I found because the first one came off of the Telegraph, and they have this really bad way of always trying to screw people over to pay for their services on Telegraph. So I got this one off of Gov UK, which is off the government. So it says British soldiers take down drone swarm in ground-keeping use of radio wave weapon. Now, British soldiers have successfully tracked, targeted, and defeated swarms of drones in the latest trial of a new directed energy weapon developed in the UK. UK-made invisible radio wave weapon knocks out drone swarms for the first time. Weapon has potential to help protect against drone threats as nature of warfare changes, and the project supports more than 135 highly skilled jobs across the UK. Now, the trial...
Well, since it's creating jobs, it sounds totally all right with me.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's what I was thinking when seeing that.
One thing I've got to criticise is energy weapon. It's sound waves energy.
This is actually.
Imagine if V was here, he'd be going bananas right now.
Yeah, this is actually cost efficient too because the weapon or the bullets or whatever or the stuff that's needed for it is cheaper. It's cheaper than what freaking it would cost to use missiles and stuff. So
I know he's saying the ammo. If it's just hand raised,
yeah, I know. That's what I was getting ready to say. I said that and then I stopped because it's supposed to be radio.
Some of those drones cost like $200 million and stuff. So
yeah.
Now, the trial was completed at a weapons range in West Wales and was the largest counter-drone swarm exercise the British Army have conducted to date. The weapon system demonstrator is a type of radio frequency directed energy weapon, RFDEW, and has proven capable of neutralizing multiple targets simultaneously with near instant effect. The UK government has invested more than 40 squiggly marks, 40 million squiggly marks.
You mean the UK taxpayer?
Yeah,
has
well, that,
invested.
yeah.
Again, you know,
It's in the terms of service, Mark. You know, you signed up for it at birth.
Well, yeah,
Your fault. It's your fault.
Shut your mouth. You freaking know you signed that freaking terms of service agreement. So
I didn't sign it. I was born into it.
Oh, so your mama and daddy did.
They were born into it.
Well, I mean, somebody had to. But you guys do have birth certificates, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I want to double check. Somebody had to sign. Somebody had to sign.
Okay. If you use that to argument, then yeah, okay, fair enough.
Okay, so the UK government has invested more than 40 million squiggly signs in RFDEW research pounds. In research and development to date, supporting 135 highly skilled jobs in Northern Ireland and the southeast of England. It uses high frequency radio waves to disrupt or damage critical electronic components inside drones, causing them to crash or malfunction. At an estimated cost of 10p per shot fired, if developed into an operational service, it could provide a cost-effective complement to traditional missile-based air defense systems. RFDEW systems can defeat airborne targets at ranges of up to 1 kilometer and are effective against threats which cannot be jammed using electronic warfare. The successful trial comes as drone swarms are increasingly seen in use in frontline combat in Ukraine. UK Defense Intelligence estimates that last year Ukraine had to defend against attacks from more than 18,000 drones. With national security a foundation for the plan for change, the government is significantly increasing the promotion of MOD's equipment procurement spend on novel technologies, spending at least 10% more from 2025 to 2026. It follows the announcement of the biggest sustained increase in defense spending since the end of the Cold War, as the UK will spend 2.5% of GDP on defense by April 2027.
Wow.
That number is way above what is actually being spent. Something like 1.5, 1.7.
I think he's lying.
That we know of. Could be way higher.
That's government's manipulation of numbers.
Yeah, somebody's got to pocket some of that.
Wow.
That article doesn't say who actually is producing it.
No, it says Sergeant Myers said RFDEW is an exciting concept. We found the demonstrator quick to learn and easy to use, with improvements on range and power, which could come with further development. This would be a great asset to layered air defense. Protecting national security is the foundation of the government's plan for change. Now, this plan for change sounds a little bit awkward. Is that kind of like some kind of woke program you guys have over there?
Say that again.
Government
must be some kind of organization. It sounds deceptive. The name.
Sorry. Say that again.
It's protecting national security is the foundation of the government's plan for change. in the development of our FDEW systems could help to protect the UK from identified drones at security sensitive areas such as defense bases.
Well, there's the argument that over the last 10, 15 years, we've seen a real drop in armed force and spending and recruitment, a major sort of reduction in, and I know the army is sort of panicking because not they haven't got enough money, nor have they got enough troops. If they have got enough money for good recruitment, and also with all the woke sort of thing, the armed forces have really screwed themselves up.
So are they going to have a plan for change, which includes military force? Is that, I mean, because that's kind of what it sounds like.
Well, it says here like the plan for change is a government program to grow the economy of Europe, of I think the UK, and growing the economy, and NHS fits into the future, safer streets, opportunity for all, and making Britain a clean energy superpower. Are part of our decades-long national renewal built on the foundations of a stable economy, secure borders, and national security.
I don't usually swear, but that is bullshit.
That's just.
I will say that for once.
Shit I've ever heard in my life.
If you've seen how this government is destroying our economy at this present moment, and
flooding with immigrants,
and if you know the history of their natures and how money is just pushed into their natures and how it's been swallowed up and on middle managers and borders.
They say the plan is to raise the living standards in every part of the UK.
Yes.
Building homes, hospitals, putting police back on the beat.
We'll see a recession.
Okay, now
giving children the best start in life with woke ideology, homegrown energy, whatever that means.
Arguably, if it wasn't for the Christmas consumer price index, the consumer buying in Christmas, we would have seen a recession by January.
I better be careful because I mean, like with what we've just introduced to Mark Edworthy, he could turn into the first freaking English sniper.
Yeah, I won't go that far.
We've got like shitloads of them over here, just killing everybody left and right and shit. But I haven't heard of any yet that came from England.
He'd be fully justified in his actions, I think.
Yeah.
Something you mentioned actually that tests for this weapon was conducted in Wales. And it reminded me that a lot of military testing has been conducted in Wales, and it reminded me of the Dan Buster Bunsen bomb.
What I'm thinking is, if this thing can fry the circuitry of a drone at 1 kilometer, imagine what it could do to a person. You know what I mean? It's basically microwaves.
Here's an idea for you, Mr. Robot. Me and Mark was talking about this before we started, okay? Now, you remember all the shit that started over those drones that were flying over frickin' Washington and all that area in New York.
And military bases as well, yeah.
And now all of a sudden they're coming out with this article. Well, that was only like 4 months ago.
Again, I argued, I think it was a Fixing Some Photo episode that we were talking about this, and I pointed out that Amazon has been doing a lot of testing and development in relation to their drone parcel related drone.
Well, I mean,
I don't see the U.S. military allowing them to fly their drones next to military bases. I mean, they'll let them get away with some shit. Don't get me wrong, but like that's a serious offense here in the United States. Like you don't fly drones around or unidentified drones around freaking a military base. That just doesn't fly.
It might
Trump
have been
totally covered that
unidentified
up
as
too.
far as the. Yeah, it might have been unidentified as far as the public was concerned.
Right.
The DOD.
Remember the reports when it first started? They were like, these things are faster than we can track. We can't shoot them down, like they were detected over military bases. And then Trump was like going, yeah, first day in office, I'm going to tell you what the drones are. And then he gets into office and he's like, oh, no, it's just nothing. It was just nothing. Random people flying their drones. That's all it was. That's bullshit.
Now, I've even got conflicting stories over that because, like, I've heard people say that Trump said he was going to shoot him down the moment freaking he gets into office, too. So, like, you hear a lot of different stories when it comes to that.
It was a big cover-up. It was actually aliens, guys. That's what it was.
Well, I think this was a military project because even back whenever Reagan...
You know why it's not? You know why it's not military? Because they've had UAP technology for 50 years and they've kept it under wraps. Why would they all of a sudden just fully expose themselves? That doesn't make sense. It's a top secret military black project. They wouldn't just suddenly expose themselves for no reason.
Why can't it be both? Why can't it be a commercial test and a military test?
It could be a social experiment on top of that. I mean, it could
Why wouldn't they do that out in the desert? Why would they do it over populated areas? It doesn't make sense.
They want to see the human response so that they can freaking collect that data on that, see how we respond.
Notice how you said human response.
Right.
That's insinuating that it's a non-human element that's doing it. Busted.
No, we are doing social experiments to find out.
Let me tell you the truth, right? So, like, before that whole drone fiasco started, literally a month before that, my remote viewing group came out and they predicted it was going to happen because they were in contact with the ETs and they said, yep, we're going to show ourselves, but this is not the solution because it's not going to achieve the desired effect, which was disclosure, right? Sure enough, it happened. And sure enough, the people just wrote it off as a drone, especially the media. They were so happy to say, oh, it's drones straight away without even knowing. They were interviewing military people and they're going, oh, what is this? And the military people would straight away go, oh, it's drones. They're like, but you can't detect it. You can't find out who's launching them. So how do you know they're drones? Yet the prevailing narrative all over the world was drones, even though they couldn't prove it.
Yeah,
now,
but
why would they do that? Why would they do that? Because in the past they always said UAP, UFO. That's what they called them. But now all of a sudden it was drones.
At the time, Amazon was given permission in the UK to prototype the logistics drone devices.
Yeah.
As well.
Do you remember the Iranian mothership story?
At the same time.
Yep, I do remember that. Actually, the mothership was supposed to be off the shore, and all the smaller drones were coming out of it.
Now, don't you think that's a peculiar word to use, mothership? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it was supposed to be
kind of strange.
It was supposed to be a Chinese drone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which now, the best I could find out of this is that they said about who was in charge of manufacturing them. It says the MOD is working with a range of industry partners to deliver powerful future RF DEW capabilities for UK forces.
So we're talking about people like Lockheed Martin and those other defense contractors.
Yeah, and they said Thales, which led the development of the RFDEW demonstrator, employ around 100 highly skilled engineers and manufacturing
Who
staff in Northern Ireland on the project.
who's actually employing them?
It says Thales.
Hey, sorry.
Thales. That's all they say.
Thales.
Thales.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Need to know a bit more information about the company that's actually employing them.
I could almost bet you they're doing that on purpose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and then it goes on to say Ireland manufacturing staff in Northern Ireland on the project. So, and then it
mind you, even you do it quite often.
I'm glad they cut you off. They said okay.
Create shorthand. We'll create a shorthand for companies. You call Meta Platforms Inc. Meta. You use the term Meta all the time, rather than Meta Platforms Inc.
Yeah.
So this isn't unusual.
This drives you nuts, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
I love it. Yeah.
Love what?
I love freaking whenever I say stuff like calling it just Meta, and it irritates the shit out of freaking Mark.
It's not Meta, it's Meta Platforms Inc.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, instead of me saying
they don't own the term, you know. Lots of things are Meta.
I know. That's what drives them nuts. See, that's what drives them nuts, is because I don't distinguish that. I just say Meta, like they own all Meta. You know what I mean? That's what it sounds like.
Nah.
If you have to look at any of my posts online, if you have to look at any of my posts or mines, whenever I reference a company, I will use the full title, and generally, if they're a subsidiary company I will name also this parent company, the full title.
Okay, I found out who's doing the stuff. It's Nigel McVane, MD of Thales Integrated Airspace Protection System, said Thales continues to be at the forefront of this pioneering technology, and we are proud to continue the research and development in this sector alongside our partners in government. So it's Thales Integrated Airspace Protection Systems. It was right down at the bottom.
Okay.
Fucking bastards. Got to put all the important information at the bottom. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, dude. Seriously. Yeah. You couldn't have said that somewhere, you know. Well, they wanted to sign their name. Like, I really don't think people should be proud of that and then try to say frickin' that they're creating jobs by creating something that's going to kill frickin' people.
You know? So, it's a product that is going to be of use.
Don't get me wrong. I'm okay if they're saying they're defending their borders and shit like that, or, you know, but you know.
But it's funny, talking about that, it's funny you mentioned Ukraine, because more than likely we will just chuck it to the Ukrainians or the next war, and without expecting any sort of payment for it.
I was kind of thinking that too, actually. You actually beat me to the draw on that one, because I guarantee you a big percentage of that stuff, or those drones, are going to go to Ukraine. I guarantee you, dude.
That sounds like war.
Sounds like they're playing on it.
Yeah. Even though the war is, I would say, is on its last legs anyway. Unless Ukraine, the Ukraine's leader, unless he just wants to draw it out.
Well, most likely he will draw it out because it's.
I mean, yeah, Russia's already said has given them an ultimatum to and given them a way out of the war.
They have to surrender that. What was it?
Well,
That
did you see Russia just started bombing Kiev like yesterday?
Okay.
They launched some of those hypersonic missiles into Kiev.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter if they take down the drones; they can hit anywhere in the country with bloody nukes if they want.
Now, from what I've read from this, though, these are supposed to actually be just as, if not more, effective than ground-to-air freaking missiles, ballistic missiles. Now, those are some serious freaking weapons. Okay, like Israel has the best of them. Whenever the missiles were coming in at Israel, they were shooting them right out of the air, dude. Maybe one or two of them actually hit.
Used to. Now they don't. They can't anymore. Not with the hypersonics. They can hit like 1 in 20 maybe, but yeah, most of them get through.
The Patriot missiles is the ones that I remember back during Desert Storm and all that. They used to have them, and like even during Desert Storm, man, freaking those Patriot missiles, freaking. They fired them sucker. They fire those old outdated missiles up from Iraq, man, and they took them down, big as shit. So,
But do you remember that attack that was it Iran that shot missiles at Israel, and they shot like I can't remember how many thousands of missiles at a time, and they just overwhelmed their system.
Who's that?
And the only thing that they hit was their own people.
You got to share your audio.
Well, it was more of a show of capability, I think, than an actual attack.
No, it just demonstrated that Iran couldn't hit a duck in a. Couldn't hit a barn in a couldn't hit a barn.
See, if you was an American, you would be able to freaking say cool stuff, like
okay,
you know what I mean, like and Mr. Robot does that too. You guys like take sayings that are supposed to be American and you just like ruin them and shit. He said that one about if it looks like a duck. The actual saying is if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's a fucking duck.
And it flies like a duck.
Yeah. Okay. Now the broadside of a barn is what Mark Edworthy is. They couldn't hit a freaking a beam off or something off of a broadside of a barn. But you guys are horrible. I swear, you British and colonials. You know.
Excuse me while I go piss like a racehorse.
yeah, there you go, dude. See, I love it. Get with it. Okay, who wants to talk about the Catholic Pope?
All right, we can do it. Or should we save it for next time? It's been a long stream.
Well, I mean, he's dead.
We might as well do it now because it's not going to be news next time.
Right. And I can pop in the link and just do the videos because there's only 2 videos on YouTube to share.
The 2 I gave you.
And I can get it in, and it's a British chick. I know how much Mark likes British chicks. She's all sophisticated and
I like British chicks.
Okay. So let me screen share real quick, and I can do the audio and everything, and we can have it set up to where it looks all hot and sexy, because she is a sexy mama. Look at that, Mark.
I can't remember who it was now.
Okay. Let's make sure that it's viewable. Can you guys see that?
No, I can still see your.
I got
Are we looking at Mr. Robot's screen?
Oh, okay, yeah, he's got it.
I'm unsharing it. Hold on a second. There we go.
Okay. Now, can you guys? Is that it?
No, we still see. No, we see me.
Okay, let
I'm
me
assuming.
let me come back in here and reshare again real quick, and this will have the audio too. So can you see that?
No,
Nope.
not yet.
What the hell? They are just really being assholes.
The aliens.
Yeah, them too. Them.
Who's that homeless guy on the stream?
Oh, he got so bad, dude. I had to finally just stop it. Like it was. Every
Look at his face. No.
Mr. Robot.
For some
Sorry, I just
reason-
captured you at a funny moment there.
Okay, let me. All right. So, you guys have anything to say there?
Well, I agree with them on the point of Lamy. A small digger at the UK government is full of the cabinet's full of idiots. But oh, okay. I don't know.
I found it interesting that he was the first Jesuit pope in history, and traditionally the Jesuits weren't meant to be popes.
Yeah.
They acted more as like the military arm of the pope, and historically their mandate was that they wouldn't. What's the word? They wouldn't adhere to any laws other than the God's will, which was basically what the Pope said. And so
also,
don't know what to make of that, but it was interesting.
The second Pope that wasn't a European.
Yeah.
The second Pope that he was Latin America. It was not Venezuela. Can't remember where he was from, but only the second Pope in the history that wasn't a European.
Now, I could be wrong about this, but I remember too, Mr. Robot's good at history, so he can correct me on this if I'm wrong. But the Jesuits actually had a lot of turmoil in history concerning the Orthodox Catholic Church, because I believe they were expelled from the church at one point, and then really it was a miracle that they were actually accepted back into it because of their beliefs. But isn't that right, Mr. Robot?
I'm not sure. I vaguely remember that, but I'm looking it up now.
Like back during the Middle Ages, I know they had a falling out with the actual church because of their belief systems, and they were actually discommunicated from the church. So it is a miracle that
1767.
Yeah.
The Jesuits were expelled from the church in 1773 when Pope Clement issued a brief Dominus officially suppressing the Society of Jesus, which was what the Jesuits were called. This decision followed a series of expulsions from various countries and their colonies starting in 1759, including Portugal, France, Naples, Malta, Parma, and the Spanish Empire, and Austria and Hungary in 1782. The suppression was due to a combination of factors, including political tensions with European monarchies, accusation of involvement in politics, and conflicts over the Jesuits' role and influence within the Catholic Church.
Which brings us on nicely to the two big white elephants in the room.
Yeah.
First, his views on abortion, which was against the views of the Catholic Church. He also on the Gospels, and his views on gay or LGBT rights or recognizing gays.
Yeah.
And mind you, he was also bum buddies with the WEF, as far as I know. He did a talk at Davos at one point. So yeah, it's unknown what level of involvement he had with that whole globalist agenda. Do we know who the new pope's going to be yet?
No.
They have to have that. They were talking about it in the video. I forgot the name of it, but they
5 days after the funeral.
They gather together, and all the people that he selected to be on his cabinet have to decide who the next pope's going to be.
Yeah, but it's been argued that everybody that is not elected. What's the word? What's the more appropriate word? Not elected. Selected. Yeah. Have fairly what we would call woke views.
Yeah.
Modernist views, let's to say.
I'm surprised neither one of, or at least Robot. I'm surprised you guys didn't even talk about the Knights of Malta.
Okay, we really looking at modern
How is it
day.
related to this?
Jesuit.
Yeah, how is that related to modern day? Okay.
I'm talking about Jesuit order. That's actually something that I thought was pretty interesting when I did my research.
Aren't they more Masonic?
Yeah, kind of. They're more piratey than what they are Masonic. You could say they are Masonic, but they do have their roots in the pirates too. Like they're more piratey. They rebelled against the Catholic Church and basically became an organized pirate ring.
I haven't been to Malta, but I've been to some of the islands around there, and I actually got to go investigate some of the old castles of the Knights Hospitalier and stuff like that. I took some good photos of it too. And they were like tangentially related to the Crusaders, right?
Yeah, Templars. Yeah.
Yep.
The Templars. Yeah.
Very, very interesting. And then what's his name that you got? I keep forgetting his name. He's the one that came. Don Brown.
Dan Brown.
Dan Brown. Yeah. He made those books, man, and everybody knows about freaking the Templars and the freaking Knights of Malta. And
the issue that is going to happen is because France has created a sort of precedent when it comes to things like abortion and gay rights. Then and more than likely we are going to see a more progressive pope coming up. That's going to really, that could potentially do real damage to the more orthodox communities, especially in Latin America and in Africa.
Well, I mean, how much more progressive or woke can you get than freaking meeting with LGBTQ or a week before you die, dude?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like his last meetings involved meeting with homosexual.
I know.
I've heard a few people say this is potentially the last pope, or the Catholic Church is in decline and stuff like that.
If you want a conspiracy theory, according to certain sects, he has ushered in the end times. This is the beginning of the Book of Revelations.
Well, that's been around forever. That's why Brown.
Yeah,
this actually fits up with his book perfectly, because you remember the last freaking movie he came out with, don't you? Where freaking it was all about the Catholic Church and the attempt to assassinate the Pope. It all fits into his book.
Now, one thing
Some
too,
would call that karma.
one thing that stood out to me too, if you take a look at him now, it could be me. I understand he is 88 years old, or he was.
Yeah.
Okay, but
See how puffy his face was at the end there?
that's what I'm getting ready to say. That doesn't he look a lot older than what he did when he actually took the freaking position as Pope, man. He looked actually like he was still virile. You know what I mean? He actually
Yeah, yeah.
People
Well,
get
see,
old.
that's a clear sign of circulatory failure. When
that's
you
only
get
10.
hypertension, that's when you get all like edema, they call it. Is when like water goes into your tissues, and he's clearly got that in his face. You can see it.
Well,
His
he only
jowls got
became.
a lot bigger.
How long ago was it that he became president or Pope?
When did
Like maybe 15 years ago.
wasn't that long ago actually?
I mean, he had black hair and everything, dude. He was all hip and cool and stuff. I remember when they were showing footage of him.
2013, I think.
2013. Yeah, I thought so. It was 2013.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is
So,
like
10 years ago.
within a 12-year difference, he had gone from what he was into what you saw there. I mean, it didn't even look like the same person, to be honest.
But do you look exactly the same as you did 10 years ago?
Yeah, I do. Dude,
Well, you've been
better than what I did 10 years ago.
drinking of the water of life or something.
Women
Water
do
of
love me.
eternity.
Women love me, dude. Like you should see it whenever I talk to
I
them.
mean, I had a few less grey hairs and less bags underneath my eyes 10 years ago.
In the time before time, when the earth was young and the heavens uncharted, there existed a realm of such splendor that even the gods found solace within its embrace. This was Dilmun, the sacred garden, the land of the living, the place where the sun rises. In Dilmun the waters ran clear, sweet as the nectar of the gods. No disease marred the flesh of mortals, no sorrow clouded their days. The lion lay with the lamb, and neither hunger nor thirst was known. Here the Sumerian deities Enki, the god of wisdom and water, and Ninhursag, the mother goddess, danced upon the soil that bore no thorn nor thistle. But even in paradise discord can bloom. Enki, in his boundless curiosity, ate forbidden flowers from Ninhursag's garden. Angered by his transgression, Ninhursag cursed him, and for the first time pain entered Dilmun as Enki fell ill. As Enki languished, the gods grew fearful, for without his wisdom the world would fall into chaos. In her mercy, Ninhursag relented and created 8 divine healers to cure Enki's ailments. From this act of forgiveness, new life sprang forth, and Dilmun was renewed. Among the reeds and the lush greenery, Utnapishtim, the mortal who survived the great flood sent by the gods, was granted eternal life. He and his wife were taken to Dilmun, where they were blessed to live forever, untouched by age or death, a reward for preserving the seeds of life during the deluge that cleansed the world. Dilmun thrived as a center of trade, a jewel upon the breast of the Persian Gulf. Its ports teemed with merchants, its markets overflowed with treasures from distant lands. Yet its greatest treasure was its legend, a promise of a world beyond suffering, a memory of the paradise that once was. And so the myth of Dilmun endures, a whisper of the Eden that dwells in the heart of humanity, a reminder of our yearning for a return to the garden from whence we came.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of WoW Talk. This is Roger Hanson here on the wonderful world of weirdness. Today, I am with Austin Austin Todd, and we are doing a special edition of WoW Talk. This one. Here lately we've been doing a lot of interviews on here, but this time we're going to do something out of a request that we had from a person that's on YouTube that watches the channel. She goes by Sherry, and on Discord, she finally got on our Discord channel, and she goes by In the Flesh. So she wanted us to do a few topics and everything. So what it was is she gave information, and I went and did research concerning the topics that she posted, and with that, we're going to do this. This episode and possibly more, because there's a lot to get involved with, or that's involved with this. So, with that being said, I want to welcome Austin to WoW Talk. So,
yep.
What started out was Sherry posted a few video. Actually, it was a video that was from Dabu 7, and it showed a picture of a what you call
some type of aquatic reptile.
Yeah, an aquatic reptile, a dragon, a serpent, something of that nature that was supposed to be on the side of it. And
which there's been an odd thing that's come up with that. But when I found it originally, I the first thing I do, I like to fact check things. I don't like to look and just repeat something that I've not investigated. And when I started to investigate this thing, I pulled it up on the Google Earth. And since I have tried to make an attempt of bringing it to attention, it has now been taken down. It's gone. But I found the boat, the same boat. I provided the pictures. It's the same exact boat, just at a different time. But they took off some of their route, because like the street view part of it, you can, go back or forth. And yeah, they have taken it down, and it's not there anymore. But I did find the same boat, different day. And so I thought that was very bizarre.
No, what I've seen from that too is that boat seems to be one of the tourist boats. That they had there. I've seen a couple, like you said, different days and everything. So I did find that, and you asked in the chat if it was real or not. I'm not gonna do that because, for one thing, I enjoyed back in the day when I was watching Dabu. I loved watching Dabu. I haven't watched him in a while, but I don't want to be one of those people. You know what I'm saying? To say if it's real or if it's not, because I know he even asked in his comments and stuff, but I've found it personally that I don't like being one of those people that says if it's real or not. You make your own decisions, you know what I mean?
Absolutely, I agree.
So
I agree. I just I was just like, when I seen it, I'm like, unless the Google people are just, screwing with us, I don't understand like who else would have had that, because I on Google Earth, I personally pulled it up. I pulled this image up because when I seen it, I try not to spread um false information. it, that's why I try to go into, like I said, research mode, because I don't want to repeat a false, just
yeah,
something somebody's doing for entertainment or whatever. So I try to, my best ability, I try to fact check. I try to fact check
same
almost
here.
everything that I research. There's actually been, but that's, never mind. That's a different topic. I seen a strange video and I can't get it out of my head. It was so bizarre. I could actually share it. I know it doesn't have anything to do with today's topic, but I can't get it out of my head. It was so bizarre.
Well, share it up on the Discord and we can check it out later and everything and do that. So, but
I think the next
Yeah,
shows will
absolutely.
be a little smoother because I'm not, like I said, I kind of got a little bit overwhelmed,
yeah,
but and I tried to keep everything short and sweet. The best. I don't want to ramble, and like I said, I don't
it's
get out
fine.
much,
It's
so.
it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Oh,
No,
you're all right. You've never seen Summer Todd's mystery show. It was worse than this sometimes.
yeah,
Isn't that right, Roger?
yeah. I call his
See?
mom a
Yeah,
troublemaker.
don't feel bad.
I call
Yeah,
Summer's a troublemaker, man. She does that all the time. All of a sudden, we're talking about alligators and shit, So it's like just out of the blue, we're talking about
yeah.
huge alligators and things of that nature. So I'm
Yeah.
used.
A lot of our life streams never really went, never really hardly ever goes smoothly. So don't feel bad.
Yeah.
It's just my mom being a troublemaker and Roger being disorganized and me being whatever the hell it is that I am.
We
I'm,
just
I'm the
I don't
personality type that I call it. I seen a squirrel. I just like something else pops in my mind, and I seem to go in circles, or I'll be talking about one thing that will bring up another thing. It's like, oh, seen a squirrel. So that's my personality type as well. But I'm gonna try to do better. I'm gonna try to um, keep focused and organized. Like I said, I've never done anything like this. I've never
okay.
reached out to people or shared my opinions on anything. And
Okay, so
I do
with
believe,
with
though.
that being said, let me go ahead and get on to what you were talking about the other day, because like with Dabu was cool, but the next one that you came to that freaking really made me decide that this is the topic we need to do was the dragon in the Grand Canyon. Now,
Yeah, and how odd they named it that too, the
mhm.
Blackhead Dragon or Trail or whatever. Like that's something. I believe that there maybe, long ago, maybe when astronauts go out into space and they stay in space for a while,
Mhm.
they actually are taller when they come back to Earth. I think something with the lack of gravity will actually like stretch your bones like they do. They actually come back taller, and I think that this world was a home to a larger race. And even when it goes back into the Bible, and it says that God made Adam out of clay, and all these people are talking about like how the sea salt looks like flesh or meat of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a place called in Texas. There's actually it's called like the Flesh Pit, I believe, and it's like basically I think that yes, it was there was a giant race, and they may have came from clay. It may have been made of from the earth, and I think that everything a long time ago was a lot bigger. So all these and there's stories all over the world, and I don't understand how these people can have no correlation with one another and have the same kinds of stories.
Now, see, this is where I was wanting to talk about, like with this does go back in. Before I mention these next things, I wanted to mention something about. There's always been this strange correlation, not only with dragons and reptiles, but
And so that's the issue. When you slap, hey, they kind of think that this is real, but it's just a thought.
Go look at Wikipedia's definition of conspiracy. I mean, that's why I don't freaking use Wikipedia, is because Wikipedia is
well, regular people. I can go post Wikipedia. Like I can. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm a discreditable source. I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of discreditable sources that know for a fact that because they have that access, why not mislead people? Okay, you said Wikipedia. Here we go. Of conspiracy or conspiracy theories?
Either one.
I see conspiracy.
Look at them side by side, if you want, because it's really interesting how they place that out there. You know what I mean? It's like. And you can see it
with political motivation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I actually donated to Wikipedia a couple of times, 13, 14 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And because of their protected bullshit information that got put out on some articles, there were some that I found flaws in that I fixed. They kept putting the flaws back in.
Yeah.
And once they described anything negative politically as right-wing and anything good politically as left-wing, without any foundation or reference, oh yeah, Nazism is a right-wing thing. Yeah, socialism is right-wing. It's like, no. Socialism is pretty much the definition of left-wing. But then they started changing the definitions of socialism. And
well,
I had to quit. I never gave them another dime after one in particular. There was a biology article.
The issue I have about, like, freaking them saying Nazism is right wing is it's not. It's left wing. I mean, all of it is freaking left wing. Nazi is an acronym for freaking the Germans' work party. Okay.
National Socialist.
Yeah. I mean, They turn around and they say frickin' Nazis were fascists. Well, how do you think fascism came along? They used to frickin' manipulate monopolies. You know what I mean? Socialist programs are manipulated and monopolies were created. You know, and it's 100% frickin' socialist. And everybody keeps arguing with me on that concept, and it's not hard to frickin' understand. Like, Nazis don't hate frickin' socialists. They don't. No, Nazis love socialism. Socialism is what frickin' made them who they are today.
Well, most people don't realize about World War II, you know, Germany and Russia hating each other. And one of it was the communist and the socialist hating each other, even though it's basically the same philosophy. It was all about who their hero was. It wasn't because they disagreed. It was infighting for the most part when it came to the base concepts. They were having a giant infight because communism and socialism are so closely related, and it had to do with implementation and who made the decisions. Our biggest war ever was a communist infight when it gets down to it.
The Mussolini, okay, is the one who first came up with the whole concept of socialism and made it into what it became. And Hitler jumped on the the fascist bandwagon. But at the same time, before he became into power, he knew that he needed to go in and he needed to frickin' manipulate these socialist groups. There was one that was out, I forgot the name of it. It's like the Vol or something like that. And they believed in frickin' blood and soil. Okay? And they were very much into like what Greenpeace would be into today, and the Volve, because that's how the name Volvo came to being. It was because of that group, and they were big in politics back then, you know. And Hitler and the Nazis took advantage of that stuff, and there's a whole bunch of freaking socialist groups that were involved with Nazis back in those days, and they just became a part of the freaking
Volvo the car.
Yeah, Volvo the car. I forgot the name of.
Can you spell? So it's spelled Volvo.
Volvo is V-A.
V-O.
V-O. The car is Volvo. V-O.
I have Volvo, but is that the same way you spell this group? I'm gonna tell. How will I search this without pulling up a card?
I believe I can find it. It's Volvo or something like that.
Volvo fascist.
The Vol or something like that. V-U-A-L or. But anyhow. It keeps wanting to.
It's all good. I just
I'll find it at some other time and mention it. But they did this with all these socialist groups, and then after they did that, that's when they started freaking learning how or implementing monopolies like Krupp. Have you guys ever heard of Krupp?
The rapper?
No, his name was Krupp. He was a freaking industrialist back then who had factories that built the German missiles and stuff, the bombs that they dropped, okay? And what he did was he ended up creating a monopoly with freaking Nazis to where he manufactured the weapons and everything. And the Germans used the Jews as freaking slave labor. So they would be in there building these bombs and freaking doing all the labor for them, while he was making a profit with Germany by building these weapons. And that's basically the function of fascism. Okay.
Now, I'm going to go off on a tangent here because we've been talking about World War II vehicle manufacturing, or manufacturing during World War II in Germany.
Uh-huh.
Ford was actually had factories in Germany in World War II making vehicles for the Axis powers, while the Ford factories in the U.S. were making Ford vehicles for the Allied powers. And when we sent our Army Air Force over to do a bombing run, they always had express orders to not bomb certain factories because they were Ford and they belonged to us.
Mm-hmm. Well,
most people have no idea about that.
You've heard about IBM, haven't you?
Oh yeah, definitely IBM. That's what the tattoos were all about.
Uh-huh. And IBM even made the freaking time clocks, and for the Jews, whenever they had to freaking clock in and clock out when they went out to do their work, they actually were the ones that gave the Germans those freaking time clocks. So every time you see a movie where freaking they're going up and they're getting their time cards before they leave the camps, they're freaking getting those time cards and clocking in and clocking out because of IBM. But nobody knows that. They don't want to hear that. Just like they don't want to hear that DuPont was going to freaking do a coup against the American government because we entered the war. The DuPont family.
Right.
So, but all that's fact. But it's a conspiracy.
I actually didn't know the DuPont one.
Yeah.
The problem with me, I graze everything, but I don't deep dive into everything.
DuPonts, they actually supported the Nazis in what they wanted, and whenever we went to war against Germany and Japan, they were actually in the process of freaking performing a coup, and because it would affect our economy, because the DuPonts had a lot of money back then, they decided to let them off. They got away scot-free and never had to pay for their consequences, just like Krupp in Germany. After World War II, all these people that got freaking sentenced with war crimes were killed, but they let Krupp go because he had so much money that it would affect the economy, so they let it slide. See, this is the kind of stuff they don't want you to know. Not everybody who were war criminals were actually freaking brought up on war crimes. That's just a complete fiction.
I know a lot of prominent businessmen were pro-Nazi in the beginning, Henry Ford being one of them. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Walt Disney kind of pro-Nazi?
No, I never knew about that. I know that he was weird. That's basically it. He was really weird. That's about
He was obviously anti-Nazi later because Disney did produce a lot of propaganda, anti-Nazi cartoons later, but I think early on he was pro-Hitler, and I know Henry Ford was. And there was a pretty long list of people that were, but didn't he make Times Man of the Year twice before the war?
Yeah.
And
Disney?
Yeah, there was like Hitler mania over here in the U.S.
Hitler.
Before the war started.
Hitler actually made Man of the Year for Times Magazine twice. I know that. That's the crazy part. And like when it comes to eugenics, that's here in the United States. We were the leaders in eugenics. Okay. Adolf Hitler actually admired America for their eugenics programs. And when it
Didn't he write FDR or was it FDR? He wrote a fan letter at one point to one of our presidents.
Yeah, and they endorsed this stuff. The United States did. We're the ones who came up with freaking the abortion thing. But like, see, there's voluntary eugenics and then there's involuntary eugenics, and Hitler was a part of the involuntary groups, but he understood the concept of the voluntary groups, like abortion. You know what I mean? Abortion was created because of a racist white woman who freaking thought that it would be a good idea to freaking use abortion to kill off freaking uneducated black babies. But you're not going to hear that. This is Planned Parenthood, okay? This is important today, you know. But that's left wing and Hitler is right wing, you know what I mean? So they don't connect. And a lot of people don't even want to hear that. They don't want to understand that the person who freaking founded Planned Parenthood was a racist white woman who freaking thought it would be smart to freaking kill off freaking uneducated black children. Set up and ready to go, testing out the audio real quick, making sure everything is working properly. Let me go ahead and get everything up and ready. DLive sounds good. Hit refresh on Rumble. Go in there and see what everything sounds like. Okay, Rumble sounds good. X is up and running. While it's getting ready, I'll go check Twitch out. Twitch sounds good. I have to hit refresh on X is what it is. Come in and check out Kick. Sounds good. And let me find out what's going on here on YouTube. It should be, I have to hit refresh on that too by the looks of it. I think yesterday I also had to refresh it. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, it looks like it's up and going. But now I have to go into the live stream and check the audio. See what it sounds like. It's supposed to be running from what it looks like. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it sounds good on YouTube. Now I'll find out X, see what it looks or sounds like. Have to hit refresh on it again. I mean, it shows it on the deck, so I know that it's actually running. I just don't know what the audio sounds like. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it sounds good too. Okay, so everything is up and running. We've got a background set up and good to go. Got the banners running for Conspiracy. Today is going to be an episode of Conspiracy. I even have my little avatar down there so that I can get a habit of using that.
Just to let everybody know, I have started doing my edits for this season. So my 15-minute videos of conspiracy for this year has started. And here before long I will be uploading those, but everything is in a process right now. So I've got things that need to be turned into like 8-hour blocks of video, and that's where I'm using a lot of my videos. So before I put them onto Rumble, then I usually make an 8-hour block out of all the content that I have, and I put it on my main channel, and then I turn around and I start transferring them over to Rumble, and they'll be coming out. All my uploads for Rumble too is scheduled out until the beginning of the year. They're not on precise days because of the way that the uploading process is on Rumble. It makes it kind of hard to do that. So you're not going to get like one episode running on Monday and then or one series running on Monday and then another on Tuesday. So just to let you know, but they are by what part it is. Like part ones of all my videos will be out on this, and then part 2, and then part 3, stuff like that. And they'll all be put out at the same time when they're available. So I know that sounded pretty complicated, but I really wish I could say that it's not either. You know? But in order for me to get that many uploads done and ready, it took a little bit of complicated methodology, I guess. Double checking on all the audio, make sure it sounds good. Yeah. So we have 5 minutes to go, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in another cool song, and I will come back here. I'm going to take a real quick smoke break, and I will be back with the show. So let me go ahead and put in Celestial Blueprints from Mr. Robot.
They built the pyramids in 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth, what force movement by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code, key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, out came a pyramid ode. The sphinx who has water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen, nah, that's ego talk, a weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with them allegorical crypts, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code, key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, out came a pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens have, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama? Myths are metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math, and law, then dip beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawn when gods walked as king, left blueprints and Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The unrotated truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids home a hymn, rising cold and divine. As we all soul below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, future spiral eternity. Written language of symbolism. We're gods, we've been missing. In 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads. These structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping. Logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth. What force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive. Yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code, key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The Sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Mummies stolen? Nah, that's ego talk, a weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with the allegorical crypts, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code, key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths of metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math, and law, then dip beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawn when gods walked as king, left blueprints and Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The unrotated truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids home a hymn, rising cold and divine. As we all soul below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, truth's a spiral eternity. to the symbolism with gods within me.
All right, I am back. So I was a little bit late there on the running, but I got back here. So now it is time for me to get my head on straight so that we can get this going and have a good show. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start the show. I'll do my countdown and get things um, and freaking get on with the topic and everything. Okay, so today's going to be a pretty good episode. So let me do my countdown and get ready. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Conspiracy. Today, I am going to go farther in what I was discussing in the last two episodes. The first episode was pretty good. It actually happened or started, or this series actually started at the perfect time too, because it had I was starting the season just as Trump released the classified files for the supposed JFK assassination, or the JFK assassination, the supposed disclosure of JFK is what I really should have said. So what I did is I went through and I brought up some subjects in there that really was never mentioned or discussed before in the Warren Commission. And I also went back through and I kind of did a breakdown on some of the members of the Warren Commission and what their pasts were that was involved in it. That led me to the second episode where I started talking about World War II and the post-World War II reconstruction efforts of Europe. Now, with that being done, I mentioned Jay McCloy. And Jay McCloy was very, very pivotal in that, and he also was involved in the reconstruction of Europe, and some of the things that he was involved in was pretty shady, to be honest with you. Now, with that, I also mentioned some other players that were involved, and that brings us into the third area of what I wanted to be discussing when it comes to all this, and this all has to do with high finance. So now we're going to be hearing about old empires that fell. We're going to hear about new regimes that rose up during the late 1800s, early 1900s. And we're also going to be hearing about high finance and the people who were involved in it. Now, Jekyll Island and everything is involved in it, but there's also other things that are involved that are going on at the same time. And let me also point out to you, what I mentioned here is just a small part of a bigger scene. There was more things that were being played out Okay. Just I'm not specifically saying that this was all of it, is what I'm telling you. There's a lot more that's involved in it, but I only have a certain amount of time to where I can make these streams and put out the information that I think is relevant and important. So um, just keep that in mind when I'm doing this. Okay, so with that being said, I am going to go ahead and get on with the topic. So we're going to first start with a guy who was named James Warburg. The Warburgs are very important. I mentioned them in the previous episode, and I'm going to go further into it. But first, I'm going to start with James Warburg. Now, James Warburg, prominent banker, advisor, and intellectual of the mid 20th century, was deeply involved in the conversations surrounding world governance and global order in the years following World War II. Born into a powerful banking dynasty with German-American roots, Warburg's career intersected with major moments in U.S. foreign policy, economic planning, and post-war international development. Though often discussed in ideological and conspiratorial contexts, Warburg's own documented positions reveal a consistent and principled belief in the need for stronger international institutions and a reduction in absolute national sovereignty to prevent future wars and manage global resources effectively. So he basically wanted stronger international institutions, and then he wanted to reduce national sovereignties. Just so I can put that out there. Now, Warburg's most well-known contributions to this discourse came in the form of his advocacy for a world federal government, a concept he believed could offer lasting peace and stability. Supposedly, that's what the narrative says. Okay, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing that conclusively connects it. But I'm pretty sure that money had more to do with it than lasting peace and stability. And as you listen, you'll hear more of that as we go through. Now, he notably testified before the United States Senate Foreign Relations Committee in 1950, where he stated, "We shall have world government, whether or not we like it. The only question is whether world government will be achieved by consent or by conquest." The statement has since become emblematic of his views and is frequently cited, often without the full context of his broader argument. And I really don't see how you could have a broader argument after making a statement like that. That's pretty right in your face, stating the facts of what he was saying, you know. So, I mean, he did say by consent or by conquest, you know. Now, Warburg supposedly wasn't calling for a top-down authoritarian regime, according to what these people are saying. They were saying that he was wanting a voluntary, democratically constructed international federation that was designed to manage issues that transcended national borders, such as war, disarmament, trade, environmental challenges, things of that nature. So already they're talking about environmental challenges and stuff before World War II ever started. Now, Warburg's model was of what they called a supranational authority, and that would have been structured to perform many of the same functions that national governments were supposedly supposed to perform domestically. That was what was pushed to the public. Now, the authority would be based on a written constitution agreed upon by its member states, with the key caveat being the states would have to surrender certain aspects of their sovereignty, especially in areas like military conflict and economic policy. And this was supposed to be going to the greater collective authority on a world stage. Now, the concept is supposedly supposed to have mirrored the evolution of the United States, where formerly independent colonies had agreed to a binding federal constitution, and that imposed certain uniform policies. But it was also supposed to be preserving autonomy in local governance. Now, this is what they were pushing. This is what they were saying. And if you look around with some of the stuff that's going on today, you tell me if that kind of agenda isn't really taking place behind closed doors. I mean, it just seems a little bit too familiar, if you ask me. Now, this world government would have been composed of several branches, a legislature, which would include representation based both in population and on national identity. And that was to attempt balancing the influence of large and small states. Now, a global executive authority would be responsible for implementing decisions, and they would be responding to international crises and managing the enforcement of laws passed by the legislature. Perhaps most crucially, a judiciary would oversee compliance and resolve disputes with authority that supersedes national courts. So this international court would actually supersede all of our court systems, no matter what country you were in. Okay, so you would basically have to obey what this national court said above the country that you resided in. So now Warburg believed that such a structure would be critical in eliminating the cause of world wars and preventing arms races that had already devastated humanity in two global conflicts. And again, that is the narrative that has been pushed, okay? But like I said, as I continue to read on, you'll find out. I mean, you'll be able to make your own judgment on if this stuff is true or not, okay? Now, his emphasis on integration among Western nations was not an end goal in itself, but rather a strategy. Warburg saw the democratic and industrialized countries of the West as the most capable of leading the charge towards international unification. That would be the United States, Britain, France, West Germany, and other Western European powers. They would share political traditions and have cooperated militarily and economically through alliances like NATO and institutions like the Marshall Plan. Now, last week we discussed the Marshall Plan, and today that's where I want to kind of go over NATO a little bit. This is an organization that, to me, really kind of sticks out when it comes to what I just read about what Warburg wanted to put together with his plan. Now, Warburg's view, Warburg's view alignments. Warburg viewed these alignments as fertile ground for testing a federal model of cooperation. In his view, integration should begin with like-minded nations and gradually extend outward to include the rest of the world. To achieve this, Warburg supported enhanced political coordination among Western nations, including the idea of a shared legislature and eventually a political union similar to what the European Union would later become. On the economic front, though, he endorsed free trade agreements, reduced tariffs, and the creation of shared markets. Now, his model foreshadowed structures like the European Economic Community and later the World Trade Organization, which to me doesn't really help his case. You know what I mean? These are two organizations that are trying to take away countries' sovereignties and impose a universal worldwide law. Albeit with significantly more binding power than they would have ultimately come to possess later. You know what I mean? That's what this view was. His model. It would have had a heck of a lot more power than what it did now. Now, Warburg's ideas also included military integration. He favored placing military forces under international command to prevent unilateral actions that could lead to war. He supported the idea of a single defense policy among Western nations, reducing duplication and ensuring that no single state could act aggressively without collective approval. This vision went far beyond the practical limits of NATO at the time, as it would have required nations to hand over a large degree of strategic autonomy. Beyond political and economic frameworks, Warburg believed in building a common culture and ethical foundation among the world's people. He advocated for educational exchanges, international broadcasting, and the promotion of universal human rights. And that I do not really believe. There is nothing that I've found at all whatsoever that shows these people in the Warburg family cared about human rights, much less the education of people, say, in third world countries. I actually, a while back, went and checked out what the illiteracy rate is supposed to be on a global scale, and I was pretty amazed. Like, if you look at it from back in the 1900s until now, it is bigger in numbers, and it does show that more people are capable of reading and stuff, but percentage-wise, it's not really any better. I mean, it's, these people that are from these third world countries aren't being educated. They're just being used as work machines in industrial companies, industrial work sites and stuff. So they're being shifted from being indigenous to being uneducated poor people, basically. That's what I've actually found about it. So So he envisioned a global citizenship program and a strengthened sense of common identity to replace nationalist ideologies, which he believed were root causes of division and conflict. Now, Warburg's ideas were not universally embraced, and they often attracted opposition from both the political left and right. Critics on the right feared the loss of national sovereignty and the rise of an unaccountable global bureaucracy. Some on the left were wary of the dominance of Western capitalist powers in shaping the rules of such a system. Moreover, his aristocratic background and banking ties often fueled suspicion, especially during periods of heightened concerns about financial elites influencing political processes. Nonetheless, Warburg's vision found some practical traction in the post-war world. The creation of the United Nations, although far more limited in power than what he envisioned, was a step in the direction of international governance. The Bretton Woods system which established institutions like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, reflected a coordinated global economic framework. So Bretton Woods system is the beginning of what would eventually be their attempt at creating a global economic framework. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights laid down principles that would inform future international law. In addition to his role as an advocate for global governance, Warburg was involved in post-war reconstruction efforts in Europe, and through family and professional networks had indirect influence on the implementation of the Marshall Plan. The Warburg family's financial and advisory roles in pre-war and post-war Europe, including connections to German and key banking institutions, gave them considerable insight and leverage in economic planning. While the family profited from international finance, their public activities also aligned with efforts to stabilize Europe and prevent future conflicts. Specific profit figures from their activities are not public, but the Warburg banking legacy continued to play a substantial role in the transatlantic finance well into the second half of the 20th century. The broader context of Warburg's proposal must also be seen against the backdrop of Cold War tensions. The threat of nuclear war, ideological conflict between East and West, and the rapid pace of technological development made the idea of a unified approach to global governance seemed both necessary and urgent to some thinkers of the time. While Warburg's world federalism never materialized in its full form, many of its underlying concepts continue to influence international relationships, treaty organizations, and efforts at multilateral diplomacy today. Warburg's ideas also must be placed in the context of changing international norms. His advocacy was not isolated. It echoed the works of other world federalists and statesmen who believed that global cooperation was the only safeguard against annihilation. The devastation of two world wars combined with the advent of nuclear weapons deeply influenced intellectuals and policymakers alike to rethink the structure of international order. Now, I can agree with some of that to an extent, but I would also guess that Warburg was in the process of trying to figure out how to make a profit off of this stuff because him and his entire family were warmongers who profited off of war. That's how they made their money. And as soon as I get through this part, you'll start about James Warburg. You'll start seeing where I'm coming from with this. I'll go even deeper into all of this so that you guys can understand what I'm talking about. Now, Warburg was one of many who believed that world peace was not only a dream, but it was a necessity. That's according to what the narrative states about James Warburg. They make it out like he was just a peace activist and he wanted peace and that was all he wanted, but a lot of what's being said doesn't really match up. Now, like I said, while James Warburg was not a lone voice in the push for global governance, his prominence, his resources, and connections lent his views greater influence. He was a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and had ties to key figures in the U.S. State Department and economic advisory circles. His proposals influenced discussions among World Federalist organizations and in policy think tanks, although they never became official U.S. policy. Still, Warburg's testimony and writing served to popularize a framework for thinking about how peace might be institutionalized beyond the fragile confines of diplomatic agreements. One area in which his vision indirectly saw implementation through regional integration projects was through regional integration projects. The European Coal and Steel Community, founded in the early 1950s, later expanded into the European Economic Community and eventually the European Union. So now we have the emergence of the European Union. Okay. These institutions reflected many of the principles Warburg championed: economic integration, shared political frameworks, and bridging legal authority across nations. Though the EU remains a regional body and not a global federation, it has often been cited as a potential model for broader international cooperation. So that, to me, is something that really stands out. What we have here with the EU is actually a guinea pig, a model that they would eventually want to make the world into. So when you're looking at the EU and everything that's involved there, you're looking at something that is actually something they want to make into a global government. And that's something that really does stand out to me whenever I read this. So now, Warburg's emphasis on the moral responsibility of developed nations also carries weight in post-war humanitarian and economic policies. He argued that industrialized democracy had a duty to help build up the developing world, not simply for strategic gain, but to promote shared prosperity and reduce inequality that could lead to conflict. These areas contributed to debates about foreign aid, international development, and economic justice, though their implementation varied widely depending on political leadership and global circumstances. And this is where, when I was mentioning third world countries and the education that they receive, I don't see that as actually being a part of it. Now, I would honestly believe that these people believe that they could use these countries for strategic gain. You know what I mean? While keeping them uneducated and just making them become their cannon fodder when it came to wars and things of that nature. I could see that make them work in the factories and all of the hard jobs that people have to do, the mines and stuff of that nature in Africa and countries like that. That's what I see being done there. It was more of a strategic game. Now later on, I can go into a little bit more of that because there's a few other things that I want to bring up concerning these organizations that I've just mentioned here. It goes even deeper than what I'm actually reading now, like I said. So this is stuff that you can find on your own too, by the way. There's absolutely nothing here that's classified, hidden from the public. It's right there in your face and you can find it. Now, with that, I'll just continue. Now, as for his critics, they frequently question not only the feasibility of Warburg's proposals, but also the intentions behind them. His family's banking legacy, particularly the Warburg family's past in Germany and their involvement in global finance, was sometimes used to paint him as a symbol of elite overreach or hidden influence. This framing intensified during periods of political popularization and during the rise of anti-global sentiments. While these critics rarely address the actual content of Warburg's plan, they nevertheless shaped public perception and limited broader acceptance of these ideas. One of the core challenges facing Warburg's vision was the issue of democratic legitimacy. How could a global government be accountable to citizens when most of the world did not share the same democratic norms or institutions? Would smaller nations truly have a voice, or would power be concentrated in the hands of wealthy states? These questions remained unresolved and continued to animate debates about global government and continue to animate debates about global governance today. Warburg acknowledged such concerns and proposed mechanisms for proportional representation and legal guarantees to protect national identities and minorities' rights. Nonetheless, implementing such safeguards on a global scale has proven enormously complex. Despite these obstacles, Warburg never abandoned his vision. He continued despite these obstacles. Warburg, and he was supposed to advocate for international integration well into the 1950s and 1960s. His legacy lives on in various institutions, academic discussions, and activist movements dedicated to world federalism and global democracy. While world governments, as he imagined it, remains elusive, the institutions and treaties built in the post-war era reflect at least a partial embrace of his philosophy that peace and security depends on rules, cooperation, and shared responsibility. And for me personally, no, I do not agree with anything that this man represented. The one thing I am 100% about is 100% against is world governance. Uh, so, I mean, with me, that's the one thing that I have to say about that. Now, now with that, I'm going to go ahead and kind of dive more into this thing about trying becoming a interdependent world and for federal governance. Now, unlike some other globalists of his time, Warburg didn't cloak his ambition in secrecy or diplomatic language. He was often really forthright about the challenges and trade-offs involved in world federalism, including the surrender of certain national prerogatives and the elevation of global priority over parochial interest, over parochial interests. This openness has led to a long-lasting impact on international thought, even if his full vision has not come to pass. His call for greater integration, that's what I was talking about, this whole term integration. His call for greater integration among Western nations was not merely strategic, but based on a belief of shared cultural, economic, and political values. This alignment, he argued, made Western democracies the most viable starting point for a federal global system. Those subsequent events, including the Cold War, the rise of China, and the fragmentation of international norms, have complicated the prospect for such a union. Warburg's proposal remains a benchmark in discussions of supranational governance and the search for lasting peace. In today's world of rising nationalism, political polarization, and renewed geopolitical competition, Warburg's vision may seem idealistic or even outdated, yet the core issues he sought to address, global conflict, environmental degradation, economic inequality, and nuclear proliferation, remain as urgent now as they were in his time. And the thing that gets me is, like I said before, now, I mean, they're even back then talking about environmental degradation, you know. So that is something that I've always been wanting to get into, because I know I've heard older stories about back in the 1940s where they were pushing environmental climate change and stuff like that. And I haven't really been able to find the older ones because it seems like they've just disappeared, you know. But I remember seeing scenes where I believe that the guy was called Dr. Seuss. It wasn't the guy that did Cat in the Hat, but it was another guy. He was real big in environmental climate change, and he was the one who started the whole thing about the ice caps melting and stuff back in the 1940s, I believe it was. So I mean, there's a lot of that content that I at one time went back and tried to find, and I couldn't find it. It just happened to visit or disappear, for some reason. Everybody wants us to believe that all of this started on Earth Day, and that's just not true. Now, let me get started with Paul Moritz Warburg now, because it just makes me sick listening to the stuff that I'm reading. I hate that. I hate the fact that that stuff's coming out of my mouth. So Paul Warburg was born in 1868 in Hamburg, Germany, and he became a significant figure in the development of the American financial system due to his involvement in the creation of the Federal Reserve. His background in European banking and an experience as a partner at Kuhn, Loeb and Co., a major investment bank in the United States, gave him influence in promoting banking reforms. Warburg's actions, including his push for central banking, coincided with efforts to increase control over monetary policy, though some have questioned the motivations and the impacts of such reforms. Coming from a prominent banking family, Warburg was familiar with centralized European banking systems, particularly the German Reichsbank. After relocating to the United States in the early 1900s, he critiqued the decentralized nature of American banking. Following the Panic of 1907, he used the opportunity to advocate for the creation of a central bank. He published papers and gave talks promoting a reserve system, drawing parallels with the European models. While some viewed these ideas as necessary modernization, others saw them as a means to consolidate power among banking elites. Although initially met with skepticism, Warburg's ideas gained support among key politicians and businessmen. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913 was passed, creating a central bank. Warburg was appointed to the first Federal Reserve Board in 1914. In taking this position, he formally resigned from his private business roles to reduce perception of conflict of interest. He stepped down as a partner of Kuhn, Loeb and Company and resigned from positions at the National Bank of the Republic and Wells Fargo and Company. Jacob Schiff, Warburg's brother-in-law and fellow partner at Kuhn Loeb, assumed several of Warburg's responsibilities. Schiff also served on the board of Wells Fargo's and continued to lead Kuhn, Loeb and Co. Schiff's rise coincided with major political and financial shifts in the early 20th century. While some credit him with strategic leadership and philanthropy, or however you say it, others argue that his role in international finance and broader implications that served private interests. Others argue that his role in international finance had broader implications that served private interests. Felix Warburg, Paul Warburg's brother, took on greater responsibilities at Kuhn Loeb during this period too. Like his brother, Felix held significant influence in financial and philanthropic circles. The Warburg family's presence in major financial institutions allowed them to maintain influence even as Paul entered public service. While on the Federal Reserve Board, Paul Warburg contributed to the development of central banking policy and regional banking systems. This included actions during World War I that supported the U.S. economy. Warburg's understanding of international finance was considered valuable, though questions remain about the long-term impacts of the policies he helped implement. After his term on the Federal Reserve Board, Warburg continued in finance, including establishing the American Acceptance Council in 1990 and serving as chairman of the International Acceptance Bank in New York. His post-Fed activities continued to shape financial policies, often without the visibility of his earlier public role. The transfer of duties from Warburg to Schiff and others at Kuhn-Loeb demonstrates how financial influence was maintained across institutions. Schiff remained a significant figure in American finance, with involvement in foreign affairs and support for overseas governments and movements, raising concerns among critics about the alignment of private interest and public outcomes. Warburg's critics accuse him of advancing reforms that disproportionately benefited large banks and undermined public oversights. Allegations of self-interest and manipulation of financial systems followed him throughout his career. Some have speculated about his connection to financial crises and questioned whether his advocacy for reform served broader public interest or entrenched private control. Jacob Schiff's investments, particularly in international conflicts such as the Russo-Japanese War, also sparked debate. Schiff's financial backing of Japan during its war with Russia was seen by some as politically motivated and as evidence of how financial institutes could influence global events. Though Schiff claimed moral reasons for his decision, the financial and geopolitical benefits cannot be overlooked. The Warburg and Schiff families' involvement in shaping the U.S. and global financial systems contributed to structural changes with lasting impacts. These changes centralized power and introduced new financial mechanisms that expanded the influence of private banks. While some historians interpret these developments as necessary modernization, others argue that they reflect a consolidation of elite power under the guise of reform. Paul Warburg's theories on central banking promoted a stronger institutional framework, but they also facilitated increased control by unelected financial authorities. His support for a central bank included the belief that such an institution should operate independently of public opinion and electoral oversight, a view that remains controversial. The Federal Reserve's current structure reflects many of Warburg's ideas, and it continues to face scrutiny for its perceived lack of transparency and public accountability. In the early 20th century was marked by significant financial upheavals, including recurring panics and economic instability. The creation of the Federal Reserve, driven in part by Warburg, was a response to these conditions. Now, me personally, I find that could possibly be untrue. There's a good chance that these people actually caused a lot of these bank runs, just so they could actually enforce these laws and create the Federal Reserve, federal banking and stuff. That's just my take on it. It just, when you read this stuff enough over and over again, it's there. You know what I mean? So that's something that really sticks out to me. Now, however, questions remain about whether these crises were exacerbated or even manipulated by those advocating for centralization. Jacob Schiff's continued influence at Kuhn, Loeb, and other institutes, including Wells Fargo's, reinforces the dominance of a small group of financiers in American economic life. Critics have pointed out that such concentration of influence was detrimental to democratic principles and led to decisions driven by financial self-interest rather than by public welfare. The roles of Paul Warburg and Jacob Schiff in shaping the modern American financial system are complex. They were influential in the creation and leadership of institutions that still impact financial finance or global finance today. However, their motivation, the outcomes of their actions, and the power they wielded remain subjects of critical historical debate. The consolidation of financial authority that followed their rise has been both praised for stability and criticized for entrenching elite control over economic policy. Now, after that, I want to also shift over to Max Warburg. Now, this is where a lot of things kind of start making a little bit more sense too when it comes to profiting off of war. And I also see them breaking up into two factions. You take this side, I take this side, and we meet in the middle and make a big pot of big profit off of it. You know what I mean? And we share the gold, the big pot of gold kind of thing, you know? So with that, I'm going to start talking about Max Warburg. Now, Max Warburg, it was a prominent figure in the early 20th century European in European finance. He played a significant role as a financial advisor to the German government during World War I. As head of M.M. Warburg and Company, a major Hamburg-based bank with deep international connections, Max was regarded as one of Germany's most influential bankers. His activities during the war, along with the global position of the Warburg family, highlight a complex intersection of financial, political, and transnational power that defined the wartime and post-war economic landscapes. Born in 1867 to the powerful Warburg banking family, Max inherited not only the family business, but also a legacy of financial involvement that extended across Europe and into the United States. By the outbreak of World War I in 1914, Max Warburg had already cemented himself as a trusted advisor to key figures in the German Empire, including Kaiser Wilhelm II. He was a member of the Reichsbank Advisory Board and often called upon to provide counsel to Germany's monetary and economic strategies. As Germany became increasingly isolated from international financial markets due to the British naval blockade and diplomatic pressure from the Allies, Warburg's experience and connections in neutral countries became even more vital. His expertise in international banking and knowledge of capital flows allowed him to facilitate indirect economic transactions and attempt to circumvent some of the economic constraints the placed upon the Central Powers. These efforts, however, were limited by the geopolitical realities of the war, as Germany's access to international credit and trade diminished. One of the most controversial aspects of Max Warburg's legacy stems from the simultaneous rise of his brother Paul Warburg in the United States. Paul Warburg was a key architect of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 and served in the initial Federal Reserve Board, on the initial Federal Reserve Board. While Paul had resigned from his positions at Kuhn Loeb and Company in Wells Fargo to join the board, concerns persisted over potential conflict of interest. During World War I, while Max advised the German Empire, Paul was advising the U.S. government as a top monetary authority. This transatlantic split in allegiances within the Warburg family has fueled persistent debate and speculation. Critics have long questioned whether these dual roles created an unseen channel of financial communication or influence between opposing sides. While no evidence has emerged proving coordination between the brothers during the war, the situation raised eyebrows in both Europe and America. The perception of elite banking families transcending national boundaries in a time of global conflict contributed to broader anxieties about the concentration of financial power and the role of international bankers in world events. Mark Warburg's influence extended beyond his advisory role. He was instrumental in directing funds and advising on war bond campaigns within Germany. His position on various corporate and banking boards gave him a central role in the strategic decisions about the mobilization of resources for the war effort. He also had to manage the effects of war on German industry, overseeing efforts to maintain economic stability in the face of growing shortages and inflation. After the war, Max Warburg continued to wield influence during the period of Reconstruction and financial stabilization. He was a delegate to the Versailles Peace Conference in 1919, representing German financial interests. Warburg opposed some of the harsh reparations imposed on Germany and worked to negotiate more favorable terms for the nation's recovery. He later played a role in the establishment of the German central bank, the Reichsbank, under the new post-war economic framework. The Warburg family's financial involvement during the interwar years further embedded them in the transnational financial architecture that would shape Europe in the lead-up to World War II. While Max Warburg's business continued in Germany, the rise of the Nazi regime in the 1930s forced the family to divest and flee the country. Despite being a decorated German patriot who had supported the state during World War I, Max Warburg, like many German Jews, found himself stripped of his position and persecuted under Nazi racial laws. He eventually immigrated to the United States, where other members of the Warburg family had already established themselves. And even though it's mentioned here that he was persecuted by the Nazis, you need to also remember that he was a World War I war criminal. Okay, this man was responsible for chemicals that had been freaking dropped on freaking Allied soldiers. And he was literally able to walk into the United States and get citizenship because of the amount of money that was in his pocket. Okay? Now, don't get me wrong, there was a lot of horrible things that happened in World War II, but nobody ever looks at World War I where, I mean, there's a reason why chemical warfare is abolished. Okay? And World War I was the reason for that. A lot of people died in that war too. And this man was involved in the financing of those chemical weapons that eventually killed Allied troops. And he was just allowed right into the United States because of his influence and his money. Now, the perception of the Warburgs are as figures operating above natural politics has led to their inclusion in many critiques of early 20th century global finance. The notion that such families could wield influence in multiple national arenas simultaneously during a time of unprecedented warfare and political upheaval fostered suspicions that these financial networks prioritize personal or institutional interests over the interests of any one nation. These concerns are compounded by the fact that private banking families like the Warburgs often maintain discretion in their dealings, rarely publicizing their influence or decisions. In Germany, Max Warburg's role as financial advisor was both celebrated and criticized. His expertise was recognized by many in the establishment, yet nationalists and far-right factions frequently attacked him, especially in the years following the war. These criticisms intensified with the rise of anti-Semitic ideologies, which painted Jewish bankers as the architects of German defeat and economic decline. Max Warburg's association with international finance made him an easy target for conspiracy theories that sought to attribute Germany's loss in the war and subsequent suffering to betrayal from within. In the United States, Paul Warburg's position was not immune to scrutiny either. Despite his former renunciation of private business ties upon joining the Federal Reserve Board, questions persisted about whether his family's transnational connections influenced U.S. monetary policy. Paul had advocated for a central bank long before the war, arguing that financial panics like those in 1907 demonstrated the need for more effective control over the banking systems. However, critics viewed the creation of the Federal Reserve as a mechanism that placed immense economic power in the hands of unelected financiers. Both Max and Paul Warburg operated at the intersection of public policy and private finance, a space where influence is hard to measure and accountability is often diffused. Their simultaneous involvement in the financial affairs of two opposing powers during a world war is perhaps the most vivid illustration of the dual loyalties and overlapping interests that defined international finance in the early 20th century. Their legacies, whether interpreted as examples of visionary economic leadership or elite control of global systems, remain central to the history of modern banking. The Warburgs were also involved in post-war efforts to reshape Europe economically. The family's expertise and capital were welcomed in various projects that sought to stabilize currencies, rebuild industrial capacities, and reestablish international trade. While these efforts were framed as part of a broader vision for economic cooperation and peace, they also provide opportunities for consolidating financial influence across borders. The participation of private banking families in the reconstruction of Europe has led some to question the extent to which these projects serve public welfare versus financial interests. Max Warburg's last years were marked by the rapid changes occurring in Germany under the Nazi regime. Despite his long-standing service to the German state, he was forced to sell his bank under duress and leave the country. This expulsion of Jewish financiers during the Nazi era not only marked a tragic end to Warburg's career in Germany, but also underscored the dangers of relying on personal influence and informal networks in a time of political extremism. While Max and Paul Warburg never publicly coordinated during World War I, the fact that they had such prominent position on opposing sides of the global conflict highlights the unique position of transnational banking families. Their dual roles illustrate how financial networks could straddle political divides, functioning with relative independence from national governments. Whether this influence was used for stabilization or exploitation remains a point of contention among historians and researchers. In hindsight, the Warburgs' contributions to global finance cannot be separated from the political realities of their time. Their rise to power occurred during a period of intense economic volatility and global conflict. Their activities were shaped by both opportunity and necessity. The structural changes they helped implement, from the founding of the Federal Reserve to the financial mobilization of Germany during World War I, continue to affect the global economy today. The Warburg family's history is emblematic of a broader phenomenon in early 20th century finance: the growing influence of private financial dynasties in shaping public policy and international relations. Max Warburg's role in advising the German Empire, particularly during a time of immense global conflict, must be viewed not only in terms of individual decision-making, but also as a part of a larger system in which financial expertise and political power become increasingly intertwined. This intersection remains a key feature in modern economic systems and continues to provoke questions about transparency, accountability, and the true nature of financial power in a world defined by both cooperation and conflict. Now, the Russo-Japanese War is a war that took place between 1904 and 1905, and it's marked a significant turning point in both East Asian and global history. But the financial currents driving this conflict often remain underexplored. Central to this financial theater were key Western banking families and institutions, most notably Jacob Schiff, the Rothschild family, and the Warburgs. These names, synonymous with elite banking, played roles that would ripple beyond the war itself, impacting the collapse of the Russian Empire and contributing to the emergence of both militarized Japan and eventually revolutionary currents in Russia. Jacob Schiff, a German-born Jewish banker who immigrated to the United States, became a principal figure at Kuhn Loeb and Company, one of the most powerful investment banks in America. Schiff had trained in the financial traditions of Frankfurt, a city where the Rothschild banking dynasty had established one of its fundamental strongholds, or foundational strongholds. This European education had installed in Schiff a deep understanding of international finance and geopolitics, and his ties to the Rothschilds and the Warburg family of Hamburg further extended his influence across continents. As tensions escalated between Japan and Russia at the dawn of the 20th century, Schiff emerged as a vital supporter of Japan. His motivations were multifaceted. One reason was ideological. He harbored a profound opposition to the Russian Empire's policies towards its Jewish population, which include pogroms and institutionalized discrimination. Yet strategic and financial aspects of his decision were just as significant. Schiff believed that a victorious Japan could alter the balance of power in East Asia and challenge the autocratic regime in Russia. To support Japan, Schiff arranged for massive loans amounting to over $200 million in today's money to be issued to the Japanese government through Kuhn Loeb and Co. These funds were instrumental in Japan's ability to sustain its war effort against the numerically and materially superior Russian Empire. Schiff's move was revolutionary. It marked one of the first times a major Western financier had backed an Asian nation against a European power. It also demonstrated the emerging power of global capital independent of national borders. At the same time, Schiff's financial support of Japan had broader implications. The funds he helped secure were used to modernize Japan's infrastructure, including its navy and army. This support allowed Japan to project military power far beyond its borders, culminating in the stocking victory over Russian forces at Port Arthur and Tsushima. These victories were not only strategic but psychological, shattering the illusion of European military invincibility and inspiring colonial and nationalist movements across Asia. In addition to Schiff's contributions, the Rothschild banking house in London and Paris played important, albeit more indirect roles. Though they did not openly support the Japanese war efforts in the same overt way that Schiff did, Rothschild-affiliated institutions help manage the complex web of international bonds and credit relations that underpin the war economies. The Rothschilds, with their deep roots in sovereign debt markets and their close relationship with European governments, had a long-standing interest in the political stability of the continent. However, their involvement in managing Japanese bond issuances in London, facilitated through allied banks like Barings and N.M. Rothschild and Sons, suggests they saw a rising Japan as a valuable geopolitical player. The Warburg family, another powerful German Jewish banking dynasty, added a third dimension to this financial equation. Max Warburg in Germany and Paul Warburg in the United States maintained extensive networks in both European and American financial circles. While there is limited public documentation of direct Warburg financing for the Japanese war effort, the family's connections with Schiff and their stake in institutions like Deutsche Bank and other industrial financial concerns created a shared ecosystem of influence. The Warburgs were known for their interests in global economic systems and were instrumental in founding the U.S. Federal Reserve in later years. Their ideological and practical commitments to financial centralization and internationalism were in harmony with the kind of cross-border support seen in the Russo-Japanese War. Financial institutes associated with the Rothschilds and Warburgs also played roles in Japan's broader industrialization, especially before and after the war. Companies like Krupp, a German industrial powerhouse in which Deutsche Bank was heavily invested, provided weapons and military technology to Japan. Krupp artillery and naval gun designs were widely adopted by the Japanese military, helping the empire to construct a modern fighting force capable of standing against the Russians. Although these industrial deals were conducted through intermediaries and not always directly financed by the Warburgs or Rothschilds, the capital pipelines and banking expertise necessary to execute them were managed by these transnational families. The Japanese modernization project, which included building railroads, ports, shipyards, and telegraph lines, was further supported by foreign advisors and contractors. British, German, French, and American engineers and financial experts worked with Japanese officials to develop the industrial base required for a modern economy and military. These foreign experts were often sourced through Western firms with Rothschild or Warburg affiliations. Even though these connections may have been several degrees removed, they formed a global matrix of capital and expertise with common objectives: economic expansion, geopolitical influence, and profit. Schiff's funding of the Japanese war effort had significant consequences for Russia. The defeat at the hands of Japan triggered political unrest throughout the Russian Empire. The loss was not only humiliating but economically devastating, leading to the 1905 Russian Revolution. This uprising, though ultimately suppressed, marked the beginning of the end for the Romanov dynasty. Revolutionary ideas gained traction, and dissatisfaction with autocratic rule became widespread. Though Schiff did not fund revolutionary groups directly, his financial support for Japan arguably helped create the conditions that weakened the Russian regime and set the stage for the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917. Some historians and commentators have speculated whether Schiff's actions were intentionally aimed to destabilize Russia to promote revolutionary change. While there is no definitive proof to support this claim, the impact of his financial interventions cannot be dismissed. Schiff himself made no secret of his disdain for Tsarist Russia, and his support for Japan aligned with both his ideological convictions and business interests. In the broader context, the financial network that linked Schiff, the Rothschilds, and the Warburgs illustrate how global capital was increasingly divorced from national allegiances. These bankers operated in a world where geopolitical calculations were filtered through the lens of finance, investment, and long-term strategic planning. Their decisions had ramifications that extended far beyond profit margins, influencing the outcome of wars, revolutions, and the rise and fall of empires. In summary, the roles played by Jacob Schiff, the Rothschild banking dynasty, and the Warburg family in the Russo-Japanese War reveal a hidden layer of 20th century history where financial power quietly steered the course of global events. Schiff's explicit support for Japan set a precedent for cross-continental financial alliances, while the Rothschilds and Warburgs networks provided the infrastructure and capital that sustained such endeavors. Their involvement, whether direct or indirect, had profound consequences. The weakening of Tsarist Russia, the emboldening of Japan as a modern military power, and the emergence of new revolutionary movements that would reshape the global order in the decades to come. Now, this is the part where I also mentioned that because of all the stuff that I had just now read concerning Japan and the Russo-Japan War, this stuff eventually allowed for Japan to build up a military and an industrialized complex strong enough to where they could go to war with us, and they were eventually able to have the means to bomb Pearl Harbor. And this was all because of this war and because of the support that was given to them by these corporations and financial institutes that wanted to industrialize Japan and make it into what it eventually became. So that is the end of my reading, and I'm going to go and check out everything, see if anybody came in and made any kind of comments. If they haven't, then I am going to end this stream. I wanted to put this together for quite some time. I had all my notes originally back whenever Facebook had Facebook notes, and soon they deleted all of those, and that really pissed me off. But as time went by, I kept telling myself over and over again, I'm going to come back to this and get this out on stream, and finally I was able to get around to doing it. This is a very, very interesting story, and if you guys haven't done research on it, you really should, because this is a part of this is a part of history that you're not going to hear about in textbooks. Okay, this is really, really interesting content that you're not going to learn about in school. Just put it to you that way. And Rajram showed up for chat in YouTube. He says, "Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry for being late." Hey, man, you're never late. Okay, we'll welcome you into the chat anytime. I'm glad to see you again, though, actually, because I kind of didn't understand it, what your thoughts were the last time you was in when we were doing Cosmic Weave, and I didn't want. I was kind of worried that you left with the wrong idea of where I was going with that topic, but we did an episode last night. If you want to catch it, and it kind of explains it a little bit more in detail because I had two other people that were on the stream with me, and we just had a 3-hour conversation about what I was making the Cosmic Weave about, kind of exploring it. So if you want to check that out, it'll be a little bit more helpful on that topic. But this is conspiracy theory, so I'm going to stay on topic, hopefully, which I have a hard time doing sometimes. So I better shut my mouth when it comes to the Cosmic Weave, or I'll start talking all that stuff. If you guys did like the stream, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Make comments, seriously. I do enjoy having conversations with you guys. So if you have any feedback, or if you want to make any comments about what was discussed in the stream, make them, and I will see you guys later. I hope you have a good day. For those who are Catholic, belated happy or Good Friday. I didn't realize it was Good Friday until yesterday, so that was only because my friend Tan Hai Tran told me it was Friday, or it was Good Friday, and he's Catholic. So happy belated Good Friday to all you guys, and I will talk to you later. I hope you have a good night, morning, afternoon, whatever it is today for you. And with that, I will go ahead and end the stream. Thanks for watching. Semiramis married Onus, or Minos, Menones, a general under King Ninus, and she became an advisor to King. Her advice led him to great success, and at the siege of Bactra, she personally led a party of soldiers to siege a key defensive point, leading to the capture of the city. Ninus was so struck that he fell in love with her and tried to compel Onus to give her to him as a wife, first offering his own daughter Sunani in return, and eventually threatening to put out his eyes as punishment. Out of fear of the king and out of doomed passion for his wife, Onus fell into a kind of frenzy and madness and hanged himself. Ninus then married
Semiramis. That's pretty fucked up.
Right.
Like, you see what I'm saying? I mean, they were brutal back then. This is like stories, man. You know what I mean? It was like freaking children heard this stuff, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's some
And
pretty.
it's just like,
That's
it's
crazy.
like offering your daughter, like, hey, I'll give you my daughter, and like it's just like, Daddy, you're not gonna offer me, are you? It's
Look at the end, though. I mean, he fell into a kind of frenzy and madness and hung himself. You know what I mean? So, that right there is crazy. I guess that would kind of go with Judas, too. That's probably where they got that whole idea. Because Judas did that after he betrayed Jesus.
Wow. Wait. What?
Judas?
Yeah.
Whenever he betrayed Jesus for the gold pieces.
Yeah.
He was supposed to have gone into a frenzy and a madness and eventually hung himself. So.
That's
Okay, so let's figure out what Derricado is. Alright, from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. Okay. Now it says Atargatis, known as Derceto by the Greeks, was a chief goddess in the of northern Syria in classic antiquity. Now, this is supposed to be redirected from Derceto, so I'm guessing this is the same person, but it said that it was Greek goddess of northern Syria in classic antiquity. Primarily, she was a fertility goddess, but as the Baalat, the mistress of her city and people, she was
hold on, excuse me. Can you send a link?
Yeah. No, this is what I was talking about where I wanted to go over this, you know what I'm saying?
The serpent goddess, yeah.
And there it is in the chat.
Thank you.
And I can change my screen share to show that too. Atargatis is what the name is supposed to be on there. Here, let me go back into reading it. Primarily, she was a fertility goddess, but as the Baalat, the mistress of her city and people, she was also responsible for their protection and well-being. Her chief sanctuary was at Hierapolis, modern Manbij, north of Aleppo in Syria. Michael Rostovches calls her the greatest mystery of the North Syrian lands. Her consort is usually Hadad, as Asherathe, doves and fish were considered sacred to her. Doves and fish were considered sacred to her. Doves as an emblem of the love goddess, and the fish as a symbol of the fertility of life for the waters. See, there we go. So doves represents the love goddess.
And see, I never knew that. I always thought they symbolized spirituality. Symbolize spirituality, although it does make sense because I think they do release. See, they release doves at weddings, but they also release doves at funerals. That's interesting.
And then fish were the fertility and life of the waters, and fish as a symbolic of the fertility and life of the waters. According to a 3rd century Syriac source in Syria and in Uhay, Edessa, the men used to castrate themselves in honor of Terafal. Now, castration.
And they used to do it themselves.
You weren't cool back then if you didn't cut your balls off.
But to do it yourself?
Yeah.
I know guys who are too afraid to shave with a razor.
I mean, dude, people were freaking lining up, freaking castrate other people, man.
Disgusting.
I mean, there was nothing cooler.
Wild. Nothing cooler, nothing. Come on.
Like,
I
you
can
weren't
think
cool.
about 10 things right now.
You weren't
that's
cool
cooler
in
than cutting your balls
Syria
off.
if you didn't cut your balls off.
That is so wild.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so now we should do another poll. Would you cut your balls off for $1 million?
This is today's time. That's not in style now.
No,
okay?
I'm asking you but we did it for money. So we were talking about the money. Would you
That's
do it
on
for
another
$1 million?
episode. That's on another
To be
episode.
continued. That is insane.
But you
Oh
know
my
the
God.
story of Kronos, don't you?
Okay, so not the story probably that you're about to tell me, because Cronus.
You know
hold on.
who Kronos' father was?
Wasn't it that guy with the
Uranus.
No, yeah, we just read about
it.
him.
It was Uranus.
I know,
was,
but it was just funny because it's like, you know who his dad was? Like, oh, okay.
But
we
he
just
was.
read about Cronus. Yeah, we just did him. I'm looking at my thing now.
Now, you gotta understand something. Kronos was the son of Uranus, but Uranus had a sexual appetite, and he'd run around having sex with all these different women, and it annoyed his wife. So,
I could imagine.
So what happened was Kronos castrated him. Like, it goes all the way back even into the freaking Greek and the Phoenicians, man. Castration has always been there. And then
There's
the
a
blood.
guy that looks like Cronus on mine, and I do remember this because we talked about Gaia, but I don't remember it. Uranus, like
No.
Uranus being the dad. I thought it was
The blood from his balls dripped into
my
the sea
gosh.
and created sea foam. Okay? And the sea foam eventually, I believe, created Aphrodite. Not it could have been another goddess, but it was Aphrodite. You see? That's kind of weird that it brings that up too, because like here you have the love goddess, and then you have the fish who are symbolic to fertility and life of the water.
Yeah.
That's.
I was just looking about what else we were learning because I remember, that 8th year is where we were. That AER. What is AER's connection to Cronus?
No,
Because
Aeon goes farther. It goes into the Scythians and the Sumerians. And Herodotus was actually doing research on the Scythians. Okay, so, and time periods too, to find out. We really do need to kind of go back and look at time periods, because I couldn't tell you specifically which came first on a lot of these stories we've been talking about. So,
see, this is what threw me because we were talking Erebius and Nyx, and then and Cronus. So like we were talking about. Remember, like it was you say air was air, but when I looked it up, it came and pulled up Aether, and then it's talking about
AER.
Yeah,
I remember that R.
Yeah, that's
air.
why I was because I knew Cronus was familiar, but it just says that Aether was the offspring of Cronus, and Cronus is the god of time. That's right, and then okay, because I had it in my notes. I'm like, I know this name,
And see,
but I don't.
You know who Cronus is, don't you?
Yeah, with the god of time, and then but
Well,
it said
you know who his son is, right?
Aether.
Well, it even goes Zeus. Zeus,
Ah.
yeah, he's the son of Kronos, and Kronos was trying to eat all of his children. He was hungry.
What in the heck is this? You understand? And see, stuff like that makes me really weary because, like, I know parents that sacrifice their children and their children's children. Like, I know parents that'll sacrifice their grandkids, and I can only imagine like where it comes from. Like, there is a reason this mentality, even today, is so dominant or prominent.
Mm-hmm. Now,
I didn't know that though. I didn't, and I feel like maybe I do from Hercules. It makes me want to go back. You know that cartoon movie Hercules? That was such a good movie. It makes me want to watch it because I feel like they talked about Cronus being Zeus's dad in there, but it was real brief. It was like in a song or something.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting.
Uh-huh.
Now, according to a 3rd century Syriac, where we just left off right there, from that day to present one. Okay, according to a 3rd century Syriac source, in Syria and in Edessa, the man used to castrate themselves in honor of Teratha. But when King Abgar became a believer, he commanded that anyone who emasculates himself would have a hand cut off. So if you decided to cut your balls off, freaking, they were also gonna cut your hand off. So you're gonna be walking around without freaking balls and a hand missing. All right. And from that day to the present, no one in Urhai emasculates himself anymore.
I mean, like, it's really crazy that the extremity to get people to stop having, hey, you're gonna lose your hand. Cut off your balls. Did they not know that's how you make kids? Like, once you cut off your balls, you make kids.
You don't need your hands after you cut your balls off. I mean, there's just no need for them. Yeah, I mean, what else you need your hands for? Shit, like.
Put it to eat, or use the bathroom. Or
you got another hand. I mean, you got the dirty hand, you got the clean hand. That's the way they lived. You used your dirty hand to do dirty things, and you used your hand to do clean things. Just keep your dirt.
That's already instilled in me. I only use my left hand for, like, I literally use my left hand for everything. The only reason I stopped is because I found out that the left side is the side that you would use. But look, that place that we just looked at on the map.
See all this right here?
Yeah.
Can you see my mouse?
You can tell. Yeah, I can see it. Can you hear me? I'm saying, I don't know if the signal is just blown.
Then not just this up here, okay? But
Papua New Guinea,
like
I see
all this right here. That right there is probably a reservoir of water. Maybe.
So basically, water on top of land where it kind of caved in, type of thing. Because isn't that what reservoirs are, where the earth kind of gives in and then it gets filled with water?
Mm-hmm. All that right there belongs to New Zealand.
That looks like land. Like you can actively see the shape and the formation, and that's what. Okay, so can we just? Where do they say Atlantis is? Can we go there and see what the map looks like to see if there's?
They claim that Atlantis is somewhere in this area.
Look, it'd be down there, right there to the bottom.
Right here.
Go. Look, go back up. Zoom out just a little, or maybe yeah. Can you zoom out a little bit? Look in the middle. Look in the middle.
Yes,
do you
right
see
here.
it in the middle? Yeah, but do you see right where they have North Atlantic Ocean, right? Do you see that right there? What about the Bermuda Triangle? Where is that at?
The Bermuda Triangle is within this area right here. It starts
same area.
It starts at as a matter of fact, you're right in the area, so you need to be careful.
All right, I might just drop off the face of the earth and no one knows. This might disappear.
Bermuda is actually, I believe it starts off right here
off of Miami,
right here, right around Miami and NASA.
I've only been to Miami to leave for a cruise. I've never been to like Miami to Miami. When I was a kid, we
I don't
left
even
from
know
there.
if Google Map will show NASA on the satellite, to be honest with you.
Look at this. What is that?
This right here?
Yeah.
Look
at it.
Blue water.
No, that's the Bahamas surrounded by blue water. Okay, we have that. But then look surrounding it. What are those? Like those crevices look a lot like just the opposite.
All of this is the stuff that is under the ground. These little curves right here, a lot of that.
Wait, I don't see it. Can you show your mouse again? Curves.
You see my mouse?
I do.
All of these lines right here are lines that indicate that this land here might have been above water at one time.
It looks like it. That's what I was saying, because just how it looks different. It looks like it's different levels. So with that being said, is that not altitudes, different altitudes? Yeah, that's what it looks like. And as
water
with
rising.
that being yeah, like water, and it would only be higher because it's on top of something. You understand what I mean? Like it wouldn't make sense for the water to be higher if it's the same body of water, unless it was more land underneath it. That makes so much sense.
See these islands right here?
Look at that right there. Look at those two little. Yes, I was just about to say. And then you see the bottom ones with the three right there. All of that's land. You can tell, like that right there. Then that where the fort here where your mouse was just at. All of that's land. That's land. It's probably too deep to go underneath.
This area right here is the area that most people who believe in it back in the old days believed it where it was.
Does that not look like what we just saw on the map that we saw? And I was like, hey, why does it look like it's backward? It's the same exact shape. Yeah. Look at it.
Well, check this out too. Like there's a line that comes all the way down here.
I see it.
And then it comes all the way back up here and it matches up. So this...
It stopped moving.
You want me to stop moving? Is that what you said?
No, it stopped moving. You were saying, and it goes all the way back up, but it was still in the same spot. The mouse is not moving on my side. It's moving now.
This could all been landmass at one time.
It looks like landmass all the way down. I could see it because look at how it's connected, and look at where it's connected at with Africa. So look, zoom back out for us 1 second, just a second. All right, now trace your mouse, and you trace your mouse to where you can. There's no. Can you go back to over here? Like, look at this. Go down here, and then you go down, and then you go down further with your mouse, though. And then look where it connects to Africa, right at the tip. Where is that at? Guinea. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see? Yes. Look at it. Yeah. Look. Yes. And then it goes here, and then it goes there, and then it goes all the way up.
If you look at this, okay. Look at it a little closer to. Look at Morocco. Okay. Now,
Okay.
when the Phoenicians used to trade with Morocco, there was a weird story that was involved with them where the Moroccan tribes that were local to the area freaking made it to where they didn't want to have any contact with the Phoenicians and other traders during that time. So what they would do is they would bring their goods that they wanted to trade with these people out to the shores, and they would place them on the shores, and out of good conscience, you know what I mean, they expected that these ships would come out and drop their stuff off on shore, and they would trade the goods, and they would take what was traded to them, and they would leave what they were trading, you know what I mean? And the reason why they did that, nobody knows. They have no reason. They have no understanding of why they did it, and they did it right here in this area.
Right where it looks like all this land. Look at this, right there, right there. Look at that.
And
There's nowhere that's just water.
Yeah, it's always been that way with them. Okay, in this region. That's Gibraltar. That's the freaking. That's the thing of Hercules, I believe is what, the Strait of Hercules. It's actually the Strait of Gibraltar. That's what connects the Atlantic to the Mediterranean right here. Okay. This coastline right here is very, very interesting, and this coastline right here.
The Phoenicians traded along that as well. I saw the Phoenicians traded on the whole top half of Africa. I looked just with my findings from what you guided me towards.
They're also doing excavations on this side too, because they're finding old artifacts of old cities that used to be on the coastline here that are just gone. They don't exist no more. Spain is a big it's a hot topic right now in archaeology. It's almost.
Can I?
Huh?
I was going to ask you a question, but go ahead and tell me about Spain. No, you can finish your thought first. I apologize. Excuse me. Oh, no, you were going to tell me about Spain. You're not finished. Keep going.
I'm done.
I was just going to ask what prevents exploration of the deeper sea to see about Atlantis? Like, is it prohibited, or have people just not attempted it? Like, because I'm sure people have attempted it. So what's the issue? Why have we not? People said they've attempted and they could not find anything. Because I feel like I heard someone say they explored and they did find something. Is this not accurate?
Well, see, we're looking at a map here. You know what I mean? The Atlantic isn't even as
tiny.
Close.
You're right.
It's not even as close as in depth. It's not as close as what it is here in the Pacific Ocean. Like this right here, this is huge. Like when it goes to freaking going down. All right, this is a very, very deep water right here. These right here make this freaking look like freaking a kiddie pool.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Okay.
But can you not see how it looks like land masses? Like, even when you were doing with the New Zealand, if we're using the same type of context clues, it would parallel when you move it over here to Atlantis.
Now,
what's that at the top? Oh, that's Ireland.
I also want to point something out here too, okay? Now, this right here, this strait between England and right here, you got the North Sea.
Yeah, North Sea, I see.
Okay, now, if you look at this line that runs through here, okay, this was where the water used to be. This used to be landmass, and the United Kingdom was connected to the rest of Europe. They've found villages and settlements down underneath the North Sea and through this strait right here, okay? That shows from the English Channel, it shows that there were actually settlements there and people had lived there at one time, and they're doing research into that too and diving down in there and finding new information out. This is the boundary of where all the old land masses were before the ice melted off.
Like, look at them. You can see them. You can see the land. You can tell that it's land.
Yeah.
Like, even it's saying whatever island. Like, look at this. Look, and then this looks like it had a chunk taken out of it. Like somebody just ate Iceland. Looks like someone just took a chunk out of it.
Well, Iceland is very ferocious. So you've got Iceland right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, when the Vikings settled Iceland, the big problem they had is there are huge freaking icebergs that constantly travel around the freaking beaches of Iceland. So not only did they have to freaking travel here from Norway and Sweden and freaking Finland, but when they got here, they had to worry about these huge freaking icebergs that were constantly freaking all over the place here. And these were freaking not like clusters. These were freaking always there and by huge amounts. Okay, and it constantly rotates around this freaking island. So that's what they had to deal with when they first got here. And I believe the first.
Oh, can you go up here to this top, Raphael? What does that say, Raf? At the top of Iceland, R-A Raf. Okay, Raf.
Are you able to see it?
Okay. Yeah, I see it. I see it now. You zoomed in too much a little bit. It's at the top. It's R-A Raf. Right there.
Yeah. Rafferhafen.
Yeah.
Rafferhafen.
Something with that. I'm gonna take a screenshot.
No.
I don't have my iPad up today.
If you want to get into interesting stories, this island is the story that you want to learn about, because there's been people that freaking entire villages that just vanished.
From Iceland?
Yeah. Entire freaking communities just vanished without a trace.
Okay, so that's next week's Strange Things. I'm gonna do some research. we have next week's Strange.
But yeah, now see this, when it comes to Atlantis, this is what I consider we should be doing. You know what I mean? I mean, it's good to talk about the stuff and a lot of the old stuff, but getting on here and looking at the maps and seeing it is pretty good. Like
yeah, it definitely shows a lot more.
Another thing when it comes to Atlantis that needs to be discussed is Malta. Okay? For a lot of the scholars and stuff, they believe that Malta could have been thought of as Atlantis too, and not just Malta, but there's offshoot islands that are out away from Malta.
Paul's Bay, Victoria.
And
Syracuse.
Yeah. And now Malta, if you look at Malta at a higher or altitude, you'll see that Egypt is just right here.
I don't even see Malta anymore.
No, it's right here. Where my mouse is.
Oh, let me zoom out because I don't even see a mouse anymore.
And now Cyprus.
Okay, I see Cyprus. Oh, okay, I see Malta.
Dense jungles of the Yucatan Peninsula, hidden beneath the tangled canopy and guarded by the spirits of the ancient Maya, lies the fabled treasure of the Emerald Serpent. The legend tells of a powerful artifact, an emerald so large and pure that it was said to be the heart of Kukulkan, the feathered serpent god. The gem was placed within the deepest chamber of a temple, and a curse was cast upon it to protect it from the greed of men. It was whispered that any who dared to claim the Emerald Serpent would be met with a fate worser than death. The jungle itself would rise against them, the animals turning into fierce guardians, and the very earth seeking to swallow them whole. Centuries passed, and many adventurers, lured by the promise of untold riches, ventured into the jungle's heart. None returned, their fate sealed by the curse. The most famous of these was the conquistador named Hernando Cortez, who, driven mad by his lust for gold, led an expedition to seize the emerald. His men spoke of walls that moved and whispered, of shadows that took the form of fearsome warriors, and of a serpent that watched from the darkness with eyes like burning coals. Cortez and his men were never seen again, and the jungle reclaimed the temple, the emerald serpent waiting in silence for the next soul brave or foolish enough to seek its power. To this day, the treasure remains untouched, a glittering prize veiled by the curse that has claimed so many. It is a tale that warns of the perils of avarice and the lengths to which the earth will go to guard its secrets. So as you sit by the campfire, let the story of the Emerald Serpent be a reminder that some treasures are best left undiscovered, and some legends are best left as just that, legends. May your curiosity always be tempered with respect for the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows of our world. Now you'll hear, or you'll see the Discord dashboard. Share computer sound.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Okay, I see something here. I see.
Is that
okay? Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so we've got that set up. Let me go hit play real quick. I keep getting that echo.
Do I need to mute my microphone again?
No, it's not you. Or even if it was you, it's not a good idea. Yeah, well actually, go ahead and mute your mic real quick so we don't get any kind of echoes, and I'll do the same thing. So let me know when you mute. Oh, you can't. I gotta see it. Okay, I'll mute now, and we'll do it. And then afterwards, tell me if you hear the music, Austin.
Could be a single second or 1,000 years, but pass in the blink of an eye, and the world could rejoice or shed 1,000,000 tears. Either way, there's no sense of time. It's a quiet world where time stands still for each and every soul. It's parallel and infinite, and it's where the dead all roam. Some souls have unfinished business and they roam the earth as ghosts. It's a world that's warm for the good, but for the wicked it's freezing cold. It's a quiet world where time stands still for each and every soul. It's parallel and infinite, and it's where the dead all roam. It's a quiet world where time stands still for each and every soul. Parallel and infinite, and it's where the dead all roam.
That's pretty cool. That's really cool. Let me stop that real quick. I keep forgetting that it loops. So you go ahead and unmute, Austin.
Okay. Yeah, it was just ending there. That was the ending part.
Yeah.
The keyboards there.
Oh shit! I thought it was just because it goes into a loop. Here, let me finish that. Still like a half a second, a minute.
There we are.
There we are.
It's over now.
I can't believe I did that. I apologize. It's like whenever I was listening to that, it reminded me because I know on like here on Discord, like we've got like tons of freaking stuff from back when you was a kid, you know. So it was like I almost forgot that. Like you've always had a history with paranormal stuff, even when you was younger.
You there, Roger? I can't hear you. Are you talking?
Yeah, I'm talking. I just forgot to unmute. But
oh, okay. I was gonna say you were lit up in blue around your profile pic, but I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, that was me running my mouth. But when I was listening to that, it reminded me, you know, that I almost forgot. Like you've always had a history in your life with paranormal and stuff, even when you was a little kid. On Discord, you know, a lot of the stuff you got on there with us is like stuff that you did when you was young.
A lot of it, yeah. I gotta dig up some more of my old drawings. I did drawings of like the chupacabra and ghosts and cemeteries and stuff when I was a little kid too.
Yeah.
Now the artwork's just a lot more in depth and more detailed as an adult, but a lot of it's weird how a lot of it's actually the same kind of stuff I was doing when I was a little kid. It was like I was a little kid practicing for the stuff I was going to be doing as an adult.
Well, I've got to be careful about that stuff too, because like even when I write, I have a tendency of writing the same subjects in the same way, or even if they're in a different way, that they'll be like written in the same kind of patterns. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, you gotta watch not to do the same stuff over again. Sometimes you gotta stop, go back through your body of work if it's very vast. Like my body of recorded work is, oh God, over the last 17 years, it's very vast. So I gotta stop and listen to everything again from time to time.
see if you're doing the same shit over.
Yeah, because it happens.
Yeah.
Me and John working together on stuff. It's been a lot of the same. He's repeated some stuff too, and he's caught himself.
Something else. So let me get back here. And we've got this one now. Angry spirits, evil and angry spirits. Now, this one is a good 12 minutes long, so this is going to be a good one. So you want me to go ahead and get into that?
Yeah, go ahead. Jump on in, man.
Now, this isn't like a headbanger song, is it?
Not right away. It builds up.
And eventually I will be headbanging, though, right? Okay. So
I'm going to mute my mic again.
Same here.
Another cold and cloudy day, and the cold wind howls outside. Feels like the world's deserted, the only one alive. But then I feel an evil presence. It's so horrible that it suffocates me. Don't know what it is, but God, I wish it'd go away. The evil and angry spirits never die. The evil and angry spirits never die, never rest, and they always turn. They never die, and they
too that I was just messaging you about. I don't know how this part that you're about to listen to got into this song. It's playing still. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was. I remember back when I recorded this song, I put it on the computer and I went back and listened. This whole end section that we're listening to now was, and to this day I still don't know how I got